And good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup number 4. My name's Over, joined by Nexus here. We return once again with more CS, with more action. And to not dally any further, we go into a very important day here, as this is going to be both a progression and elimination match for some, whilst a potential progression to tomorrow's day for others. With me, Nexus, and as I said, we have the first match, csgo versus K23, coming up. And yeah, let's get straight into it, my friend.
Yeah, well, we are just gonna get straight on into it. There's no way around it. It's the first game of the day out of 3, I believe, which we have coming up later as well. But this is the one that we are gonna be focusing on, and what a matchup in a way, right? The name of csgo itself is one that is notorious. They've, as of recent, they've made a few changes to their roster that do worry me ever so slightly about how solid they actually might be. How stable can they be as a team? I hope they are going to be delivering a good game or to us today at least, because the past few games they've been good. 2-1 or 2-0 against For Glory and BLUEJAYS at least. Before that as well, slightly up and slightly down. But overall, they've been A-OK. They haven't really been remarkable. But then again, I feel like you could say the same thing for the opposition as well, right?
Yeah, K23, though, technically had a bit of a harder opponent. They did go up against Sinners, the game we were casting, of course, and then they did lose against Spirit the day before that. But they both of these two teams find themselves in the 2-1 bracket, meaning we are entering the progression match for these two. So whoever wins here will have a chance to move on forward to the playoffs already. Whoever loses will have one more chance tomorrow on Friday, which is the final day of the Swiss stage, of course. As we just saw the standings, we've had quite a few eliminations so far. No surprising ones. Bad News Bears, For Glory, BLUEJAYS, and ECLOT and Sinners. Sinners perhaps the only team I would say to be the most underwhelming of the 5 that have so far been eliminated. At least for me, I would have expected them to be far better hitting. But again, when it doesn't connect, it just doesn't connect, and we both know that sometimes that just rings true.
Yeah, sometimes it is like that. It is tough, but well, that's something that we don't really have to worry about it anymore, unfortunately. For some, but instead we get to look at the lineup. I mentioned a few roster changes for csgo in the past few months. Ultimate, he's been there for about 3 months now, settling in, trying to figure out what they're going to be doing with him. And then Axe Echo as well. He's been there for about 2 weeks, maybe practicing for a bit longer as well, but coming in as well. That is the worry that I had. That how stable are they going to be with only about a few weeks of practice coming into this? But the previous games at least show that they do have some sort of grasp of the game. It's not like everything is going up in flames for them. They're still able to deliver just as well as any roster they've had before. And the question is how they're going to fare off against their opponents today, which, well, I'm going to let you talk about them a bit more.
Yeah, K23 does sound like they're my specialty, and in a way they are. I've been following these boys for a long time. Norbert, ever since he was back in Windstrike back in 2018. That's really far off. And Simon, when they were, for the most part playing together for a little while, a year almost. But this roster with X5 coming in as one of the newest members, as well as Zay Power, I think they've really kind of rounded out the firepower part. Now they just have to round out all the marginal errors that happened during their gameplay. I wouldn't say there's many of them, but there are quite a few standing issues that I think they have to address. One of them being definitely that approach towards their aggression. It's sometimes poorly executed. Players going in alone, not really allowing for example, Zay Power to use his AWP to try and open it up, or not really playing on the entries of Norbert or Fame. But I hope that we have, of course, a good game out of K23 today. As I said, you and I had the chance to watch them 2 days ago, and they've done well, but again, those issues were quite prevalent. Though it is the veto, it is the maps that will decide the fate of these two teams, perhaps even better than anything else we can say. And let's see which maps we'll be watching as we open up with the ban first. It's going to be Overpass removed by Ago, no surprise there, and Vertigo removed by K23, again, no surprise.
Yeah, now this is kind of where you think, okay, there's a slight chance that Inferno slips in, Mirage or Dust 2, it makes sense to punish pick as well, to get that in there as well. And then, or Mirage, yeah, you understand that as well, right? You go for Ancient first, it's like, okay, it's, you know, it kind of works for both teams in the way that Algo, they play it. But then K23, it's the one that they feel the most comfortable on after Overpass. They're going to take that, and I do like that as well. Like, Overpass, they're not going to play the last time we saw it as well against Sinners. It looked kind of lackluster. Like you said, they weren't really playing off the entries. Yeah. They weren't, you know... It felt incoherent in a way. We can put it in a lot of different terms, but... There was a lot on that they could improve on. Maybe it was just a bad day for them. Who knows? Maybe they were just being read like a book. You never know.
You know what I find very interesting is the fact that Ago have decided to remove both Overpass and Nuke. So they were like, you know, let's not risk it. Let's not put ourselves in a position where we might be in, you know, in a tough spot where, let's say, we lose Ancient and then we go into what? Nuke next or Inferno next? No. Let's avoid that altogether, because Sinners had a lot of trouble trying to handle K23 and their aggression on Nuke and Inferno both. So it kind of makes sense. The Overpass ban, perhaps, you know, for me, when you look at Ago, sure, they're not exactly an Overpass team, but with that being said, we'll not tarry any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup number 4. We are jumping into our first game, into our first round. The pistol is here, myself over, and Nexus will be carrying you through the series for this first one. 2-1 scoreline for both of these two crews in the Swiss stage. Winner goes forward, loser goes into the tomorrow's final day, and here we go. It is Ancient, it is the pistol.
That is Ancient's pistol, and there's no chance he can even stop for a second with Ago already advancing all the way to Donut. And look at the rotations that's for. The K23s are completely off of B minus Norbert. Wanted to stick around just in case, but he's got to realize there's going to be a whole lot of trouble that he cannot defend against, not by himself. At K23, they're not going to pull off the B stack that easy until the usual comes through. Now the T side they're in. The bomb has to go down. There's no other way around that. Norbert, maybe a few pot shots, but as it finally begins, the CTs, they're here for the retake, they're ready to fight. East side, welcome that fight just as easily. There go the few for water trades as well, and even a few more, as Ultimate taps a few heads and Furl on there to support as well, leaves it just down to one man who's going to try and deny this round. It is Spain, one of the big three on the side of K23, but it goes down just like any other. Zago take the pistol, and that is a cheeky little round as well, from beginning to end. If just rush your donut, walk back, and the CTs were none the wiser.
Unfortunate. It really is. But then again, you know, it was a good, solid strategy by Ago. They had a chance to review the, they had a chance to review a few of the maps from previous series for K23, and I can imagine that they definitely did their homework for both Ancient and Mirage. And already here we see a force buy coming out for K23. I'm not particularly fond of the way they go about doing their business, but we can see there's a bit of a stack towards B. They've got a tower set up, if I'm reading this correctly. Solo Fame towards A, and this pretty much confirms it. It is going to be Ago on the second map right here, right now. The thing is, for K23, they haven't really played Ancient a lot as of late, so you don't really know what to expect. Last time they played it was last month, almost a month ago today. A little bit less than a month, 5 days less, I guess. But still, it's a long ways off, and you know, they did play it against teams that perhaps you wouldn't consider to be the biggest challenger to them, yet still lost it. So I can only imagine how much homework Ago could actually have done in this scenario. Albeit, I think they're more like adjusting to the playstyle of K23 than anything else. In any case, I don't think there's any point in trying to dilly-dally about this, you know, how much Ago prepared. They are playing Ancient themselves. They know how to play it. They've played it quite as of recently, 2 days ago, I think, 2nd of May, when they played against Bluejays and won. They even played against For Glory and Masonic, both, all three actually, and won all three. So no doubt there, and I am expecting them to be having a good time. Also, a little bit of a tidbit. They played it against Complexity in the EPL 14th season, I think it was, and they actually won.
Oh.
15th season, excuse me. So the previous season that we just saw. Oh, I love this boost. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a cheeky one. It actually pays off as well with Exit Power getting the first and ultimate. Stick around maybe a second as well, but a flashbang there. I think it's time for the boost to be called off, but it's still nice to see these tricks, you know, still trying to innovate a map that has been in the play for a while. You think, okay, we probably know most of the tricks here.
I dare say there's probably a few more to find out, but yeah, I mean, you know, quickly people will find nitpicks like this immediately, and a good start, I'd say, is Apeks using that scout very well. It does commit 3 players to the push or to the attempt, so you are in a bit of a dangerous spot if you fail to get any sort of kill from there. Zapar likewise losing quite a little bit of HP, but nonetheless, it is a dangerous round. Ago is starting to lose players on middle, on towards Donut, so you want to make sure once you go for the site that you are clearing all those angles. Lehman will clear it out, Lehman, however you want to call it. And that is going to be the end. Fiku also takes down Zapar, and that pretty much confirms what we already know. A 3-0 beginning here for Ago, as their T-side statistically does favor them quite a little bit. When you look at percentage of win percentage on Ancient, they've got a 72% win rate on the CT side, 40% only win rate on the T side. But don't get fooled by that. For the most part, whatever they played on Ancient was quite convincing. Most recent, as I said, against Bluejays, where they had, I believe, 8 or 7 rounds. So definitely not bad at all.
No, not at all. No. And yeah, you're absolutely right about that as well. By the way, the like the Bluejays match, they did not lose a single round on the CT side. It was a clean 8-0 sweep in the second half. You know, you could say they know this map and definitely able to take down a few Juggernautes. Perhaps K23, one of them. But we'll find out what the result is going to be later. Right now, though, we've got a bit of action already. The T-side is looking to take a bit of control, and Z-Power just walks away from that fight. Not realizing what could happen. Man, about looking at Furlan, this is going to be very dangerous if Neil doesn't check his angles and does turn back at least. But a smoke now confirms mid-control for the side of Aga, where they can begin to work around the map. They can force the CT side to rotate however they want. They can get ready for some sort of aggression as well. Well, Lehman goes for the jump, gets taken down, and that is the end of the CT aggression. They've got a kill back in the round. Now we can just play passive. Now you can just play the numbers again and see what else the T-side do want to do. And Z-Power as well, smartly so, is going to back off to mid, help out his teammate. Clear that. There's one less area to worry about in the map, where then back to the bomb set you go. Well,
I think you can kind of subside your worry about Ultimate. You did express the fact that, you know, he's the fresh member of the team, or at least a fresher member of the team. And how well will he do? Well, he's starting off pretty well, I gotta say. I think he's done a great job getting that entry early on. It's going to allow Ago a little bit more room to breathe. But the problem is right now they're about to be boxed in towards B. And if they do not recognize what is coming behind them, they're about to lose the round without a doubt. As we can see already, Neelan jumping in through Cave, gets the drop on Ultimate. Norbert burns Furlan. Fame will reply on Echo, but unfortunately Neelan, or fortunately, is the better dueler here. And that shall be the first round to K23. They pick up the gun round, very well read by our Russian squad, as they have the flank through middle already prepared. By the time Ago gets the side, the flank's already executed, and you don't really have time to respond afterwards when you're Ago. And yeah, that's actually a really good first gun round, not gonna lie. I mean, this besides the fact that they do lose X5 and I believe Fame, you know, that they can take this loss. Or Norbert, actually. Norbert was the one that dropped, excuse me, not Fame.
Yep. Again, let's find out what Algo want to do and what K23 want to do as well. Because already a bit of mid-aggression. Maybe a response to the last round of what happened there with Algo taking control over there. As long as they do that, they've got fast support towards the B side, because X5 alone in cave, so this could be a fast flank for the CT side here, but you gotta watch out with Norbert. Get one, maybe two, not even the first apparently, but a lot of damage dealt. Another kill for Ultimate in the meantime, so...
Holy...
Algo, no, they are not waiting around for these kills at all. No, that nade might be able to do some damage, and it will take down Lehman. Ultimate down to 20 as well in the meantime. Trying to get into position to the CT side to begin to work their way into this as well. Thread the needle, so to say, and Rafika's head drops. That smoking CT is going to be vital, though. As soon as that fades, Fame can take down these T-sided plays. And Furlong, though, the fact that it's got a Mac 10, this is not a favorable fight, but it turns around in the meantime instead. The CT side to get through, and Nealon takes down 2. That's a huge kill to get out of. There's a third as well. Last man standing, 26 HP, and against the Mac 10, just barely wins it out.
Damn, now that is a beautiful retake from K23, I gotta say. I mean, the afterplan for Argo was pretty horrendous, but then again, K23 did come from 2 different angles. They had cave covered, they have CT short covered, so they were able to basically kind of pincer in the defenders and divide their crossfires into a very hard position. So the 2 players that were left over towards Envelope, towards Stairway, they couldn't really do anything. And as you can see here, of course, from Ramp Furlan with a Mach 10, he's only good for the 1, and afterwards, without any sort of support, without any sort of utility, you can't really hold the fort down. K23 take a timeout, and I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing here. They get the second round. They do lose 4 players, which is kind of a lot for the economy loss of the CT side, but they're at least stopping this. Progression by Argo, because we know Ancient, a CT-sided map, absolutely. Not as much as people make it out to be, absolutely. Here I have to agree with Anthron, as you know, he mentioned it a few days ago. But then again, it's very easy to pick up rounds as the CT. Meanwhile, for the T side, if you're up to 4-5 already, you should be good and as gold. And ooh la la, X5, this is a risky business, and he does get dropped. This is a push towards the B side again.
Yeah, again, Igo was good on the bomb plant, at least when it comes to the B side. And this actually might have been enough to force the CTs away. They don't really have the money to risk it all here. Instead, they are choosing to play this slow, just maybe get an exit if that works. You know, if they get a fast kill here. Maybe they think about it again, but no, I don't think they are really wanting to go for this. So Igo, with essentially pistols and a half might, they're able to win out of the round here, or so it seems, but working their way back into this, the PP50, there you go, that should have shut it down. Officially has his 1 man to save and open and nothing else. Algo stay in the lead, 4-2, and the B pushes, they're good. The bomb plants, they're fantastic. Something to keep in mind for K23 in the future as well.
Absolutely. Something to perhaps also look at and, you know, maybe start thinking about that aggressive CT side that we usually tout as being the best choice in this scenario. Once you have those guns out, once you have the utility, start to look to take those that speedway, that B ramp, potentially have some aggression through middle to try and connect the dots and have a bit of a 4-in-a-row play. K23, now of course they're forced into an eco, unfortunately, with the loss of 4 players the previous. They're in a kind of iffy scenario. Meanwhile, Argo, they realize what they're up against. They know that there's a saved weapon somewhere, most likely the AWP from Zaypower. So you want to make sure you're not running into that alone. You want to make sure that you do not let yourself be absolutely bamboozled every single time you attempt something. And oh my god, the boost on towards that little bit of a box there. It works out beautifully. They literally destroy the defense the chance of winning a round, and that shall be the 5th for Argo. Whilst they lose a player, they're not going to be overly concerned about it. They've got the money, and they can afford to lose 1 or 2 without too many issues. This is very convincing from Argo, and, you know, as I said, their T-side, even in Pro League, had been convincing. Perhaps not as much. I certainly would have loved to see more out of a few individuals, but nonetheless, seems like also csgo is kind of finding his place in the team.
Yeah, there is that, and I think, you know, Ancient, I'm gonna, you know, be the devil's advocate here. I think it might be one of the higher priority maps they have right now. So the real test on how solid they're gonna be is gonna be on other maps, like Mirage, like Dust 2. If we get to that third map, and especially in that second map, I think that's gonna show us how much they really have now been able to practice, how much have they really been able to put in the past few weeks alone. But here, although we've already got to see a few kills against Alga, so the B side takes, they're fantastic, but the A side take right now, far from it. 4-0, nothing they've managed to get so far here. Trying to make that a clean sweep, and Z-Power might as well go for it.
It's weird, not gonna lie, but yeah, I mean, their A attempt had completely flopped, though csgo, whoo! Dude, 1v5 and he's able to take away 3? That's a lot. That's actually a great deal of loss again for the side of K23, and this actually sets the whole precedent, the whole stage for Argo to break away from K23, destroy their economy once more, and then just push ahead for potentially 7 to 8 rounds in the future. The odds are a little bit different than what we're seeing on the server itself. The odds do favor K23, respectively. They are technically the better team, but then again, you know, Argo, they've been proving themselves much lately, and I have no doubt we'll see more out of them, or at least an even better Argo in the near future, if not already today. In any case, it is going to be a rebuy. We've got AKs in full force and another A attempt. Nexus, I'm not going to lie, I don't like A rushes, but then again, it is an easy site to take when your opponent is not expecting it and they only play a single defender, and that seems like it's going to be a retake of the ages, even though might not even be attempted.
Yeah, I don't think they want to go for this. Especially not now. Fiku's pushed him off even further into flank. X5, and maybe he gets the 1, but... No, not even. Fiku crouches into it with 9 HP, by the way. Insta-headshot, and yet another player down. The fact that Lehman's here as well, this could be a dangerous save or attempt for the CT side still, because Fiku's still here, still around the corner, looking for another victim. So if timing suits him, he's got to take down Z-Power here as well. Not far off of it either, but there you go, one man at least goes down at the T side. No, good strike. That'd have to take down Norbert, so allowed for the save. It's got to be 2. Not the greatest weaponry. The MP9 is, you know, it's okay. It's fairly good with the AWP. That's got to be something that really has to now show its worth in the gold in a round like this, where you've got nothing you can really buy, nothing you can really do. For K23 to at least take down a few players. That's what you want to do here. Limit what the T-side can do. The economy that they have should not be allowed to bolster anywhere.
I mean, Argo, as I said, there's going to have to be a few details they're going to have to fix. They're certainly playing a lot better than, you know, what I've seen them in EPL here and there, even though they finished in a relatively strong position. Alas, Lemon and Fiku will find 2. They do lose Lemon, so, you know, that's a problem. Leman, I guess, is the better way to put it. Le Mans, if we're talking about Formula 1. In any case, we are seeing a relatively healthy first half for Argo. I mean, 6 rounds already, T-side and Ancient. That is, for me, a convincing performance that K23 should definitely start thinking about how to mitigate as much as they can. It's hard seeing, though, how K23 could even bounce back if AGO continues in this kind of manner, because so far K23 haven't really shown us too much of anything on the CT side. That being, you know, usually aggression towards Speedway, usually aggression towards middle. You're looking to lock your opponent into those dead corners where they're not really going to be able to take any sort of informational value from them. And again, ultimate right here. He actually hits the shot, doesn't get the kill, but the shot is there, and that is enough. Down to Zaypower it goes, and I'm not sure what he's doing here near with the AWP. He's just about to be wrecked if he fails to find at least 1 or 2 more kills, and he's already about to peek into 3. No way, Jose, my friend. I'm not sure why you would risk the op, but then again, you know, he's trying to do damage, I guess, if that's his prerogative, though, again, I am not a fan of it, especially not when you're on the CT side losing and you're basically scraping for at the bottom of the barrel for that economy. But this is the round for me that has to decide it for K23, or they will lose this first half by quite a large difference, right? Like, either they take control into their own hands, or AGO will lead it all the way. Oh, ultimate! Bruh!
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. A quick swing just like that to find the first. CT's one more taken down to their trade.
They boosted middle over the smoke, that's why they got the kill! Oh, that is sexy. That is really well thought out by AGO.
What a combat. Look at this. This time they gotta slow the pace of the rest while Fiku still approaches the height of the site, and this is actually big. Norbert could end the round here, could make it or break it essentially for the T's or CTs, and there's the first and the second with the bomb drop.
Check cave.
But here's the question, we don't know Fiku's here, so he's gotta put him into 1 vs 3 and quick to turn around at least, and Norbert up for the ace clutch in 1 vs 2.
Oh man, I
to play cheeky, but back turned and Lehman awaits. No chance for shenanigans, not anymore, and I'll go 8-3 on the T side of Ancient, which in itself is ridiculous. And they're not looking to stop anytime soon either. That's the worst part of it for K23.
I mean, it really is. Their economy is in shambles. As I said, they're continuously trying to pick it up from the ground, but every single time they pick it up, you know, they kind of fall down again. This is a devastating blow to the first map of K23. AGO are seemingly unstoppable right now, and I'm expecting them to take at least 10 rounds in the first half. That's my bare minimum, given how well they're playing, how on point they are currently. Furlan, yeah, he's ready for it. And he will die, actually. That kind of sucks to be him. But then again, oh, they don't check tempo. Come on, AGO. I'm cheering on, you know, their success and their quality, but then their sharpness is a little bit off. It seems like they're dull in certain spaces as to how to check corners. The previous round was a testament to that. They lost 3 players to a player that was in cave that should have been checked long ago. Norbert finds ultimate. Are you kidding me? That is a lot of damage. 1-2-1. What the hell? Zaypower now against Fiku. And this will be a challenging moment because Fiku has to make a decision. Does he go for an immediate plant? Does he wait? Does he play the mind games? Well, Zaypower, he will be the one to have to play for the retake as Fiku does not delay the bomb plant, moves into a safe spot, and now it's going to be a 1v1 without Kevlar and a defuse kit. K23 have a lot on their platter, more specifically Zaypower has.
Yeah, like I said, no defuse kit. The smoke is there. You gotta at least throw that out and hope to bait him. But Fiku, you know, some sort of inner clock. Yeah, as the Spidey sense that starts tingling. He's like, wait a minute. Let me just go around and see what happens. That's a 9th for AGO, but way too many victims that did not be or need to be there. Just the pistols they didn't check theirs, and it kind of spirals out of control. Zaypower nearly as well won the round. But either way, as we are going to be entering into the next round, you can look at the money that's on the T side. That's 2 round wins for K23 and AGO. They're going to be out of money, but then again, there's only 3 more rounds to be played here in the first half.
I mean, technically, it's 1 round victory for K23 and AGO are going to be broken. So, you know, it's not all that bad when it comes to theory. Problem is that in practice, things are very different here. And oh, that wallbang, that's a dangerous one. honestly haven't really been seeing much of that lately. Lemon and Leman and Ultimate will find a few, but Neelan again, this guy, he's been performing throughout the entire map like Norbert. They've been trying their best. Zapar as well, you know, he's been on point, but it seems like it's not enough today. A 2-on-2 right now, Lemon, or Leman, man, his name is really gonna give me some headaches and some sour faces, I guess. He's ready for Neelan. That's it. That's all he needs, and he will get it easily. Case23 once more find themselves in a very rough spot. There is no defuse on Fame, 1v2. He's got Ultimate with the opt he needs to deal with in Envelope. And he will not be able to check it. That is a wrap. I said 10. We get 10. Now it's a question of, is Ago gonna push all the way? Like, are they looking for potential 12-3? Because it certainly starts to smell like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, they are getting ever so close to that sort of a dangerous first half, and there comes the question. Is this the sort of K23 we're going to see again today? Is it going to be a bit of a slow start, maybe? I would hope for the latter, and we get to see more of them on the second map at least, but I'll go at least. The fact that they are showing us this dominant of a first half already is a cause for concern for the future of this best of 3 and K23. Might cause a few headaches, but again, it's not gonna knock anyone out of the tournament. It's just to see if they can now qualify for the playoff stage with a slightly better seeding. But like this, there can still be some shenanigans. The Eagle of the Sea Power and Fame definitely have shown that, but now it is on to Neelan, all alone in 1 vs 3, and he's far removed from this one.
For me, what really kind of breaks the idea of Ago, of K23's success, is the fact that they tried, if I remember, and if my memory serves me correctly, they tried twice to take over B-Ramp and Speedway, failing both of those 2 times. Maybe there were a few more attempts, but they never got close to being able to execute it, and that's what really sells it. But wait a second, Neelan, he's actually still trying this. I'm surprised that he does, but Ultimate is the man that makes sure that you cannot push it off. You cannot press that little bit of a red button and save yourself and your teammates from a certain loss in the first half. Again, as I said, I would have preferred to see K23 being a little bit more proactive on their CT side, really. I feel like mid control and that B control is vital on this map. If you leave it, you just kind of lock yourself into a very, you know, very, how to say, dead-end corner. And in this case, K23, as we can see, once again, 2 towards H. I kind of like the idea. They might want to go super aggressive, but you got to go quickly, and you got to be very, very expedient about it.
Yeah, decent damage for X5. Starts things off with a bit of control towards the B round, but it's not really going to be doing too much for the CTs. Instead of the opposite, they can just wait around and see that they're doing the same. They've got no reason to panic here in a position like this. Instead, play like normal. Even if they do take a bit of damage. Now, though, with X5 getting that kill and the Z-Power spotting another one, this could turn out to be a bit of a hassle for the side of Argo.
Good flank. Good flank, that's what I was talking about. That flank worked out. Fame survives, gets the kill, now has to pull back. And Ago, as you said, the hassle continues as they've got Furlan embedded deep into the CT lines. But Ultimate seems to be reading this very well himself. X5, unfortunately, getting caught on the bend. And, ooh, that's going to leave a sour taste in their mouth, because right now it's Norbert, the only man defending the B site. And if he does not get a double or at least a single kill to try and break even, once the rest of the team arrives, this is going to be a disaster in the making. Oh, the flank, though. The flank. Zapar. The flank is... No! No, Zapar, are you kidding me? No, bruh. You can't be missing that. Oh come on.
CT's both low HP as well. The name that could have been enough to take down a Lehman, but no. Ultimate, a few shots being missed here. One too many, nearly.
Oh.
Down to Z-Power, just like his opponent, it's way too low to deal with this one. But if Ultimate turns around, that's the end of that as well. 12-3 the first half. My god, is that one-sided.
I mean, ultimate great game so far from him. He's been absolutely on point, saving his team left and right. Even, you know, Le Mans having a great performance. But Power, he had a clean shot. He had an opportunity to bring it into a 2v3, to have that chance of winning the round. Instead, it all goes to hell. 12-3, second half, second pistol. Let's see what Ago prepare for us. But this is an A push, I would say, by K23. I would imagine that's the case, because it certainly feels like it.
Running through, it's a fast pistol from the side of K23, and it's going all the way to the B side. Axeco as well has to survive, he has to stay alive for as long as he can, and maybe even take a few lives, but that is impossible at this point. And remove it in the CT side of 3 vs 5. They can still contest for the map control. C-Power out of nowhere. My god.
I mean, yeah, no. It's what we expect in scenarios like this. They've got the upper hand. When they take the site, yeah, they're pretty much unbeatable, especially when the CTs are not coordinated enough to have some sort of a retake that works around from all angles. But nonetheless, okay, the pistol goes to K23. It's a start. It's a beginning. It's going to be a very tough comeback if it ever, you know, even gets to that point. But 8 rounds in a row to only tie it up. Yeah, that's really going to take a little while before they can get anywhere. And it's all eyes on K23 right now as they win the pistol. They will have their buy. They will have what, you know, their grenades, their weapons. Meanwhile, Ago decide Nexus for a full investment. We've got 2 scouts coming out. We've got a FAMAS on Fiku. I imagine Echo goes for an SMG, perhaps only a pistol. Yeah, he's going to go for a Deagle. Fair enough. MP9 on Lemon. And let's see what the timeout here does for Ago. They're going to discuss this a little bit more extensively, how to approach the round itself.
Yeah, take the time now. Make sure they are going to be ready for whatever is about to happen, because they're spending a lot of money on a round like this. They've got the 8-round buffer at least to do something risky like this. And even better if it works out immediately, because then K23, they're going to be left to nothing. Essentially, they're going to be ruined for the next 2 rounds. But let's see the outcome, though. CTs might want to get a bit aggressive, seems like it.
I mean, this is what I was talking about in the first half, right? This is what I expected from K23 CT side, to be aggressive towards Speedway, to try and break the concentration and more specifically the default. Because if you're able to put a wedge into the default of a T side, you force them to react in manners perhaps that they are not used to, or perhaps manners that they're not really currently ready for. Oh god, Fiku double! From Cave into Leopard. He has a new skin to wear. Luckily, Norbert comes in. They found another kill in between there. So it's going to be down to Echo and, of course, Furlan. But this is it's going to be hard. Still hard. I mean, you know, the way it started off, it certainly doesn't smell right.
No, but I like the fact that the K23 is slowing this down now. I like the fact that they are now just thinking, you know, we've got the time, let's not rush into anything. Instead of make sure they're absolutely ready for everything that the CT side is going to throw at them. But slow down, take precautions. Should be a fairly easy site to take at this point.
Should be, yep, should be. I'm expecting this not to work out for Ago, just because, you know, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the weaponries, they don't even have the positions, and as we can see here, exactly that is the case. Furlan, I mean, he doesn't even have a Kevlar, and I'd expect him to run away to try and save the scout. It's worth more in his hands in the next round than, you know, dead on the floor with his cold body next to it. In any case, so far so good. You know, they started off relatively strong with the pistol. Kinda got a little bit scared there for a second when Fiku pulls out a double. But Norbert quickly takes care of it, and they get the bomb plant, they get a little bit of extra money on the side, and make sure that, all things considered, they will be in a relatively strong position moving forward. And even the odds, as we can see them here, previously it was K23 at 1.5 odds, I believe, and 2.4 odds for Ago. Now they bounce back, with Ago being the favorites, which makes far more sense. They're the ones that had a great start. They're the ones that really had an amazing performance, really. And there's no denying that. K23, there's a lot to show. There's a lot to make up for. But I'm convinced they can do it.
Ooh, okay. The pistol's able to get a few kills out of a round like this. Not the worst. He actually turned this into a win, but Neil just no thank you. 2 kills for him at a Furlan in a 1 vs 2. Has the USP and a scout, but if he walks through this one, it's essentially as good as dead. And that's what he is. So, a 6th for the side of K23. A start now at least established. We got the first 2 rounds of the second half. Here's the gun rounds though, and this is gotta be the real issue. Like you've said before, the stats, they favor the CT side of Ago to like 72% win rate on the CT side compared to what, 40 on the T side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's it's definitely not gonna be an easy road ahead for K23, that we know.
That's the thing. It shouldn't be. I mean, it is Ancient after all. We are expecting this to be a difficult battle for them. But, you know, this is why they're here. This is why you gotta, you know, you really gotta show them who's boss. But look at Ago. This is the aggression I was talking about all this time towards that first half. And, of course, the CT side more specifically is how you have to pull out all the stops. And I love this mid-take. They smoke it first, they molly it a little bit, excuse me, the smoke was T-sided, but again, they molly it deep, and then once the peek comes from Neelan, they're ready for him. Norbert, meanwhile, in the smoke, it's going to be a little bit of a kiss, bang, bang scenario. Furlan finds the kill, it's going to be a second there, Lemon, and he will find himself another kill. This is great for Ago. They do not even need to press the envelope, press the issue anymore. They've got the damage, they've got the advantage, and as you can see here, it's a little bit dangerous to be peeking like this. Oh god, the flash, sure, the mid-peek, not so much. This second towards B-ramp, I get it, it was a flash. He tried to get the kill, he almost got it. Zepar, though, reacts quicker, and it's going to be 40 seconds and an A-play. And, well, Ultimate and Lemon could still lose this round. This would be pretty devastating for Ago, given that they started off so well.
Absolutely. Now, though, you're not going to get to find it if it does work out. The bomb plant, it should be an easy thing. There's no one here to really contest for that, at least, so...
I'm kind of surprised, actually, that Ago is completely ignoring this. This doesn't make a lot of tactical sense.
Yeah, they are playing this more in line with... Let's just play it slow, this is gamble on B. If they happen to go A, we'll just retake. Let's see if that works out. The first kill is there, and Z are down to 22, so 1 bullet away from death, literally, and there it is as well. You know what? If that's the thought of retake we're going to be seeing, I don't mind the fact that they're playing the gamble, or playing those gamble stacks. It works.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. The thing is, in a 2-on-2, if one of your opponents lurks through middle, for example, and the other one goes to plant on the A side, you all of a sudden have a lot of area to cover, a lot of area to take care of. So the more you split, the lesser chance you have of either having a refrag or any sort of reaction to it. And that's why what I dislike, because I believe Lemon stayed in cave, and it was Ultimate, I believe, that stayed in CT. Either way, Ultimate finds the first. Look at this start, 20 rounds in, and Ultimate, again, pushing this B ramp position, B speedway. They get the first drop. And how does K23 react here? Well, they need some kills. Lemon still finds X5, and Zepar is now caught between a hard place and a rock, and, well, he's going to push on forward. I like it. He's going to try and break the rock. And he does it.
Yeah. Yeah, takes down the first. Access towards the B side just like that is given. And oh, Nealon? Yeah, he should realize. Has decided to go back, but the bomb still has to cross, which is the worst thing here for the side of the K23. Mechanical like that, they can try and do something about it, but they are being surrounded. Merlin's here, but Nealon smartly so jacks back, but drops the bomb. A real gentleman tucks himself away in a flash as well. That's going to force X-Power again to think about this. Where does he want to go? How does he want to challenge? Who does he want to challenge? And kills it. 1 versus 3 now is Exit Power. Need to see some of that magic from his ult.
Yeah, I mean, he's really gonna need the magic stick, and he's got the right skin, man. He's got the right skin. Zay Power, 1v2. He's gonna have to go towards one of the sites now, and he decides A. That's a smart choice. And look at the difference. Lemon's already in Temple. He's basically just waiting for the click of the bomb, and as soon as he tries it, Lemon's gonna peek out, find the kill, deny the round, and deny the victory here. There's one big mounting problem that K23 are about to go up against it. It's their economy. They have nothing to bank onto. They've got nothing to fall onto. Without a bomb plant, they are going to be left in shambles. And we do see that the odds, whilst not the best for K23 from where they were to where they got now, still relatively close to each other. So I'm going to be honest here. Like, Ago, whilst they probably have like a 90% chance to win this map now, there is that 10% that K23 can still bounce back magically and really just wreak havoc for Ago in the total outlook of things. But a timeout for Ago to try and discuss this, I believe it was for Ago. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, well, I'm not going to correct you. I believe you were right about that one. I do believe it was indeed Ago. But it doesn't really matter that much. What we do know is that K23, they've decided to go for yet another buy. It's a risky one, but look at Ultimate again. Still able to get one out of that one. A risky position he was put in. K23 decided to take that challenge, and Norbert is taken down 2 now. A second wanted to fall down towards Donut. Lehman is still alive towards B short as well, and he's got to hear all this information. Tell that to his teammates who are now waiting on A. Zax Echo a few times in this position. Last time I do remember he was caught out here. That smoke is at the perfect time. So now that he's had to think about it, do you really want to commit to this A site here? Do you wait out the smoke? Do you see if anyone's flanking? Because you've got no position here towards mid. You don't know where they are. Or do you take the risk and challenge A?
I feel like you gotta take some risks. Otherwise, you're never really going to be able to take down Ago. And look at Ago themselves. They've decided to check out A. Nobody's there. Pop flash to clear Donut. Nobody to contact with. And it looks like it's going to be the B attempt instead of A. Not going to lie, would have preferred A in this case. But then again, Lemon's going to peek out, and that is an easy kill for Nealon. And should be a save for Ago. They don't have the money to afford a loss of both weapons and Kevlars and everything in between.
Yeah, low HP. Quick little flick, head taken out.
Still, a save is a must.
Yeah, especially now. If Viku hadn't taken any damage, they might have considered it, but no. Right, yeah. At this point, no. They've still got a 7-round lead even after this one. They're going to play it safe. They know they've got the time. They know they got the chances to do so. And we are staring at a 7-14. K23 still not the greatest of starts. We're hoping more on the second map, or maybe even still on this. There's always that sort of a fairy tale comeback that could happen. You never know. You never know.
It's always possible. It's like I said, this is CSGO, man. It's not over till it's over. We've seen comebacks from far worse positions, from far worse results, and I'm not yet ready to call it completely. Once we get to that 15, once the money is gone for K23, then we can be a little bit more, how to say, certain I can put it like that. And kind of like the idea here for K23 and an A split, but they've got nobody in Donut. That's a bit concerning. They've got 3 players coming in from H and nobody else from Donut, nobody else from Middle, besides the attempt that they just failed at. It's not a positive outlook for the start of this round. And they are going to deal with Furlan, and I believe it is Echo with the M4 in Temple. And yes, that is indeed the case, and Furlan does not even need the support! As Echo finds X5, it's down to Norbert and Zaypower, but Norbert finds ultimate, down to Zaypower it goes, misses the shot, a very hard one mind you, and all eyes on Norbert, 1v3 to save the day for K23.
But all the CTs, they've taken up weapons. Norbert as well, they know where he's coming from. They've got a crossfire on the angle and the AWP as well watching. How the hell does that happen when the pistols are let loose and allowed to do so much damage?
Yeah, that's a riddle, I think, and we'll never really fully grasp. It's in the heat of the moment. You're a little bit concerned, you're a little bit bedazzled, and then you kind of drop the ball on the spray. You're not accurate on the first bullet. You know, all those. It's the little things, especially when you move against the pistol. A lot of us, or a lot of times, we don't consider the fact that a lot of these players are possibly still moving around when they're shooting, and when you do that with an AK, you will never hit the first bullet. Like, the first bullet accuracy just goes completely off. It's like going to the moon and not to the head of your opponents. And we can see the faces here of K23. They're not exactly happy, and I can understand their sentiment, absolutely. I wouldn't be too if I was them. They know that they screwed it royally up with their performance here to begin with. But alas, I do believe that, you know, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe not for Ancient anymore, because as I said earlier, money is gone. 15th round for Argo, 8 in a row. Can they really do it? Answer is most likely not, because that 10% just made it to, you know, 0.5% potentially. Maybe 1% if we're being good about it, or if we're being positive. And look at this aggression. This is what I'm talking about consistently. This is why the CT side is so strong, because you've got so many angles you can come rushing out and killing your opponents. It's just nigh impossible to cancel it, and there we have it.
First map's done, and Algo, they take the victory. Their map pick goes their way, and just like that, we're moving on to our second one. I believe that, again, is still Mirage. Can you double check that one? But either way,
You're
into
correct.
that one at K23, it's going to be their map pick. Yes, it is Mirage, and we'll see if they can come back. Can they force it into Dust 2? Who knows? We'll find out after the break, so don't go anywhere. We've got more Counter-Strike action headed your way.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
And we are back, everybody. Pinnacle Cup number 4 is here. Myself and Nexus are here likewise. We're entering map number 2, Mirage, right now. Going 1-for-1, well, 1-for-0 actually. Ago winning Ancient quite convincingly, moving into the pistol. We see, of course, that K23 this time around start on the T side. It is because they have decided to choose Mirage. Nexus, we've seen a devastating blow to K23 on Ancient. Do we dare say it could repeat here on Mirage?
You can't take the possibility away. It is there. Although they played this map ever so slightly, but it's just the fact that they haven't really had the successes on the map that you would expect. But either way, we'll find out what they can do. Because right now, they've already started defending. The one planet is going to go down, though. So playing for the retake instead of Fiku. Good position at least. Hearing Z-Power in towards ladder. That might give him that first kill they need. There it is. The first kill, the second as well. Nearly there, but instead taken away. CTs. They've got Norbert taken down to them as well. And X5, last man standing. And one of us to the one planted for him as well. Now Axeko full and on the other side. Only got to try and defuse that bomb. And Axeko covers as well. And that is the first round done with the 10-second defuse. I'll go take the win.
It sets a scary precedent, absolutely. I mean, the difference is that Ago did lose on Ancient, the pistol, and they were the ones down 3-0, then bounced back quite convincingly 12-3. We shouldn't forget that, ever. But of course, with winning the pistol here on Mirage, they really put up a bit of a dent into the plans of K23. We do see the full buy, of course, coming out for our Russian-Kazakhstani team. We've got AKs, Galils, a little bit of utility. Well, that's negligible, really. A single smoke, a single molly, flash, and nade. And I'm kind of eager to see what they plan to do here. Is it a straight A take? Because it certainly smells like it. Or is it something else entirely? We're about to find out. Ultimate with the AWP, and we've got the rest of the team with the M4s. And I kind of like the M4 buy-up because it tells you the story that Ago knows they might be facing a force buy. And it also tells you the story that Ago am prepared for this, well, for this heavy take of the A side. As we're about to begin, here comes the attempt.
Yeah, just walking through the CTs, the buy isn't paying too much just yet until Fiku does decide to get 2 more. Adding to his tally of 3 in the round so far. Neil as well, he's stuck in mid, they know this. With 50 seconds left, if X5 gets taken down, that's the round. No, just avoiding eyes.
He missed him.
Eyes on him, yeah. Maybe able to sneak in the jungle. That gives them a bit of room to work with and even to flank towards B if they want to.
Or he could go through CT back towards A, really depending what they like. But I think, yeah, B will be the right option here. Axeko, though, smartly enough, goes into apps, and he's got a lot of control to exert from this position. I doubt they're going to be checking this anytime soon, at least not before the plant. And Axeko, he only needs a single sound to confirm what he already knows, albeit Neelan might be the one to be going to check this car. Spot.
Yeah, Neelan. Yeah, he really wants to check this as well. He's making sure, just in case, because he doesn't spot anyone. They knew there was no one to market. Has to be an absent. There it is. Head taken down at Fiku. 1 versus 2, 22 HP. He's not going to risk it.
No.
Instead, bow down, bow out, give K23 the first, and tie things up immediately. Now, I'm going to hit you with a few numbers here, okay? Tell me what you think. 1 out of 6 games Argo have won Mirage in the past 3 months or so. Only once have they gotten less than 10 rounds. That was against the BLUEJAYS 3 days ago. They've had 2 overtime games. First of which, 22-20 win against Enterprise. And that was about 2 weeks ago. And then if you scroll back to time about a month, about a month ago, add a week to it as well. They played 71 rounds of Mirage against Na'Vi. 34-37. They lost that one. Right after which they played Australia 13-16, lost that as well.
Damn.
What do you think about that one?
I mean, EPL performance is kind of the most important of all, and the fact that they were able to put up that many rounds, that much of a performance against Na'Vi, kind of gives me hope that there is, there is an Ago we haven't yet seen here on the server, at least on this in this particular best of 3. Even with the first map being won very easily, well, easily perhaps is a strong word, but being won convincingly, I don't think we saw the Ago that we expected. But in any case, I mean, clearly they're at a big advantage if they just activate 50% of what we saw in the past of Ago. Oh, ultimate. Well, he's certainly starting to smash ultimately.
And now as well, walking through, Z-Power gets 2 in the kill feed, and one man revealed to be on A, which, nearly works out for a kill, but ultimate, his tail is done. Only gets the 1 in there around an Axeco with a 5-7. Oh, actually an M4 now. Able to collect one of those. Spot stat. Gotta be happy to take that away. And now look at a save as well, but he decided they've got one man somewhat on the hunt. If he goes into apartments, might as well get taken down if he goes too deep, but nope. Marker he goes, he's got to be able to survive, surely. Looking at a 2-1 scoreline for K23. Again, this is their map pick. They lost the first one without too much of a fight the first half. It kind of set the nails at the coffin. And then Algo just hammered them in at the end as well. So, this is a must-win for the Russian squad here, if they want to have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, K23, I wasn't convinced the way they were playing on the T side of Ancient, so I'm fairly certain they're going to be performing a lot better here on Mirage. They already are starting off a lot better, at least a little bit more convincingly. Yet again, there are a lot of holes to be patched up, especially in the department of aggression and how they approach that. Albeit Ancient is far more unique of a map compared to Mirage, so I don't think there's going to be too many issues with that in this scenario. But I love this stack towards B. They've put Axeco with the M4 alone towards A, the rest focusing to stack up on B. And it pretty much tells the story that we expected. It's Ago that's trying to outmaneuver and outsmart their opponents, while K23 is playing a default mid-take without any sort of info both for A or B. Comparatively, well, X5 is in B apps, but he's not really able to get much out of that since he has nothing to really look out to. Meanwhile, the stack on B could work if only they will not read it too well. But it seems like K23 is careful and they are reading their literature without having too much doubt to it. I kind of like this, they're not going to allow themselves to be caught in the whirlwind of a stack. And also, one thing that I very much like is the fact that they're not standing in typical corners where you would usually be hiding on a stack kind of play. Meanwhile, X-Echo, I mean, he knows. He's dead. X-Echo's dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Neil as well. He spots Shadow. Takes the wide stance against him. Easy peasy. M4 collected, and that's the end of Ago in a round before as well. Their tail is done. They got nothing else here. Hoping the T-side might go ahead and hunt them down. Even so, that feels like they're not really wanting to do that too much. Slight perimeter outside of marker, but that's it. Just in case they rush out. Nealon's here, baiting in for his teammate. And this one. Fiku might make 2, but we'll find out. Oh, well, there you go. Is Lehman going to make a 3rd? We at least know that K23 is going to take a 3rd. There you go.
No, yeah.
Please
There we
sweep.
go.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's what you need to see in rounds like this, no doubt. We are going into the gun round without an AWP, and I would say that is a pretty big minus for Ultimate. He's had some great moments on Ancient, and I'm expecting the same to be happening here on Mirage once we get to it. But with 5 M4A1Ss across the board, with limited utility without any sort of diffuse kits, my concern grows by the second. I really would have preferred to see at least one defuse kit. You know, it's the bare minimum you can go for, and it's not that expensive, only $400. Yeah, you're not gonna have 2 flashbangs or a smoke and a flash, but better than that than have no time to defuse. Furlan finds 1, ultimate gets caught, and now it's down to Lemon to try and hold the fort, and he will find 2. That is a great hold coming out from him. As he finds himself dead at the end of it all, it is going to be a 3v2 right now. Fiku burning. Furlan and XEcho coming in for the rotation. Furlan through Con, XEcho through CT. There is a lot of room for mistakes, but there is also a lot of room for victory here for Argo. K23 deciding that, you know what, let's get the hell out of here. Let's go B. Might be the better choice, and it seems to be the case because nobody's rotating, nobody's looking at the map, nobody's thinking about the B play, and Argo is completely and utterly indecisive as to should they rotate or not, and they should have done it a long time ago. At least one of the players should be their eyes and ears towards the B side to try and make sure they cannot sneak behind them, because the position of Zaypower here is perfect. And Argo, they're still oblivious. Come on, Argo, what are you doing? What are you doing? Look at this. Both of them are still on A. Come on, please realize you haven't seen a single player cross. What are you thinking? Furlan jumps short, so at least he makes the KZ jump. But it's going to be a 2-on-2 now. And as I said, no defuse kit. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, X5 left in the clutch, good in these positions. And now against only Axik, who's making no secret about his position. His whereabouts now lying in the grave after a headshot as well. And that is a weird round from Argo. They did not seem to realize they thought there was someone on A, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of, but they just stayed around for way too long.
Like, for me, the most confusing part is that they had 2 or 1 player watching the cross on A, and surely they would have had some sort of indication somebody's on site if there was somebody there, actually. Instead of actually putting a 3rd player of theirs back towards B to make sure he doesn't, you know, he has some info, they kind of screwed themselves over. That was a big screw-up by Argo, and these kind of mistakes, that's what I was talking about earlier. These kind of plays or indecisive moments are what is killing Argo when you look at the bigger picture. K23, though. Good stuff so far. Zaypower does get headshotted, but we can see that it's going to be a 4v4 with Argo on a meager semi-investment. Even then, I don't think it's worth calling it that. It's basically an eco. It should be a simple enough of a 5th round for K23, no doubt. Oh, he's going to see the shadow, though. But doesn't help him.
No, it doesn't matter. Shadow or not, instant headshots for fame. K23, they're showing us a completely different side of themselves from the first map. There's no stopping them, but maybe there is. Okay, I spoke too soon because ultimate just headshot, dink, boom. They're out. There's another one. God damn, these headshots, man. 3. You cannot put an end to this, man. Fast enough for the last man as well. Attacking at 28.57 is lethal. And
oh, no way!
The pistols for Argo, despite the fantastic start, it's ultimate who puts an end to them, puts a stop to them. And Axek could have finished the job as well. Round number 6 goes to Argo.
Now that is the way to make your entrance into the team. I believe he's been in the squad for about 14, 16 days, give or take, so 2 weeks here or there. And that is one way to put a statement on everyone's into everyone's mind. Yo, boys, I'm here to stay. This is my performance. This is my day, and I love what I'm seeing. Ultimate with the op out, and it's going to be K23 with a rebuy. Obviously, Zaypower has an op of his own. Fiku, meanwhile, starting off pretty strong. That's a good enough of a beginning. But why does Furlan then go wide through short? These kind of decisions is what really sticks with me. I really dislike it. Like, I really dislike this. For some reason, they get an entry and then they decide, yeah, let's just go re-aggress middle. No, you just don't do that unless you have a plan behind it all. Let's say, you know, 2 or 3 players that are wanting to do it. Yeah, no. And now they lose Lemon, and that's what I'm talking about. A single mistake like that, you absolutely lose it. And XEcho from Forest, he's got a tough job ahead of him, and he needs at least 2 frags, minimum. Oh, he's been spotted. He's dead. Because Zaypower is about to peek him. Oh, no! Zaypower misses again! Oh, that's not the first time! Oh, no, 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 no. Zaypower. Okay, thank God he does not miss the second. Whew, that would have been And also, again, Echo repeaks the same corner. It's like Ago is intentionally just fooling themselves here. I don't understand. Why are you repeaking the same corner where an op just shot from? It's like you're wanting to die or what? I don't get it. Ultimate and Fiku, meanwhile, it's gonna be a split retake. I'm not particularly fond of this.
Yeah, basically everyone's tagged in this position, and well, now that Ultimate's down, he was the only one with any HP.
Dude, this is what I was talking about earlier. Why do you peek middle? You lose a player for nothing. Okay, it's 4v4, and then you just... The whole squad just keeps on doing the same mistake over and over again. I am very, very confused by all of this by Ago. For some reason, they're just... They just... put themselves out there for nothing.
Yeah, now, again, the one around the CTs to go is instantly replied to with that. It really is the consequences of their own actions that is their unfolding, is their doing. Entering again, next round of CTs, the 1M4 saved. That could do the trick in some ways, but you're asking a whole lot again. 23, they're not really looking to rush into anything. They're playing this the way they want to. They're setting the pace right now, and Algo, they have to match that. They have to try and get out of that as well. All at the same time, because, well, K23, they're showing mid-control. That's got to be a no-go for the CTs. Maybe you can get a kill or two every now and then. But overall, if you try and fight mid, you're going to be left at a loss, and the T side, they can just... They can find the one gap in the defense. They can get towards the position where they make the most out of it. Here, it could be ramp. There's the 2 CT stack, but I go seem like they are going to be calling that off ever so slightly. So Ultimate gets the first contact. His teammate will swing back as well. But with the open Z-power on this, it's not going to result in the first kill for the CTs. And the second, even if it is there like that, the T-side, they're still walking through. There's not much you can do to stop them, even if Fiku... Okay, again, it gets 2. That's good. The M4 allowed to do something and now picked up as well. Can still wreak havoc, and just like that, it's actually done something.
What is going on? Why are you planting out for short? What is this right now? I don't know what I'm watching anymore, but this is just absolutely out of this world. Zaypower 1v1 against Echo, and can he pull it off? Yes, he can. He's gonna hit the headshot, but what is this from K23? You've got a player on site and you're planting for short con? What the hell? Like, what is... I am completely and utterly dumbfounded by these decisions right here. I really am. I don't understand why are these, like, why are you making such foolish decisions, guys?
Yeah, that felt like it should have been done done a little bit easier than it actually ended up being, but another round for K23 nonetheless. Played on the risky side. They're you know, maybe adrenaline junkies. They like the thrill of it. Live life on the edge, as they say, and look to get a 7th as well. But the one thing, again, this is something similar to the first map, where back then, they didn't really get their economy rolling until it was fairly late in the half. And right now, K23 in a similar position. They've lost a lot of players that have gone... A lot of the rounds have gone down to 2, even 1 player in a few of the cases. Right, so you can see Z-Power, he's got money. He's the only one who's actually got any sort of money in the bank.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we can say Nealon as well, but Ultimate here is gonna burn as a nade, I believe, also helped them die a little bit quicker there. The difference is K23 on the T side can afford to lose those players with a bomb plant, you know, with everything else in between it. They can still get that extra little bit of juice going. So it's not the end of the world. Zaypower finds Fiku as well, and Argo seem to be completely and utterly bedazzled by the players of K23 this map. And equally I am as well. I just... Like, sometimes these decisions just make no sense. Absolutely zero logic to them. But, as you and I both know, this is Mirage. This is one of those maps where sometimes you feel it, sometimes you don't. You can't really say for certain which one is one of those times, but I'm fairly certain that Argo should be doing a lot better. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, Echo, just turn to your right. God damn. Just turn to your right. Like,
Not happening. Not happening. Look at this. There's Knight. Spot the second as well. It's a game they're playing, and Norbert, he's the one who wins it all. And before you even know it, the CTs 10 seconds ago, they still had a chance. But now, it's all coming down, crumbling, and Apeks as well. Last matter taken down. And just as I mentioned the economy and how close these rounds have been, this happens. All 5 stay alive, and just like that, their money problems basically have been fixed. Like, my god. A23. A godsend gift. And this now, if we are looking at it, is kind of showing us a different side of Ago, different side of K23 as well. One that we were not expecting. T-set is looking good. It's coherent. It's all coming together.
It's what we expected, in a way. K23 definitely on Mirage. You know, this is their home turf. I would expect them to be a lot better than Ago in this scenario, and that's pretty much it. I mean, Ago, clearly the first map. I would dare say one of the reasons we saw such a good ending to the first map is because they had such a beautiful performance on the T side. Because if it wasn't 12-3, I can guarantee you that K23 would be up to at least 12-13 rounds themselves, and then, you know, maybe neck-to-neck battle for those final few left over. And Ago, you know, they had such a big difference in rounds that they were really able to close it with a single mistake being abused from K23, and that's it. In this case, we see the difference. We see what happens when you don't have that mental fortitude, that advantage, advantage of numbers, that advantage of even in a way momentum. And K23 is literally slapping them right now. It's just like, slapping candy out of their mouth and their hands. Viku, nice shots. I mean, we still have some very nice shots. Not gonna lie, we still have some very nice moments here and there. But this is a different Ago than what we saw on Ancient, and hopefully they'll wake up by the time we start up the second half. But this is, I'm assuming this is gonna end somewhere in the range of 10-5. 11-4 for K23, because it's just absolutely devastating for Ago.
Yeah, it's far from ideal at this point. It's getting out of hand, some might say.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's City-side Mirage, right? You're expecting more. It's one of the most balanced maps we have in the map pool. I'm expecting far more from City-side Mirage. I'm not gonna lie. I expect Ago to have a much better performance than what they're doing. Though, to give them, leeway, they are a better T-side team than they are as the CT. So, again, whilst, this is not great, I want to see how the second half goes, how their T-side goes, because that's where it's really going to matter.
Yeah, but, I mean, we kind of saw an Ancient, right? If you don't get enough of those rounds in the first half, you don't really get a chance to come back. Is there still a chance something similar to that could happen? The worst case scenario, 13-2. Best case, they turn it around at 8-7. You never know what you're gonna get. Hopefully something in the middle where they can still get a chance, but K23 still show us that they are in the game. They're not gonna give up. We want to see that third map. They want to see DOS 2. Perhaps we might get to as well, but if we do, then there's the question mark. How much have K23 been playing that or practicing it? Because playing it, not much. They played it once in the past few months against Valve, and that was in the Season 40 playoffs, I believe.
Well,
it's been a while.
It's been a while. Sorry, that's a reference to Critical Role. In any case, double AWP, Ultimate and Furlan. I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing here. Double up is always an answer you can go for, or always an option you can go for when you feel like you're not doing too well, when your rifle's not hitting their marks. Double up can usually save you that loss. But you gotta be very careful with it, because it's one of the hardest ways. You either play and win very well, or you flop so hard you're gonna ask yourself what is actually real. In any case, Neelan here, yeah, beautiful boost, and Neelan has decided to be the obvious game breaker here for Ago. That's pretty much it. Save Fiku. You have no business staying close here. Save what you can. Get the hell out of there. And hope to have a better performance in the coming rounds. And I think the reality of 10-5 is now getting more and more on board here with everybody else as well. I think they're kind of suspecting K23 even that they're going to be getting somewhere 10-11.
Yeah. Right, the way it is going, there seems to be a little Argo can do. Like, the most they can do, in my opinion, is going to be the early rounds where they can contest for control. Say, if sending a few more players towards mid, we've seen how the trades have gone out there a few times. But or K23 themselves, they are kind of changing up right now. They're not going only towards there. They're again now hitting the bomb sites more or less. And maybe then the one flank as well. But as it is right now, Argo, they need to have a change. CT Mirage is easy enough to go for some sort of different playstyle. You can't just stack towards A. You can have 3 players play that one, or play there. You can have double con, you know. However you will. Just do something different right now that would put a wrench in the T side here. Just not allow them to do what they want. You gotta start playing to your own horn. Seemingly, no such changes are going to be made. Maybe ultimate towards B is going to be something in Furlan as well. A double op. Did not notice that, but has gone towards Palace. Has got a kill on entry there, and now comes question mid control. Fiku has been fantastic at rounds like this, at positions like this. You finally get to see that chance for the CT side to do something, because another kill comes through on the B side. That's the op getting more action. You know where Fame is, but oh. One tap, okay. Fiku deleted, sent to next week.
Norbert, meanwhile, has been able to sneak into window, and hopefully Ago will have some cognizance of this. Otherwise, they are going to be in a very troublesome position. And again, like, look at... Okay, yeah, they've got the op trained on that corner. Furlan's going to be able to take care of that easily. Not gonna lie, again, you know, double up, it is a bit weird seeing it 2 times in a row, but then again, it's not the worst choice, alas, as I already explained in the previous round. I think it's a decent change-up that can give you an upper hand over an opponent that does not suspect it, and I think this is exactly the case. K23 were almost convinced that this would not happen again, but, well, alas, here we are. Ultimate, one more for him, as Fame brings it back, but Ultimate will close it with a hat-trick, and the 3rd round for Ago is confirmed, and perhaps if they can make it 6-9, I guess, given their past poor performance and their excruciatingly bad statistic on Mirage, I'd say, you know, it's a okay-ish result for the first half, or okay result if you want to call it that. But alas, I still believe that they should be playing a little bit better on the T side. But K23, on the other hand, you know, we gotta give it to them. They're playing a great game of CS. They're giving us what we didn't get to see on Ancient. They're having good structure, they're having good control over their decisions, and more specifically, the whole squad is working like a unit, and it shows. It shows in their quality of attacks or of executions, and this is what I love to see. That's the K23 I expected. Here comes the A push again, though, this time no flash, no nothing, but a Zaypower and X5, 2 kills to their name already.
Exactly. Look at jungle, though. There's another man who snuck in yet again, so Ultimate has to be careful of a possible flank. His teammates, no one's guarding that. One is towards mid, and, well, it's going to be taken down, apparently. So now they know one's towards jungle. The off still looking to do something about this one. And Ultimate alive, kicking well, and now the bomb drops as well. Well, not alive and well, not anymore. So Axeco has to think about this. Do you want to save? Do you want to go for it in a 1-on-3 with money as fragile as it is? That is the bigger concern, it seems, and we are looking at 10-3 for K23, who are, again, not slowing down too much. Another singular round for Argo in the middle of it all. But as we're getting to it, it is looking like a fairly strong showing. Like I said, this is something that we didn't really get to see on the first map. It's looking structured. It's looking like they actually have ideas on how they want to approach it. They've got the contingency, and the lurks are working as well. Like Norbert towards mid quite often. He's been getting a bunch of things done for his team. this time as well. He stops that rotate, and as soon as ultimate goes down or goes out in CT, the round just gets decided, right? Even if he drops that bomb, the Molotov, the utility usage is great. We've seen the kill source connector, they've stopped ultimate from doing much, so he kind of has to fit in the puzzle of K23. He's not allowed to play like he wants or himself normally. And this is the trade-off.
Yep. I gotta give it to Norbert. He's been absolutely insane. Like in terms of the lurk, he's been doing some great stuff. And I think one of the reasons why we have such a convincing performance by K23 is also in part, of course, because of him. Again, though, we have a bit of a split decision here. K23 towards B in-house. One player is going to be going in towards lower under. Okay, underpass, and 3 players towards middle with a bit of a boost, if I saw correctly. Could be a run boost as far as I could tell, but you never know. And they take mid control, so that's great to see. We've got ultimate very far up in B apps, and this is a dangerous position, but X5 does not check it. A bit of a mishap. It happens from time to time. You don't usually expect the CT to be in this position, especially not when you're kind of going entering the final 2 stages rounds of the first half. Alas, I love the deep CT palace spot, and Fiku boosted through short. He abuses that, takes fame. Lemon gets caught in CT triple, but it's going to be down to Furlan. If he can play his position correctly, he's going to be able to get a lot more than just a single frag. Not going to say he's going to try and prevent the plant, but he can definitely do a lot of damage. But he gets caught by Neelan. Norbert and Neelan both have kept an eye out. Norbert gets caught, but that is enough. Echo 1v2, and now he's got to go. There is no option but to go. Zapar at 2 HP. Support is still available. Smoke thrown. And this is going to be a difficult one for Echo. 9 possible, I say.
Yeah, the Orbs watching. Neelan ready to support on ramp as well. Time is running out. There's 15 seconds.
Oh, he's saving.
He's going to go ahead and save again. For Argo, I like the change in the round they played. Early 3 towards A, they managed to get, I believe, Lima towards apartments again, towards Palace. From there, one managed to sneak it all the way back towards B, the short boost. That was fantastic, though, right? This is the sort of changes. K23, they haven't really been insanely fast when it comes to this mid place. You can punish them if they are slow enough. You did. You got one in connector. That's good. The problem comes when Neelan or Lehman is being expected in Palace, right? As soon as he goes down, there's the second full-up with the ultimate as well. And again, you're looking at it 1 versus 3. So, that's kind of the difference right now. Even if Argo changed things up, they were playing slightly alone. They were expected, there was no sort of support there at all. At K23, they just held the angles they thought they might be in. Right? Worry about CT and Palace. Those were the only things you had to worry about.
Yeah, I was surprised Furlan was that easily ousted without even a single frag. That really kind of itched me a little bit in the wrong spot. But Neelan, he's taking care of Khan. Good flash, Norbert with the support. And look at that, K23 open up middle. There's nobody else there. That's the one surprise I'm kind of having. Why is nobody else supporting Lemon? But unfortunately for, of course, K23, Fiku is there. Fiku with a hat trick. Still gonna be a 2-on-2. Fame with a double. Hey, yeah, boy, Fame is back. Everybody's giving him a lot of flack, but the man has been playing pretty solid, at least in this second map. And down to Furlan, once again, 1v2. The bomb has been planted default, which is probably the worst way to plant to start off with, but the best way to plant when you are convinced that you can take CT and keep it. But Furlan, for what he did not do in the previous, he pulls off here in the last one as we finish this first half, 4-11.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to highlight one man right now in Argo. That's Fiku. He's 18. He's been on this team for 2 years. So when he was, or before he was 16, he joined this team. That's insane, right? Like, that's young talent showing what they can do given time. And Fiku, he's definitely doing that right now. So many times he's been the one to get even 3 kills, connector, jungle, all of that area. That's his. That's where he's been given his team's chances to breathe and possibilities of taking these rounds. They only took 4 in the first half. Now's the second. You said, Argo, they're better on the T side. Now they have to show it. They've got 2 sets of util, they've got the pistol, and if there were any way to get back into this, it would be this. Well, that certainly was quite the round, but
as I said, we enter this second half with an ounce of hope for Argo. Let's see if they have it for themselves, as they are going to go for the B take. I kind of like the idea as Power on short, wide exposed. Needs to be careful. You don't want to risk your life. K23, they know better than to throw themselves into the meat grinder without any sort of support. Ultimate, meanwhile, pushing into kitchen. Power finds another on Furlan. A 2-on-3 right now. An advantage for K23, no doubt. But it is going to be Fiku left over alone. And speaking of the man, speaking of the devil, he will get one, but he will get only 2 in totality. As Neelan takes the headshot and secures K23's second pistol. Actually, first pistol, excuse me, as they lost the first pistol in the map. Win here, the second pistol, as 12-4 is a convincing result and an even better one than what possibly Argo could have thrown on the board, I think. Because we gotta keep in mind that Argo did lose the second pistol on Ancient. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why we saw a turning point in 5 rounds in favor of K23 by the time Argo got there first.
Yeah. The pistol is something that does affect things quite a bit. It is the early momentum of the half always. And it might be tough to get back into the groove if you do let it snowball, but right now with K23, of course, getting the pistol, they are in a fairly good position. Just gotta try and dodge all the rifles the T-side have. The fact that they've got so little utility is gonna affect how they play, right? They're looking for an entry instead of Fiku. You saw him trying you saw him at the kill feed to try to go towards Abe, and Norbert welcomes that, of course. And with nothing else there, they gotta focus their eyes towards mid, see what the rifles can do there. And, well, I would assume they try to play the numbers in a position like this, but of course, I'm not entirely sure if that will work out, but that's the first. A quick, good headshot as well. A rifle they can collect that M4 now in their midst. And connector play seems to be towards A they want to head. Fame. Tough position to clear unless you want to give away your position in connector as well and wallbang that. But time is going to be of the essence soon enough. 40 seconds left at a Destiny as well. Spots one more top mid. Should have seen the ball with the CT side. They're not gonna give them any more chances because Norbert takes care of another one. Another one taken down by Neelan. And just say his name, Axeco, you will be dead. Will be missed. As at 4 or 13 before now. Very little out of that in terms of how much Argo invested.
See, there's an interesting kind of take. When you go for mid control, you gotta go all the way. So the biggest issues you can have on mid, and what I used to tell my team consistently was, whenever we go for mid control, you always want to take one of the 2 positions, be it either short or wind or connector. But when you do so, you can't then be standing there and waiting. You gotta do something with it. You maybe have 5 to 10 seconds max. Beyond that, your opponent will have such an advantage that you can't really get rid of it. And we could see right here why that advantage and why that slow-paced waiting game does not work out once you take a position in short or in con, and technically in con even worse than short, because short at least you have access to window through a ladder room. You really want to make sure you're going to be on the move and quickly. Instead, they got absolutely sandwiched in, and the round ended there and then. Yeah, Fiku, Lehman, and Ferlin all finding one headshot, sure. A lot of damage on the CTs, but it doesn't matter right now. K23 don't care. They have zero care in the world for the loss of a few players because they've got the money to rebuy. They've got the advantage that is almost nigh impossible to come back from now. And I have no doubt that this is going to be probably 16-4, maybe at best 16-5-6, something like this.
Yeah, looking at it, we are headed towards Dust 2, but you know, a few quarterfinals rounds wouldn't be a bad send-up for Argo. Let's see if they can get those. Let's see if they can start poking holes in the K23 defense, because you never want to go into another map feeling like nothing you did on the T side of your last map worked, like you were just getting stonewalled. But that's kind of what the second half has now started off being, now that we have a have a large sample or a large pool to look at either way. Well, let's see what they can do. They've taken control of mid, out from underpass, and maybe even a flash for connector. Actually, maybe not. Might just have to take this a bit slow, but Norbert is he's a rat here, essentially, in the back lines.
Yeah, he just came from behind, and, well, I think the Techies would be proud. In any case, that's going to be 14 still on the board, looking like 15 ever closer. I wanted to say that perhaps it's time for Argo to expand their map pool. Like, clearly Mirage is not meant to be for them, and they still play it consistently, or at least on a basis
more like,
of...
Yeah, it gets slipped in there by their opponents, by the people they play against.
Yeah, because they basically have two insta-bans, or at least two perma-bans, which is Overpass, perma-ban, and then Nuke if they can ban it as well.
Yeah.
And that's a bad thing. You gotta have...
it's a punish. Either you play Mirage or Nuke if you're Argo, kinda.
And... Exactly.
Yeah. There has to be some sort of a... some sort of change there, right?
Exactly.
That's an issue to keep in mind for the future. Maybe we start to see something later on, but at the very moment, 14 looking to turn to 15 if K23 keep that away. Let's see though. Let's take the advantage, right?
Yeah.
Position. This is quick position to get back into the site as well, because Norbert, again, he's been the man who's made a lot of these sorts of rounds work on the T side, especially.
Yep.
And now onto one. Lehman, and nothing but a dream, and might just realize he's in a nightmare soon enough because he's being surrounded. 2 kills to send off. But that's got to be 15 to K23.
See, that's the thing, you know, to kind of finish the point on the maps we talked about, or the map pool for Argo. At this level, unfortunately, you can only perhaps afford one permaban and then, you know, a second map that you kind of want to avoid, but you still want to be ready to play it if need be. 3 maps is utterly unacceptable, unfortunately. If you want to be at the top level, if you want to be where they are at, on the 33rd spot in the world, you know, and even better potentially if they can, you know, you got to improve that. And if Mirage is not doing well for you, it's time to reconsider maybe incorporating Nuke a little bit better, or starting to incorporate Overpass instead of, you know, one or the other. In any case, Furlan gets naded down. K23 expectedly take that 15th in the previous. The retake was flawless, and now Fiku, Lemon, okay, fair enough, a lot of damage, and, well, they will take the A side with a little bit of an advantage. But Argo still in a questionable state, as they will find the 5th. But remember what I said, I'm expecting somewhere 16-5, 16-6 at the very most.
Yeah, the big issue is the whole no money on K23. So if the AWP goes down, there's a chance, you know, to get a few more easier rounds for Argo, perhaps start to build on something. But then again, you've got no buffer. One round, one lucky shot, one lucky mistake, and we're off to dust too, essentially. So we're kind of seeing how long Argo can hold on for at this position. The AWP, though, allowed to survive. That's something, at least. Gives them a chance to, you know, have Z-Power do what he wants to. That was something we mentioned in the pre-game before Ancient, right? They didn't really have him do much in their match a few days ago against Sinners. That was one of the big things on Overpass, right? They kind of just had him, you know, play with the bomb, play in the back. It was more like support than anything. Today, he's looking okay. He's looking pretty good here. Maybe a round like this, where there's very little risk and high rewards, just let him go bonkers, let him go haywire, do what he wants. That could be here as well towards underpass, because a lot of focus towards mid. Fast rotate towards A. Argo, they could be caught off guard with this. Because the smokes are coming, they're going to limit what they know. And here's the CZ in Palace, Neelan strikes. And here come the trouble for Argo. Now to make sure you just avoid every single one of the players here as well, because Fiku goes down, and here's another one. Suddenly strikes his fame. One for a hat-trick and one man. They have been caught off guard as Axe Echo. CT side retakes on A. They did not work out, and now to 1 versus 3 to take A control all by himself. I wish you luck, but this might be looking like Dust 2 right at this very moment.
Absolutely, it is looking like Dust 2. There is... I mean, the chances of winning this, less than a minute, yeah, not gonna happen. We finished right there, and then, ladies and gentlemen, K23, not only have they won the map, but look at the expression on their faces. they seem to be far happier. They seem to be far more content. And, you know, it is getting a little bit later in the day, so, you know, the body, the mind starts to wake up, and I presume that is one of the reasons why we see them playing a little bit more concise, a little bit better. In any case, gents, we will be going on to a 10-minute break and return for our third and final one here on Dust 2. Make sure to stay here, get some food, get some drinks, and we'll be back with Pinnacle Cup number 4 in a moment's notice. See you soon.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money's available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup number 4. My name's Over, joined by Nexus, and we are getting ready to jump into the third and final map of this best of 3. K23 took away Mirage quite convincingly, even better than Ago on Ancient. If we compare the results 16-7 to 16-5, K23 were the ones that cleaned it out, and meanwhile Ago was the one that unfortunately had a little bit of a filibuster. But we are going into a knife round that finishes off in favor of K23, meaning they're the ones to choose the side to begin, which will be the CT, of course. But as I said, with me is Nexus, and we are getting ready to see this final map of the best of 3 of the 2-1 result in the Swiss stage, meaning the winner progresses to the playoffs. The loser has one more chance tomorrow, where they will either go home empty-handed, or they will have a chance to play in the playoffs.
Exactly. Put it in the right way. This is it. One of these teams right now, straight to the playoffs. The other one, another chance tomorrow. That the pistol begins. It's been a long road here to get here. At Dust 2. This is a map that statistically will favor Ago. As K23, they played this once in the past 3 months. They did win that one. It was a 16-14, I believe. But either way, the question is how much have they really been practicing it ever since? Because if Ago have been putting in the hours, then definitely they are gonna be, or they should have quite the advantage in this order. But then again, it comes to the question: how much practice have they had on this map recently? But either way, those questions are gonna be answered later. Right now, the pistols began at the CTs and Ts alike fighting for control of the A site, with the bombs being planted. For the retake, we go instead. X5 behind the smoke as well. As soon as that fades, gonna be in a whole lot of trouble. CT's Fame begins to approach from short, while one man from long as well. That could be the duel that decides the round as well. And then there it is. Coming through, last man long, but Lehman swings. There was a chance until X5 went down, and then XP Power as well. Last man alive. No more. Round 2 as Ago take the first.
Yeah, I mean, Ago convincingly puts up the offense. Their classic A long push, nothing out of the ordinary. I couldn't really say it was something that K23 can prevent or could have prevented. Perhaps if they had a little bit better of a setup early on, maybe. But even then, it's hard to bring down the Glocks when they run against you like a freight train. In any case, it's going to be the force buy coming out from Ago, no surprise. We've got 5.7s, we've got PT50s, actually just a 5.7 and a Deagle variety here, and Zaypower, of course, on the Scout with a Kevlar, which is a bit of a surprise. You don't get to see that very often. But I love this B-split. It's an immediate reaction, and this is what Ago required, was determination and more specifically decisiveness on Mirage. They needed to be a little bit quicker about their decisions, and in this case, you know, as soon as Long is closed out for business, they're like, yeah, let's go middle, let's smoke CT and run up B. That's what they do. Find X5, find the round, and make it look simple, clean, and precise. It's exactly what we expected.
Yeah, see, this is well, we're already getting a taste of how Dust 2 is going to be like. It is going to be quite a bit of saving if your economy isn't... You know, if it's not getting sorted in the beginning, it is going to be a lot of it just saving your weapons, carrying them over the next round, so... For the sake of K23, you do want to see them have a good start here. That's what a lot of Dust 2 relies upon. Is going to be momentum, economy, and then when you add both of those together, you kind of get Dust 2 usually. But right now, though, few players at least saving armor, saving some pistols. On to round number 3, where they can be a bit more risky. They don't have to save here. They can just go ahead and play this fast and lose if they want to. Get in their face, while the Thieves at it, they've still got 3 SMGs as well. Gotta keep that in mind. It might not be the best time to go aggressive if they were to. But you know, who am I to say that? Yeah, who am I to say that? Let's see what K23 actually get from this.
Well, I mean, K23 certainly want to take upper and lower tunnels, no doubt. We can see that they're going to be playing pretty aggro in this scenario. Furlan is going to be ignoring his left side corner. So Fame, oh Fame, that is an unlucky moment for him. If only he had checked the corner till the end, he possibly would have gotten a free kill. Now, of course, Furlan is the one to get it instead. And we go for another A play, no doubt. Again, smokes are flying in. We've got nades flying through, Molotov on car to make sure nobody's hiding in that little bit of a pesky corner. Ooh, Zaypower, that's a nice shot with the scout. Get to rarely see the headshots, but they are going to be working out at least a little bit. Though, again, Lehman with a double, as Norbert's going to be pushing on forward with the Deagle. He gets close, Fiku very low. Excuse me, Lehman very low. But unfortunately, Furlan gets caught, still leaving Neelan in a 1v2. And Fiku, if he had not been at 100, he would have fallen here. And then Lehman down to a 1v1 with 5 HP. A good chance to win for the CTs. Instead, doesn't really work out. And the gun round is right on our hands. As K23 go in with the op for Zaypower. The rest with M4s. A single defuse kit. The bare minimum we get to see. Neelan can buy another defuse kit. I hope he does. He does. That's what I wanted to see exactly. And we go into round number 4 with a full investment.
Ooh, spotting dope already as well. But on the T side, in the meantime, they've taken control of Long. They've got Pits, player down there, and one man even spraying the smoke, getting a bit of damage onto Neelan. Has to fall back, and instead, they gotta let the C-Power do what he wants here. Dust 2, you should have the Orper play fairly free, let him dictate a lot of things around him. And right now, duel towards Long is something he wants and might go for that as well. The issue is the headshot angle. It's not an easy shot to hit. But let's see if Algo do or how they want to approach it again. The first few rounds have shown us the smokes that probably are going to be fairly common in this in the T side here. And well, there you go. Z-Power taken down. Orp is out of the round. There's the smokes. CTs. Here's the thing that really matters. What sort of response do they want to go for? Because a few flashbangs are there. Here's a second one, a perfect one at that as well. Because Neelan strikes for a double, and away he goes. Escapes with his life. I'll go not allowed that safe entry after all.
You answered your own question almost instantaneously. The flashbang is pretty much the only response you can go for that makes sense, that gives you any sort of advantage that you can work with. Oh, I know what just happened. They thought that one was in Gandalf, and now they will not double check it again. This is perfect. I think K23 is still away the round, because Gandalf will not be double checked. They will not be expecting another player to be there.
Short though.
Albeit, they will be coming through short, so that's an issue. That's an issue they'll have to deal with immediately. And Gandalf, surely, will it be checked? No! It is completely and utterly ignored. X5 still only gets the 1 kill, and it's down to Neelan. And Ultimate just runs with his knife in his hands! What is going on? They ignore CT completely? Surely you know that you can be spotted from CT, that your head is out in the open, and well, you did, or you were. Neelan, beautifully done. He abuses the mistakes that Argo is putting out there, and that is what you need to do as K23 in this case. You gotta play strong, and you gotta believe in yourself. The mistakes were made, and well, they were not really ever answered. That starting pop flash towards Long was perfect, though. I have to point it out. It was near perfection. Could have almost gotten a 3K.
I mean, yeah, he got a 4K in the end, so beautiful stuff there from Neelan. Right, one of the more experienced players on the lineup as well. he's shown us what he's worth. Because usually we are looking towards a few other players, you know? Norbert, for good reason. He's given us no reason to doubt him at all, even in, you know, maps that may not have been the best for them. Fame, you know, he's a bit up and down. He's right now, you know, trying to settle in right in in these games. And then Seapar for, as well, again, good reasons. Right? You know his name. You know how good he can be, one of the better uppers out of his region. And he's trying to get things going on Dust 2 as well. But Fame, he's not going to be checked and let the first one pass as well. That is beautifully done. Very quick double, and just like that, he's escaping out of his hidey hole as well. T side walking into Norbert next. Shadow advantage. That's one. That's two. Last man standing is ultimate. Argo, they have been stopped dead in their tracks. The buy into this round is not worth it seems. Unless one of us can be pulled out of this, but no. Nope. Not at all. Hat-trick at a double. That equals a full house with the CT side of Norbert and Fame. And a second for K23.
Solid. Very solid. Not only that, they're able to pretty much cripple the economy of Argo immediately. Therefore making it near impossible for them to continuously get those AKs out, get those Kevlars and Tech 9s out. Thus too being one of the more dangerous maps to play as the CT technically. It still is a fairly hard map when it comes to aim, and you're really gonna have to hit those shots. And beautiful start. Zaypower, of course, takes down ultimate and pretty much confirms that we are gonna see a tie here. K23 are not messing about. They've come to win. They've come to play, or win and play, depending how you look at it. And yeah, I mean, I like what I'm seeing. They're playing. In a very, how to say this, in a very consistent manner. Communication seems to be working a lot better than it was on Ancient to begin with, and not to mention how well Mirage went. And I'm expecting that this is going to be a hard battle for Argo, harder than it is going to be for K23, just because of Mirage and the momentum that kind of builds up from such a glorious victory after a pretty hefty defeat. In any case, a lot of damage though. X5 and Neelam both tagged means that the damage can mount up even bigger. I dislike the fact that it's Zaypower going out of his way with a P250 here, but he at least dropped the op on the floor outside of doors, so he's not, you know, he's not having issues with, if in case he dies, to drop it in their hands. That'd be foolish.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he knows the risks. He wins both the duels as well. Collects the op. That's well done. Scorelines again are tied up, like you said. A few kills for the T side. That's not too bad considering what they've really invested in that, which was, I think, what, a few P250s, maybe. So, into round number 7 we go. Long control comes to question immediately, and Z-Power is here to try and deny that, which he has done. No one else besides Lima has had any ideas of entering long. Majority of Argo, instead they're playing this default, right? Always send, or basically always send 2 players lower turtles, a few top mid. From there, you play it slow. You try to take a bit of map control, see if the CT side have a response. And if they're giving you that map control, then you should take it. Long, that's a no-go. You know that much. You could probably make the distinction of the Opus playing somewhere around there. Maybe even going all the way around towards short if they want to, but at the moment, the majority of K23, they are playing towards CT instead. They're letting them have A. They're playing for the retake and maybe shutting down towards B if that's the case. But with X5 now, that makes things a lot more difficult.
I'm expecting this to be an A split. The op usually wouldn't stay at long. Once you get smoke up, you would put a rifle into pit or close to the doors and then kind of just play that off-angle defense. Ultimate, missing the chance. The flash did work out, at least breaks Zaypower's concentration and position. 40 seconds though, it's K23's chance to completely break Argo if they win the round, and ultimate, he's gonna be spotted. That is a great shot, but it does not kill him. It is still going to be 29 seconds and counting. All 4 players of AGO going through short, and the rotation is going to be slow as Neelan and Fame both are pretty far away considering everything. But another flashbang that is near perfect. Zaypower, he's missing the chance to get a few easy shots, and now he's going to be surprised. The smoke is working in a single way, and that is Fiku's one. As AGO take a site, the retake here, I'm not sure it's going to work. There's an op-out. There is a lot of presence by the team. Hey, Norbert! Oh, okay, never mind. I take back what I said. Norbert, well played, sir. I tip my hat. You know, well played, good sir. It seems like, exactly so, exactly so. That is what you love to see.
In his own words, my God. This is the reason we do not doubt him.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we did mention that he was one of the instrumental players on Mirage. His lurk was absolutely godlike, and one of the reasons why they got those early rounds so easily, or at least so convincingly.
Yeah, the way he positioned himself on Mirage, he was basically instrumental in having that easy of a win. And my God, if he doesn't do it again here as well, this time with a bit more style, a bit more flourish. Nothing but headshots, Mike. I cannot get over that. I literally will not get over that for the rest of the series. Alright. I go back to basics for them. Very bare bones buy. They've got enough money in the bank to buy the next round of smokes as well for this. So, you see, it's got to be a very direct approach, and even at the moment, they're being flagged. So, if they don't hurry the hell up, they are going to be caught by the by X5 and his M4 from the back. And here he goes, spray them down. That's 4.
Oh, sexy X5. I love it. And you know what's the best part of it all?
Do tell.
I'll get to it in a second. Let's see if Fiku does anything, but, you know, let's be honest. Nah. The best part of it all for me, for X5, was he saw all 5 players, and he saw the player on the right-hand side of the group spot him as he turns around and then go wider to the right, but he didn't decide to shoot the guy that was basically aiming to shoot at him.
Yep.
He was shooting at the group because he knew, like exactly here, see? He sees Fiku go right, but he doesn't aim at him because he knows, you know what? Screw you, man, you're alone. I'm gonna take the rest of your buddies out, even if I just damage a few and get 1 or 2 kills, that is enough for me. And that's what he done. And that is what makes a great player an excellent player, or it makes the distinction between the two. Absolutely perfect, absolutely fantastic. And this is what you want to see in scenarios like this. He's playing for the team, he's playing for the win. He's not playing only to survive himself and for his ego.
You can see as well here by the player cam. So you can see the coach in the background just taking notes, making sure everything's going okay, and if they have some sort of, you know, some sort of plans perhaps on how to counteract the end of K23 or the next few rounds. They're going to be taking every single precaution they can, because right now, K23, they've shown us what, you know, Norbert can do. The last round, they were kind of red as well. They took a risk on K23's part by pushing that deep. It works. So you got to do something that they're not really going to expect, maybe. Back to the default they go instead, and ultimate yet again, he's holding those tunnels. They're holding the doors, excuse me. Speaking of the tunnels, that's where Z-Power takes a bit of damage from, but a nade to return to the fire as well. It's... I gotta do a single thing, unfortunately, so... Having to fall back, we get to see how K23 now play off the back of the default here. We've seen how Algo do it. We also get to see how they do it a bit more faster here as well. It's upping the pace, headed towards A. They're not waiting around and looking for the entries and looking for these duels they are. But Norbert, again, slows this down ever so slightly out of flashbang as well. Get back to position here. And on the site, he waits as Lima takes 2 heads. Norbert looks to line them up, but Fiku turns yet again at Z-Power. Jumping headshots, who knows, maybe. But Fiku, yet again, gets another one now to 1 versus 4, but he's only going to get the 1. Azago back on the board, a 4th round, and that is a fantastic round. And mid-round calls, push short, let's go for it.
Yep, They decided, committed, and got away with it. That's it. That's the simplicity of Dust and the simplicity of the T side. You don't want to stay in a in the connector. You don't want to stay on short. I'm talking about a Mirage, of course, and then getting absolutely played from all corners. You want to make sure when you make a decision, you follow it up and you go through it completely and not actually then, you know, have second guesses of your own. Zaypower, though, finds the first. That's a good start. Good pop flash on long, but doesn't really work out. The smoke deploys just in the nick of time. Blooms and saves the lives of 2 CT players, almost guaranteed. And that is a very, very close call here for K23. Argo, not only are they ready to bounce back to take the top off, but they are ready to take the lead, as we're about to see what the plan is. Zaypower.
Yeah, again. Last time he was in this position, it was the other side that got the kill. But at least right now, have that first. He has to beat Tunnel's push, and that is a lot of information. The bomb having been seen now, you can see the CTs immediately make moves. One man rotating on to B, one man on the short as well. But Argo, they've got the time. They've still got Furlan in pit as well, so you know they've got long control. And with another man as well, Echo holding top mid. The push isn't coming in. They've got the time. They can regroup. The big issue here is the lack of util. One smoke to try and block off the entirety of CT. That's not going to work out. So flashbang better be on point, but Furlan instead deleted by Z-Power, who goes in for another one.
Snap!
And you cannot put it into this man, can ya? Another one. That's one more to go, and that's the ace as well collected. Single-handedly, he stops AGO.
Now that's a bruh moment if I've ever seen one. I mean, they're literally going in one by one into his corner. I don't know what exactly they expected. As soon as the first player falls in pit, you don't want to give him any more, any more room for that. And we can see how quick he is. Zaypower, man, I've been watching him for a long time, and he really is stepping up to the plate now. He's really stepping out of his shell as well. He started off in Forza back in 2018 when I first got a glimpse of them and him especially, and he was already good then, but today, he is a completely different beast. He is just so much better, so much more consistent, and comparatively, even when you look at Ancient and how many shots he missed on Ancient comparatively to Mirage and here on Dust, this is a whole new world for him. Really, happy to see it. Zaypower popping off like crazy and absolutely stopping them in their tracks by his lonesome.
Yeah, funny little fact as well, by the way. Z-Power is the only one who's above the age of 21 in his team right now, because X5's 18, Fame 19, Norbert, Neelan, they're 21. Z-Power's 24. He's got, a few years on them. He's got that experience from the other teams, as mentioned as well. And he seems to be blending into the team extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was a great addition to the team, and let's hope to see the future to be bright for K23. About 6 months they've been together now with this current roster, when X5 and Zaypower joined, and it seems like it's, the only way is up, and that is it. The only way forward is up. In any case, Argo, 3 AKs, an AWP, a Deagle, actually. I'm not particularly sold on the Deagle, because I would have preferred to see a Galil. He has the money for it, at least to a comparison. But then again, I get it if you want to play... if you want to play a little bit more let loose, wild style, I get it, I can get behind it. In any case, 6-4, that is most likely turning into 7. They are not checking those corners, they are not being ready for the pushes, and Ultimate does get the refrag, but the damage has been dealt. 2 players on B, it's going to be hard to break them. I would say 9 possible.
Yeah, right now you've been denied entry. CTs, they've fallen back to their positions on the bomb sites as well. Basically, no way in. Z-Power might actually miss them if they want to go up B, but no. Might just be off saving instead. They've got no money in the bank and an open an AK.
Yep.
They definitely would bring them a lot of fighting power into the next round. But this as well, by the way, I'm going to now mention, this is something that I mentioned at the beginning of the game, where the CT side economy, when that gets completely removed from you, when you have nothing anymore, you're going to go for the saves many, many times. But that's not what we've been seeing here. They've been happy to take those fights, and to go for the challenges, and they've had money in the bank every single round, bar the last one where they basically were hanging on by a thread had they lost that one. So,
and then in comes Z power, sex power.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, they are hanging on by a thread even so. Like, right now, 2 rounds for Argo, and they could have taken the half. You know, starting from this, maybe not the easiest task to do, so especially with the position. You know X5 is there. And the fact that he's not alone either makes this a tough position for Argo. You could wait for the smoke, then push down about, then Neelan's got to support him as well at the same time. However, this is a good amount of utility. This is a fantastic bait. They throw the BU till the one smoke's the only thing they basically throw. A few flashes and a Molotov as well. And just like that, the CTs, they abandoned mid.
Also, we could see Zepar pushing top middle. And they're like, yeah, you know what? Nobody's here. Probably all in tunnels.
Exactly.
Let's just go back to defaults. Let's just go back to what we know best, to where we are safest, or at least statistically safest. And I support this because once you push and you don't get any contact, you want to avoid getting randomly hit by somebody in the back. And look at Argo. Their decision is pretty clear as well. Kind of support this. You know, they realize, B is a no-go, mid is a no-go. Let's just go short. That could work out. But again, let's see how Zepar plays this. Neelan in support as well from ramp. And on long, it's Norbert, the man that's got the golden plan. And let's see for certain what the actual plan here is. As we open it up, it's going to be 2 for Zepar. And it seems like he's just going to keep on ramping frags on top of already a very heavy frag board. Oh, yeah, his shoulders must be getting heavy here. 3 kills, that's enough. Unfortunately, Neelan gets absolutely bamboozled. Ooh, yeah, Fame spotted it. So it's a 2-on-2. Fame, Fiku. Oh. That was... I was like, you know, teased that it's going to take a little longer, that's going to be a 2-on-2, that's going to be, you know, a bit more... I'm not going to say fun, perhaps a little bit more neck to neck. But bam. In less than a second, both of them died. And voila. K23 have another round. They have the money now, albeit not the best. You know, the bank is kind of getting shook up a bit. A lot of interest rate, I guess. But timeout for Argo. This is what we've been waiting for, perhaps a little bit longer than necessary. I hope they discuss what they want to do. I hope they discuss it in full force as to how to approach these next few rounds. I mean, they still have a chance of an 8-7, 7-8 to be exact, from their perspective, which is not bad. For T-side, Dust, I think it's an acceptable, even 6-9 would be acceptable in a way. It's not the best, not the worst. And right now, Zepar is looking for that shot. The smoke pops. Lucky Argo here.
Yeah, not far off from that, but okay, that's lucky at least. X5 caught. Now that's the opening. That's how you want to take the default go, right? Punish whoever is playing 2-2 in the open, and there's another as well now. For Argo, this is a fantastic start to the round. You've got a kill towards mid. 1 towards A. You can kind of guess, okay, they're probably making a rotation towards A. They might have left B open for a second. And that's exactly what they've done. Look at this flashbangs at the smoke towards A as well.
Check it. He's not going to check this.
The entire of the B side's been taken over at the very same time. Fame, you can't do anything about this one. Molotov is there. The smoke is on the doors as well. Bombs down. What do you got to do? You've got a few kills at least. The lurks are out.
Classic boost. Yeah. Nothing out of the ordinary.
CT's not being given a thing just yet. Oh, everyone on the side of AGO playing this very patiently, dodging the flash. And Fiku pops out for the first one, and one more spotted as well. That's Neelan. With him known there's nothing he can do. Nothing the CTs can do. Seabar as well, he's fallen off. Another kill, but that's the round done. Argo finally back on track, and all from the back of a few kills, and mistakes from K23. X5 caught, and Fame as well, maybe extending a bit too much on short as well. Good stuff from AGO. They finally realize how much map control they're being given here, especially after that first kill. And they immediately punish that.
Yeah. Absolutely. One thing to note is K23 have one of the most difficult retakes here towards B. So the fact that they even try to think about going for it tells you how confident they are, and that's a good thing. I think that's a positive thing. But you still got to be cognizant of that lack of economy that you have. And K23 at least survived with 2. Zaypower delivers now on the next round as Furlan drops ultimate. Meanwhile, will stay true to his name as he is the ultimate player on his team, at least at the moment. Meanwhile, Zaypower at 19 frags, by the way. I just want to point out, Zaypower has 19 frags, people. 19 frags. That's what matters here. That is the only thing that matters. As we might have another short push. I'm kind of happy about this. Ago and short have been, they've been having quite a little bit of success. But look at where Neelan is tucked away in Goose. Norbert does get tucked out, but Neelan... only 1 for him. That is not enough just yet in a 2v3 retake. It's hard to see how this could work. I think another save is in order here for K23.
Yeah, unless... we've seen a lot of extra power so far, but... now, unless his teammate, unless X5 gets the kill here towards short, there's basically no way to get in. And you can see as Relaxed Echo waits for the smoke to fade, and as soon as it does, there it is. That's 1. That's enough. We're looking at 8-6, and... looking at a potentially 8-7 scoreline as the half is starting to end, which not bad from what we were in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is, as I said, 8-7, great ending for Ago, no matter what. Considering the beginning, considering how well K23 played, 7 rounds is quite a little bit more than I would have otherwise expected. Zaypower, meanwhile, I mean, he's been solo playing on his squad. Fiku, 15 frags for him as well. He's been doing very well for his squad. I did say Ultimate is the man of the hour, and, with the op, he's certainly trying his best. But clearly, I see now at 5 frags, that's not going to be enough to call him the best on the squad at the moment. But 15th round is here, Nexus. We are at the end of the road for this first half of Dust. And I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing. Again, aggression towards middle, usually... we haven't really seen much of it from K23 besides the one where Zaypower pushed up top mid with the op. But it wasn't recognized by Ago, so this could still work because if Neelan... no, Neelan's dead. Yep. No way. No way. Once Lemon or anybody in that position is basically watching the top mid push, you have almost 0% chance of winning the duel, as Norbert gets caught on long as well. Ago off to a great beginning for this final round of the first half. Fame gets 2, but that is all that he gets and all she wrote for the half. As Zaypower is about to die too.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for it, but Layman, he's just a bit too fast with this 8k. It is an 8-7. It came down to the B tunnels hold at the end as well there, but unfortunately it was not good enough. There was 3 already there on the C or on T side as well. And we move on within, well, 8-7.5 like said. As close as it really can be, and so far the one we are looking at on the K23 side of man at the hour is gotta be Z-Power. And on Ago as well, it makes sense. It's VQ, of course, the man I mentioned on Mirage, despite them doing, well, not so great. He was there with, I think, like 17 kills at the end of it. He was doing extremely well. Carried that over to this one as well. And now, a chance to fight for this one. It's got to be anyone's game.
It's an open world right now. Absolutely lovely. Open world is what it is. Tech pause. K23, not sure if they're the ones that have the issue, or is it Ago? I'd probably say that it's Ago. They had some issues a few days ago, I remember. Here we have, of course, the cameras of K23. Neelan with the beautiful hairdo. But beyond that... oh, look at Zaypower, man. Vaping away. Maybe that's why he doesn't consider smokes, because he's just, in a consistent smoke screen. So nothing really stops him. I don't know, bad jokes, I know. Thankfully, I'm not a stand-up comedian. Oh, come on. Not even a laugh? You're no fun. Meanwhile, Norbert's, very chill, and I would love to see him light up that sign behind him on his right. the blue and red colors seem to coalesce beautifully. Of course, the final player there was... I'm not sure if it was Flame, because Solar is a lot older. I know Solar is older, and I'm not sure if he's like... I know either he's from Kazakhstan or Buryat, the Buryat region, but I think he's from Kazakhstan, just like Nilan. The coach, of course, of K23. In any case, here we go. 8-7, ladies and gentlemen, and we are opening up round number 16, second pistol Nexus. What are we going to be expecting here?
A whole lot of havoc, a whole lot of kills, and the T side the ones to deliver. 2 kills towards long and no response just yet, only some damage. Ultimate might be able to do something about this one. And now, Fiku joins. Team out of the bomb starter, but it's not looking to go too great for them. CT is getting wiped. As it is a 2 versus 5. No, 2 versus 4. And about to be a 1 versus 4. Zach's Echo surrounded. Knows one's behind him. Is not sure when the timing comes. When does the player behind him push? It doesn't even matter. He takes the challenge and he's dead.
I mean, that was clean, wasn't it? That was quick and clean. A little bit unexpected, but alas... You know, obviously K23 and T-side kind of go hand in hand. On Dust 2 especially, I would say K23 have statistically no upper hand because they haven't really played much of it at all, but I am certain they've practiced a lot. You know, I know that they've been working so hard to get where they are today. They definitely put a lot of work probably in the maps that they play, and Dust 2 would be no exception to that. In any case, it is a force by 3 scouts. That is not something you get to see very often at all. Lemon with the MP9, and we've got a 5-7 on X Echo. Meanwhile, Fiku with the first. Good shots. Looks solid to begin. And with the 3 scouts, I actually believe this is possible for Ago to pick up the 8th. No doubt.
Yeah, trying to continue from this as K23. They've slowed down their pace after the first kill. Earl as well, they know he's here, and just like that, X5, brave to take the fight, will find the kill. You know, it makes sense. You know you're up against the force by majority pistols, maybe a few scouts. You gotta be confident that you can win those aim duels. Because in most cases, you will. As long as you avoid those stacks and take 1 versus 1 duels, at least in the beginning, you can at least disperse a few of them. Make them focus their attention elsewhere. And then you can just start pushing. And now you can start taking these fights, and that's what they're doing. 1 and 2, again, down towards A. And last place on B they are. Not much they can't really do. Maybe a lucky shot through the smoke, but even that's got to be dodged. No more trouble for K23. Round of 10 should be on the board any second, and now Lever as well might confirm that. And just like that, Axeco left it chasing a phantom, but just some footsteps he heard a while ago, but nothing here.
And as much as it was a good start, unfortunately, all good things must come to an end at one point. Such is life. Such is, well, the cycle. And in this case, the scouts, yeah, a little bit of damage here and there. Kills, more mainly. A lot of damage overall, but still not enough. 10-7 as Ago are forced onto a full eco. And I hope they have a solid plan coming up on the gun round, because they will require it. K23 definitely know what they want to do, at least by the looks of how they play already. You know, their reaction is usually on point, pretty much. And the odds, my god, the odds have really shifted now in favor of K23. Comparatively to Ancient, where it was Ago that was at an advantage at about 1.7 to 2.0. This is a big bust. And don't forget, by the way, I believe today is the final day of the giveaway we are running still. So make sure to check out the link in chat that is being posted by bot. I could be wrong, could be already over, but I'm fairly certain it's until the end of today. In any case, here comes another A play, and I love this from Fame. He's just listening in.
It is listening, here's a few footsteps like, wait a minute, that's one too many.
Wait a minute, that's not a centipede.
Wait a minute. How is this happening? How many are there? Now finds out, P215 hand and not even pulling the trigger yet. No one's looking. No one's turned around at the T side. Look at Nealon having a field day. 2 kills for him and jumping shot as well apparently. But here you go, flat out of the P215 gets a chance. That's 2. That's 11 for K23. And we are getting back on track. Here the guns out again for the CTs. My eyes are going to be yet again on Fiku. I want to know what he's going to be getting up to here, because he's been so good in these rounds. Limited, you know, he's getting up there, double digits as well. But it's the rest who are lacking at the moment. 6 kills in Ultimate Furlan and Axeco. And when you compare that to K23 right now, it is somewhat lacking, perhaps. Well, there are still times and chances to turn things around. This is the best of them. But out towards long already, T's had it there, going through, and Nealon stuck in a bit. Flashbang is perfect, and so is the spray back from Fame. As long as it turns out to be quite a battle, Furlan still sticks around as well. I know he's here in the tag as well, coming through. 33 HP remains as he's running back.
This is super risky for Furlan, but he at least gets the hell out of there. He realizes that, you know, even if he gets a single kill, it might not be enough. As Ultimate peeks out with the op, Fiku helps him. That is what you want to see. And, of course, support is always welcome when you're trying to hold down long. It's very hard unless you're Zaypower. Fiku, another for him. And Norbert and Fame have a almost an impossible job ahead of them. They need to get 4 kills. At best, they need to get at least 2 kills in a bomb plant. And then have to deal with 2 more players coming in for the retake. And Ultimate, he's seemingly already reading this on point. Let's see, Ultimate.
Yes, ready, waiting, T-side, 35 seconds. They've got 1 flashbang on Norbert, which would be the perfect counter for the AWP right here to get at least somewhere on the site. But a dry peek perhaps results in death, and that it does. Now they know as well. Fame, I wish you luck, buddy, but 1 versus 4 seems maybe a bit out of reach at the moment, but here's the flash. Instead of the perfect counter for the AWP at least. Maybe the bomb plant now. 10 seconds left, but he's being surrounded at the moment at Furlan as well. He's holding from long. Results in an 8th round for Argo. Now we're getting back on track. It is anyone's game again. See our T side. You know what? A bit scattered with the money, but they can at least go for another buy. Meaning it's not over for Argo just yet. They will have to go through yet another phase of weapons.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you let your opponent have the upper hand economically and continuously take victories with multiple players surviving. I like the idea here coming out from Ultimate. Smokes middle, looks for a lower push. It's a little bit obvious, but, you know, sometimes the most obvious things are not going to be read by your opponent. And it's going to be Fame getting this classic spot, albeit...
Look at that. Because...
Let's see. Oh, they're gonna go B. Oh, I like this, actually. I like this a lot. They've still got 1 smoke, I believe, towards middle available. Yeah, Nealon has 1 of the smokes available towards mid. Fame now picks it up. So we should expect a smoke into CT, and then a full-on take towards the site. Let's see for certain. Axeco, he needs to stay alive for as long as possible. Fiku gets caught outside of B. This is a problem. CT will be checked by Nealon. X5 and Fame continue. And Axeco has died. And that's a huge issue, because you have no way back into this round. This is 12. Almost certainly this is 12.
Yeah, it came down to the 1 man to hold the B side. It did not hold. Not well enough, and there you have 12 CTs. Now we're getting back to it. They're saving, hoping these weapons will give them some sort of a way back into the next round. Axeco, he can buy an M4. Lehman, don't think he could really do much. Maybe for Moss if they really want to go for it. The risks are going to be plenty in the next round, and we'll find out what they do want to do. But either way, K23 ever so close towards that elusive 16 and the win here as well. And it kinda seems like, you know, I'm gonna say something very controversial here.
Okay.
K23 might be a team with a few slow starts. You know, against Sinners, they got slapped on their own map pick. Did not really stand a chance in that one. Here as well, the first map, not their way. Second map, okay, they show us what they're made of, 16-5, and now as well, again, now that they've warmed up. Kind of see what things are looking like. Argo, maybe it's them running out of steam, maybe it's, you know, if we go the complete opposite way of K23 just having a slow start. Maybe Argo don't have that deep of a map pool, something you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the discussion exactly the reason why I brought up that point in the discussion, because it feels like they have a bit of a shallow outlook when it comes to best of threes. Like, having one map on an insta ban, that's normal. Having two maps on permanent bans, whilst it's not exactly classical, it's acceptable. You can kind of afford it. You have sometimes the unlucky fact that, you know, your opponent will choose exactly that or go for that pick, but when you have three maps where you're not playing well, or at least, you know, when you have three maps, one insta-ban, one, let's say, random ban Nuke, and then you have Mirage that you play, but you don't really feel confident on it at all, I think it's time to reconsider how to approach the veto and which maps you can perhaps switch out. You know, maybe why not try Overpass? You've got a new roster. Echo as a new player could maybe help out on a map that maybe previously you didn't like it. There's many reasons. I don't know the personal reasons for it, but I would imagine that there can be, you know, there can be a fixed issue for them within the near future. And, you know, if you just fix the map veto, maybe things will be looking a lot better for the future itself. But this is 13-8. This is, I feel like, the end of the road here for Argo. Their CT side, statistically, you know, when you look at it, whilst okay, better statistically than T side, on Dust at least, I would still say they have a better chance to win on the T side rather than the CT, just because it's Argo, just because they feel far more comfortable, at least when looking at them, as the terrorists. But K23, we gotta give it up for them, man. They've been playing absolutely astoundingly good, and I'm so happy for my boy Norbert to be putting up the performance that he is, and as well as, you know, we see Zaypower with 21, you know, watching these guys since, you know, 2018, 2017, it brings warmth to my heart to have them almost at the top of the food chain, and hopefully they'll be pursuing that until they can no more.
Yeah, this is getting real tough for Argo, isn't it? This time out here,
yeah. I mean, yeah.
This is them running out of ideas, running out of options and rounds to play with.
I mean, for me, the issue for the CT side is it's not even about ideas. The thing is, your ideas are never going to be having that much success. You're going to have to react to your opponent. And if your reaction is going to be bad, your ideas are going to suck even more. So you need to be prepared to take a step back, to try and play defaults, to try and play positions that you know work, at least work in theory for you or in the past have, and then try and work your way from there forward. You can't, you know, you cannot jump 20 staircases or 20 stairs in a row. You got to take it step by step. And so far it feels like Argo is trying their very best to just rush to victory. Instead, they're getting absolutely destroyed. And this is a good idea. See, this is a default long take. You go for it, you hold it down, and beauty comes out of it. Argo, defend the round, 3 kills, all you need. End.
Yeah, basically has to be, right? X5 and Z-Power at least. I mean, they've got position now, but quick rotation from Argo, they can still help out here if need be. But this is okay. I actually like this. They had a lot of position here on K23, such they could have rushed towards B if they really felt like it. They're waiting around to see if they make the rotation, see if VQ, for example, does come back around at the double doors, and maybe he gets a bit interested. Maybe there's something he can do here. Catch him out. Well, nothing happening just yet, so instead they have to speed things up towards the B side. Where, again, things don't really work out, but at least the idea is something. But for Argo, this is a round well played. Like I said, default long take, that's how it works when it does, and perfection.
And again, don't get me wrong, you know,
quick shot.
Some people might take this the wrong way. It's not always going to work, right? Not always is the T side going to go long, but it's about just putting up those postmarks, or how do you say, you're putting up defense effectively and allowing yourself the chance to win in case somebody tries to jump over the fence, right? And that's it. That's the only thing you need to do to begin, and then you start building on top of that. For example, they went for the default on long, they get the win, beautiful. Perhaps the next step can be, let's take short mid control. It's very it's simple in its idea. There's not many complications you can have, and as long as you do it right, at the very least, you'll maybe able to get a drop or two, like a kill or two, maybe a refrag or two, whatever. As long as you put your opponent on edge, if you force K23 to be the reactive force or to be more on their toes and perhaps on the defensive, there's a chance of a comeback. If you let them take control of the map and let them have the control of the game, flow of the game, you are not going to get anywhere on Dust. And that's the whole shebang for it. Simplified, but fortunately, Dust is quite simple in that aspect. And again, here we have Argo. They've got the up on Furlan. Mid control is coming out, and I will. Oh yes! Whew! That was a close call. I love it when Furlan basically is like, yeah, I'm gonna try and get the headshot there. If he had only shot a second sooner, but at the end, he still gets the kill. Norbert?
Yeah.
Is he? Oh no, he's here. He's here. Never mind. For a second, I was like, wait a minute.
Thankfully, no issues. Should be a-okay, and just like this, we get back into it. But Norbert, now an issue. He's dead. His teammate, about to trade, or at least trying to, will find the first. Now they gotta find out where Ultimate's hiding. Somewhere around that smoke's the answer, but exactly where the flashbang comes from, where he goes in as well. That's the first and second as well. Nealon causing troubles for his opponents right now as X5 holds the mid doors. Here's the rotates. Tells his teammates information as well, and he's gotta wait even further as well, because now Echo, or Axe Echo, walking right past him. Caught in the trap, and Furlan off to save town he goes, but denied even that. Heroics from Neil to take control of long at a 14 to K23.
Yeah, the catch on long is... I mean, K23 played this very well. They just waited, they gave themselves time, and, well, they abused the smokes, that's it. And that's the catch of long. As the CT, you should never stick to long. You should go early on, check it out. If there's contact, you stay, you defend. If there's not, you leave one there, you fall the hell out. You get one on car or site that's going to help the guy on long, be it pit, be it wherever he's posted. Otherwise, this happens. And K23, I can tell you that right now, they're immeasurably happy. They're immeasurably happy with what just happened, how it transpired. And after a timeout right now, they're like, yeah, well, let's just put some salt on that wound, and that's it. Absolutely beautiful performance, and Argo, they are not having any luck today. Really not. At least not here on the third and final map. Being consistently pushed to the edge. And this is it. This is the final chance. They lose this, it's all over. There is no more way back into this game.
Yeah, it's really getting out of hand now. Anything they can do to get back into this, it's kind of getting back to how it was on Mirage. Argo's their CT responses may not be enough when it comes to K23 and what they're offering right now. And a lot of it is firepower, I will say. Nealon, Norbert, Z-Power. You cannot... you can end or stop one or two of them, but then again, you've got the next man and the next one. Right? So, no matter where you go, what you do, it's going to be trouble. You have to put a complete and stop to them. Right now, the B side, again, That seems to be the play for K23. That smoke is a good one. That's gonna keep a few more eyes towards mid, so Nealon maybe even has a chance to flank, like maybe even plays around the smoke here. That he does, but instantly goes down. Here's the reaction. Out to B they go, and Echo immediately down as well. Vernon has to defend more as well, but can't really do much on the site itself. He's been smoked off, flashed off, and Molotov as well comes his way. And now he's dead. And Tunnel's one man down. And Z-Power holds the back lines. K23, they're on their way to Cruise 15. And it seems like that they're being given as well. I go back off. And it's a very direct approach. Into B you go, and Echo without a fight goes down.
I mean, there's no fight to be had. Once you lose B site, that's it. You can say goodbye to the round, because even with equal number of players alive, if it were the case, the retake is so difficult to pull off without having players in tunnels or without having players immediately in front of the site. It is pretty much a waste of time, a waste of economy for the CTs, and it's a smart choice in this case. Save what you can. Do what you can for the next few, but don't let them drop B anymore. Don't let them get the drop on B anymore, because you're not gonna get it back. And I bet that if you were to go to look at statistics of B retake, they're probably somewhere in the range of, you know, out of every 10 retakes, maybe 1 or 2 succeed on the B retake. That's it for Dust, of course. In any case, 15-9, gents, we are entering the final stages here. 6 in a row. Ago, can they do it? So far, they have had no luck in procuring more than, what, 2 or 3 in a row, even if that doesn't look like it's going to be possible at all. But hope dies last, as we all know. Hope, the one force in this world that never goes away until, well, it does. Z-Power, what a shot, man.
Yeah.
Fiku doesn't even know where it came from.
They've done that boost a few times as well, and now that it works out, it's at the most critical moment you would imagine.
Yeah.
Or map point, you want to have that entry. Like, come on. Ago being stopped, being stumped, and here's lone control for K23 again. And they know. There's no one here. They were very focused towards short, so they have an access point now towards A if they want to. And they've got a minute to play with. What does that mean? Well, that means they can go back. They can go back and start poking around mid. You've got one man lower tunnels as well. That's X5. So you've got no real hurry, but you're still going to commit to A, apparently. Double smoke, CTs. They've got one man on site and one man CT. This hold needs to be something out of a fairy tale, essentially, with the one man CT down to Sleeman out at the round, and Furlong Sweat. The spam continues. The spray is there, but ultimately the one who delivers 2 instead. Up from Shorty Guardian, Angel, and X5. I mentioned him before as well. From lower tunnels, finally going to make his move as well, but against Echo, he's not going to be able to get a single thing done. And Ragdoll's out of the round, and 2 versus 3 on the site. The bomb's been planted, and exit tower close by. There's a quick shot first, but 2 more to go as well. Behind the smoke, another one towards long Z-Power. This is the place he held when he got the ace as well. No, he's not going to be many chances when given them as well, but that's the first one down, and Nealon. 1 versus 2 for all the marbles, for the 16-9. The smoke on the short is going to fade that. He knows. Ultimate is here, but headshots are plenty. Still comes through. And it's triple for Ultimate. Keeps Ago alive. Another round for them to play with. And we keep going.
Close calls, but we do keep going. And Nealon, he had, he had the glimpse of the player on short. He saw that somebody was there, but the spray didn't hit. The first bullet accuracy wasn't in, and unfortunately he didn't have the chance to take it out into a 1v1. And also, surprised, Z-Power actually decided to go to site and ignore long completely. He checked it once, and then, he basically went to the edge of the site to try and see into CT, which is not a classical thing. You don't get to see that very often, but nonetheless, here goes nothing again. 5 rounds in a row. Ago, can you do it? Can you give us overtime? Or will it be too much for them? Top mid smoke, not something you get to see very often. Usually indicates somebody's going to be pushing middle. And K23 certainly seem to be very, very cautious of this. And then that happens. Good night, Fiku.
Last run he was completely destroyed. This run, again, doesn't even see the
shot,
which is even worse. My god, look at this. Waiting for the smoke, never happened. Instead of flashbang at a T side, they're in towards...
Oh, don't go through,
double
please.
door CT. They're gonna try and control that as well. Putting them back in their place, and Furlan's down. CTs, here comes the next push, and Norbert waits.
That's it. GG.
And you know
There's
how
no
it
way.
goes. csgo, last man standing. He's dead. He's down at 16-10. That's how this series ends. K23, the ones to take the cake.
Yes, they are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our victor. It is K23 after a pretty difficult first map on Ancient. They seem to be bouncing back relatively easily. And with the second map, Mirage, going fairly well for K23, I can say that it was, it was on point. A 16-5 victory without any stoppage, without any sort of issue. The first half perhaps a little bit harder than the second. Moving on to Dust, where things just look to take a brighter ending on the half, and then just continue down that same principle line. It just wasn't enough. Ago seemed to come up short. 2 maps today. 2 maps where they just... I don't know. I think it's time to switch up the map veto for them. Or pool.
Yeah, I think it is gotta be that. It could also still be the... I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt here and say that it is gotta be, due to a lack of practice with the roster. You've been together for less than 3 weeks. You've got, another player, from 3 months ago. You're not gonna be completely perfect as of yet, but still, the map pool is, or at the moment, is a bit of an issue. That's something we can't really hide. It did cost them this game, perhaps, as well. But either way, they will have another chance. That's what we do know, and we'll get to see them tomorrow. But for today, K23, they're the winners. They go 3-1. And we've got 2 more matches as well to decide who else is going to be joining them in the playoffs.
Yes, we do. Of course, following in about 10 minutes' time, perhaps a minute later, it will be Apeks versus Finest to open it up. And of course, afterwards, it's going to be Wisla Krakow versus Isurus. And we, of course, invite you all to stay here on the channel, to stay here with us on the stream. Enjoy the next duo that will be coming up. And of course, enjoy the games that are to come. Thank you very much for coming out today. For us two here in the morning, myself over and Nexus, I think we had great fun. And we'll be seeing you guys in the playoffs, but that will be before the actual major happens, before, in about, 2-3 weeks time, give or take 20 days. Until then, we bid you all farewell and goodbye.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
You got Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day here at the Pinnacle Cup IV. And of course, we are well underway, Ted, with the Swiss stage, and we have some interesting matchups coming up. It was a banger of a last match, the first match of the day. Second match coming up. It's in the 2-1 bracket. It's going to see Apeks take on Finest, and two teams, I mean, that are at the top of their form right now, to be honest. I think Apeks, they've been hitting a good bit of form over the last few months. Finest look very, very strong as well when they finally have a what looks like a settled lineup. But this Apeks side, on paper, it looks amazing and it plays as good as it looks.
Well, there was some massive expectations in the beginning of the year when they assembled that team, truth be told. I actually did like the move that they made from the organization going through that 1 month break. They didn't really play any games, I think, from from the beginning of April until the end of the month. They didn't really play. They were just practicing offline a lot, putting a lot of effort, and they had a pretty good showing at the EM Dallas Quote qualifier, truth be told, a couple of days ago, barely missing out on the spot for the main event to Copenhagen Flames, unfortunately. But yeah, they showed us some pretty solid stuff.
Yeah, they really did, and they've got a tough team in front of them. They've got a finest team that are going to be putting them through their test, especially that guy, no pun intended, Anarkez. He is a very strong hopper in that lineup, and I mean, this...
Oh, his name actually is Guy.
Yeah.
How sick is that, by the way?
Yeah, I know. That's actually the first time I'm noticing that, believe it or not. But Team Finest, we can go on forever and ever about the amount of roster changes that these guys have had. I think Dwag was saying it was something like over 23 in the last year or something like that, something crazy. But they finally picked up Twist and Pless, and of course acquiring them from Galaxy Racer. So we've got 3 ex-Galaxy Racer players in this game, of course Chelsea on Apeks. So this is going to be an interesting one. Friends become enemies, all that kind of storyline, all that kind of good buzz. But we have a 2-1 game. Winner is going to advance to playoffs, Ted, and we're going to go through the veto very, very shortly.
Yeah, you know how it is. You need to be careful about your friends, because a person that you don't know and it's not close to you can't really harm you. So yeah, make sure you're careful. Now, going through the veto real quick, like Apeks, pretty solid stuff. I mean, pretty expected. Vertigo removed, Nuke banned for Finest. Now Apeks, they do have a 7-map veto, or at least they used to have a 7-map veto before that 1-month break. After that, they played Vertigo only once against Copenhagen Flames, lost that one. I think it was a 16-11 or 16-10. They've been removing it in most of their games. The Dust 2 has been looking really solid. We're gonna go in details once we're on the map already. Overpass for Finest, again a map that I understand. I feel like it has been always the comfort pick for this team, no matter the roster, no matter the form. Back in the days when Mar used to be in the team as well a couple months ago, he was a really good player. He was the best player in the team. Now it's Shocks on this particular map. And taking a look at the Mirage Decider, I actually like it. I feel like Mirage is a well-balanced map for a Decider, even though it's the third most CT-sided map in the pool so far amongst the top 30 teams. Well, fortunately, we're not watching top 30 today, so it's going to be all right. It's not going to be a CT-sided affair. It's going to be balanced if we get to it. But yeah, it actually looks kind of, I think it looks kind of expected. It looks kind of all right.
The only thing I would say is there's a little bit of a shock for me. That Inferno ban by Apeks, considering, you know, it is one of their better maps. I believe they're 9-1 on it. So just banning that straight away. Now, it's not a terrible map for Finest, but maybe just, you know, thinking that they have a better chance on Ancient and Mirage, I suppose. But Mirage is a great map for Finest as well. I think they have a similar record, only 1 loss on it. I believe 8 wins in the last 3 months. So, you know, that's a little bit intriguing to me. That'll be interesting if it plays out, if of course we do get to that third and final map. But looking at this one, I'm going to be leaning a little bit towards Apeks because of the form that they've been on. I think Dust 2 is going to be an interesting one, but I think Apeks just have enough to pip Finest. Finest have actually picked Overpass twice in this event, and they've lost it both times, both 16-13s. So they're looking for their first win on it. Are they going to get it today? They have to hope so, to be honest, in my opinion, or else this could be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, and we're just getting a word that we're ready to jump straight into the server, Jack, so we're going to be jumping in the action on this too. Woo, okay. By the way, I might be able to enlighten you a little bit about the Mirage Inferno situation, because I was a little bit curious before, like a couple hours before, but now, how I need it, I feel like Mirage was always a really comfortable pick, obviously for Apeks, right? But oh no, it's for Finest, yeah. But I feel like this 1-month break has made a lot of things change, and on the other hand, we have Finest that have been playing with this new roster for 1 month. So yeah, I guess this is for a little bit. Hey, not switching up the Wisp around.
It's a very, very quick one.
Wow.
Little dropping towards CT. Not too often you just see that. Lock it down for the moment. Twist picks up a kill of his own. There is a kit to be recovered in CT, but there's 3 players looking his way, and this is going to be difficult for him to get past. And in fact, he might just be thinking about saving his armor here. At least if he has that with Kreese, you know, it's something less that they have to buy in the next round. It's already picked up 1 kill, so
Yeah.
he might even be able to get a FAMAS in the next round. It'll help an awful lot for their chances. But Apeks starting it off well. They will take that pistol. They'll go 1-0 up.
A pretty quick one. Kind of overlooked it with all the veto talk, but hey, it was a sick round for Apeks. You know, Apeks are normally a team that loves going for pretty steady and slow pistol rounds. Like, well, not maybe steady and slow, but really methodical, right? That was just out of nowhere. Just run out, throw the smokes towards short, drop down CT with 1 player, clear it out, go for the B split. It was absolutely insane. Pretty much just the skins that you might get from CS Money. Make sure you click the banner below the stream. You're gonna get a 40% top-up bonus, which is nice. Don't get that knife though, please. What's going on with Chelsea, by the way? He used to play a gut knife. Now he's playing a Navajo. What's going on? What's the problem there? I don't understand.
I think he's doing it just to annoy you. You know,
I think it's a dare. Surely he's lost a dare.
I think he just hears how vexed you get every time that you know you see him with those knives.
Well, it can't really get worse.
It could be a default. Could be a default.
I feel like even a default is better than that because, you know, you might say, okay, I don't want to give money for a knife, which is completely fine. But you give money for a knife, and you still take that?
Yeah. Oh, there's many questions, Ted. There is many questions. Now,
yeah.
The question is, are Apeks going to actually commit up towards long? Ooh. Well, off that kill they might. Plessis swings just that little bit too wide. Loses his head. Kreese has a little bit of a... one way that he can try and work around here to maybe find a kill, but he's lost Anarchist now. Bomb is going to be planted, and Kreese can't really get much done. Jacob now on alert there from lower tunnels, and they're mopping this round up very nicely indeed. Kreese, he's given away his position. Kreese finds 1 kill, picks up a Galil to work with, but ends up on his own, and that is going to be the save out from him. So a good round from Apeks there, even though Finest were trying their best to maybe just catch them off guard that little bit. I was waiting for Kreese to do a little bit more there, but not a lot to be found. Apeks weren't giving him much at all.
Yeah, no. Actually wanted to bring out Nuke. I'm really glad that he got the opening in that round. Normally, he is a really passive oper in terms of he's not an oper that loves initiating the first contact in the first fight, right? He's more of a clutch orientated guy. Well, Dust 2 is the only map where actually Nuke is a really big win condition for Apeks. I mean, you take a look at that game that they had against Copenhagen Flames a couple days ago in the Dallas close qualifier. He dropped 26-2 on Dust 2 against Copenhagen Flames. 2.54 rating. And, well, it's not going to be, after hearing that, there's going to be no surprise when I tell you that he is the highest rated player on this map in the team. He's standing on 1.58 rating on Dust 2. And just for comparison, his overall rating is 1.13 across all maps. So that just shows you how much of a difference there is between Nuke on other maps and Nuke on Dust 2. So I guess if we see him have a good day, just a good game overall, this should be a clean sweep. And it's going to be really tough for Finest to counter that. Anarchist has a tough job ahead of him.
Yeah, he really does. But if there's anybody that can do it, you know, it's probably Anarchist.
Oh, yeah, is that guy.
Yeah, he's a ridiculous offer.
You shouldn't have told me.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have told me that his name is Guy. But by the way, that's a sick name. I mean, surely that goes to the Robin Koo and Justin Savage club. I mean, your name pretty much is Guy. That's cool. Chad as well. I feel like Chad is a good name as well. Those four are sick. Yeah.
Very methodical from Apeks after going that man down. They're looking to try an opening here. They don't want to give away anything more because they know that they are in a little bit of danger. I would be a small bit worried because they're not really seeing anybody, but they're just taking little snippets of damage here and there. Now, Pleasant applies the pressure a little bit more onto Vasilian as Apeks are going to apply the pressure up short. They'll try and make their way forward. Twist walks around. He has that save. Galil. Kreese will get a refrag, and he will pick up that Galil now to wield to maybe help with the defense of the A bomb site, but it's already fallen. Stiko, Nuke and Shawzy going to try and hang onto it, and this man, Chelsea, he definitely loved to have a big game from him just to show what he can do against his former teammate, Stiko. He's going to get Anarchist out of the hidey hole and make sure that he does not catch anyone by surprise. But there's 3 rifles thinking about making their way up short, but they actually make their way back. And that's probably the better option. You know, you're going into that. The bomb is already ticked on way too long. You don't have armor. You don't have a kit. You really want to keep these rifles. And actually, Pless and Krias, they're going to hang about just that little bit to maybe take some more of the rifles away. No, because he's thinking about going for a repeat. He wants to get that AK and get out of there. And he will do exactly that. But it's a perfect start for Apeks. 3-0.
Yeah, some pretty good damage done by Finest in this round, truth be told. I mean, some might argue that they didn't have to lose that third gun. I think it's completely fine because you still get a nice buy. You're still going to have the AWP in the hands of Anarchist. You hold on to 2 AKs. And you do a decent amount of economical damage to the CT side, or rather the T side economy. Now, though, first buy round on the cars, you need to convert if... obviously you are Finest, because otherwise this could run away pretty quickly. And Nuke, he's got the spawn, which means that it's time for a long peek.
Yeah, he's a whisker away with that one, wasn't he?
Yeah. Dancing with fire is Kreese.
Now, Kreese is gonna tuck himself nicely in behind these long doors. So if Apeks try and make their way out, he might be able to find one. He's playing maybe just a little bit of an off angle, but tucks himself safely into the corner. Now the thing is, do Apeks go for the flash? It doesn't matter. He's going to be playing anti-flash here. Finds the first, gets the second and the third. A triple spray down for Kreese. He is going to lock it down towards long. Knock gets a refrag, but it's not going to be worth too much just yet, unless Stiko can maybe find something out towards mid. But Anarchist takes him down, and Knock is going to have to go on in this endeavor alone. A 1 versus 4 has to ace the round if Apeks want to stand a chance of keeping their perfect record on the T side intact. But I think that might be a little bit too much.
What a godlike spray from Kreese. I mean, we didn't expect that much. He dodged the flash. We were thinking, okay, maybe he gets 1 or 2. Gets even the third. This is insane. Even if he gets refragged, even if they find a kill elsewhere towards the middle, this is round done. Kreese, he's won this one single-handedly. It's such a scary prospect as well for Apeks to think that Kreese is able to go for such an insane play that early on. They get absolutely shut down in their first buy round. Knock now left in a 1 versus 4, trying to do the damage. 15 seconds. I feel like at this point he's realized that he doesn't have a chance. Nice shot onto Pleasant. It's gonna make them respect him just a little bit. Just let him hold on to the big green. Or at least they should. I mean, Shocks doesn't intend giving him too much respect. Now he will.
Yeah, Shocks, he's not, you know, overly pushing it, right? He's not pushing his luck too much. He's like, all right, if you come towards me, I'll take a shot. If not, I'll let you save. And it is going to be the first round on the board now for Finest. We've got Anarchist out on that AWP. And we will see. Actually, the op dropped over to Stiko, so I'm expecting a little bit of a long peek here. Yeah, he's got the spawn. We'll see what he can get done. Nade goes in. Molly as well. Flashes are going to completely blind him. Not like he's seen anyone anyway. Not like anybody peeked. So no chance of a shot to be hitting now. Knock is going to take the AWP back. So just trying to play around Knock here in this round. Try and maybe open up a little bit of space for him to get a peek. Run boost out. Anarchist needs to be that little bit careful. Doesn't want to go swinging into an aim duel. He knows that there's still an op in play. And there it is. Knock takes him down. So advantage Apeks now. And the pressure comes through. The flash is not going to go deep enough. However, Pleasant still has a clear line of sight. He's going to be able to find the first kill. Looking onto Jacob now as well. Decides to retreat. It might cost him his life. Does he get back? Stays and fights. USP gets the kill. How is he still up and mobile there? I've absolutely no idea. Jacob walks right in, delivers the bomb to the B defenders, and Knock finds himself alone one more time.
Yeah, that one might have went a little bit too dangerous there for a second, but what a lovely recovery right there from Pleasant. Still really interested how he was alive for such a long period of time. Oh, Knock is going to hear the player. That actually should be a kill for him. Oh, misses the shot. Goes for another. He's going to drop down CT. Trying to show us something spectacular. Something entertaining. Are you not entertained? Screams. Knock dropping down CT, but yeah, I'm not entertained. Not yet.
No, not well. I mean, we are, but not by that. That wasn't.
Not by that. No,
Yeah.
no. It was a nice try. I read it though. 2 rounds in a row for Finest. Now they're starting to build up the economy. Obviously, that was just a lightly armored. Well, it wasn't even a lightly armored deco. They just had the pistols on the T side, so it was a bit of an eco with Hero AWP. Another buy round coming through. Only the scout for a knock though. That's gonna be a little bit of a liability, but hey, they have the AKs at least.
We've got the double up as well for Finest.
Yeah,
Pleasant and Anarcha's on it. So this is going to be interesting. I believe Pleasant is going to be making his way back. He was towards long. It'll be interesting to see where he goes because Anarchaz is holding towards mid. So they're actually just going to swap positions for the minute. And Apeks still waiting to just make their way out long. And Anarchaz is going to rotate over. He's going to actually get into position. Flash comes on through. He hits the first shot. Chalzy's going to be dropped. Now the peek from Pit doesn't guarantee a kill for Krias, but he still stays alive. Molly is going to force him wide a little bit. Going to try and play around this one way if he can, but Asilian takes him down. Twist with a refrag. Jacob strikes next. Anarch is down through the smoke. Doesn't even get a chance to see anybody in that exchange. And we're into a 3 versus 3. Now, nobody towards that A site. Stiko needs to be careful. He's being fast flanked, and he has absolutely no idea that Pleasant might be behind him. Twist is also the fact the whole gang, every CT is going to be making their way through middle. They might even think about flanking long, and Stiko, he seems well aware, but timing is not going to be in his favor, not yet. And Twist, he finds that kill. They realize short is clear, and now they can focus their efforts on long and A site.
No nades for the T side though, and plenty of utility. That Molotov is going to slow them down. It's going to enable Pleasant to get into a good position. Finds the first. He can go for a second. Flash is perfect. Jacob goes down. What a good round from Finest. I love the fact that Finest don't really wait for Apeks to put some pressure on the A-bomb side players to leave the A-bomb side vacant. I feel like they realize that there is some presence towards short. They knew that they had already lost the fight towards long, so they were like, you know what, we're just gonna give it up. We're gonna walk out CT. We know they're gonna take their time before walking onto the bomb side, so we're gonna have a couple bonus seconds to get in behind them, and we're actually gonna be in a really good spot before they even made their way onto the bomb side, just because they're not gonna be expecting us to just set it free. And that was a really good round from Finest. A really good call, some pretty decent protocols. Now they have the chance to play against another eco and potentially be in the lead. Oh.
Talk about being into the blender there. You don't even get through the mid doors. There was counter molly to stop you. And I mean,
and another guy as well.
Yeah, Anarcha's just hitting shots left, right, and center as well. Pleasant doing damage. Not the main opera of the lineup, but he can still pack a little bit of a punch. Knock.
You know what?
Out on that AWP. What's that?
I just realized. If someone says, imagine Anarch's mom telling him that she's really proud of him. That's my guy.
Oh, sad.
I just thought of it.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious. I'm so proud with you, my guy.
That's my guy.
Oh, insane. An insane upper tunnel crunch by Finest, truth be told. That was a really good round. You know what? I like that. I mean, in the past couple rounds, you've let Apeks into thinking that they're going to be really passive. You've played it really methodically. And now, as soon as they kind of get comfortable with you just playing from the back of the sides, being alright with playing for those retakes, you just change it up completely. You know they haven't been able to get onto a bomb side. You know they haven't been able to build up that loss bonus, get the bomb plan, which is going to allow you to go for the constant reinvestment. So they are actually waiting for the buy rounds. So when they have the eco, there's that little element of frustration. And now you switch it up completely. They're just not going to be ready for it.
Yeah, they've dropped the bomb. Chelsea and Knock, they have to go on a little bit of a recovery mission here. Chelsea's done a nice job to find that first kill. But now the nades are going to rain in just to keep them at bay. And Kreese is going to make sure that they're locked into lower tunnels. They have no escape, but he's not going to see too much. Knock peeks into him, and they might try and take the fight towards this short player who is alone at the minute. But there's 25 seconds, not an awful amount of time, and they've no idea where the CTs are. This is what makes it so difficult. They are just going to try and barrel it out onto this B. Bomb site Pless in the first line of defense. He is going to be holding, hits the first shot. Bomb going to be dropped. Knock scopes in, needs to go down before time, and just runs out with his knife. That's a better option than trying to back away and save. Just send it into the bomb site, hope they take it down. They do. And it is a 5-3 lead. But Apeks are still the favorites according to Pinnacle. If you want to check out those odds, you can click the banner down below the stream. Head on over, sign up using code CUP22. If you are doing so, make sure to gamble responsibly, and you have to be 18 years of age or over. As we get into this one, little bit of a Tech 9 play out long. Pleasant needs to hit his first shot.
Nice.
And does.
Yeah, job done. Now he can just open up the distance. Kreese is there to support as well with the M4. And
Ding for 11.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I hear the ding, and then I realized it's only 11 HP. I was like, yeah, that's one of those moments. You know you've hit the shot, but you know this is one of the situations where you're on Face It, you just hear the ding sound, so you're like, guys, there's one low, he's 1 HP, I dinked him, I dinked him. And then when the round ends and you're like, 11 damage?
Yeah.
What?
And then your teammates are hard flaming you, and you're like, why are you calling these low, bro?
Yeah, like, insane.
Your opera swinging with the pistol. Yeah, I mean,
they're feeling the pressure.
They need to. I think so, Ted, to be honest. I think they need it, because ever since it's really been gun rounds,
yeah.
I mean, Finest, they've looked quite good. They've looked quite solid. When Apeks have had the guns out, especially that round towards lower tunnels, that crunch, they had the round over within, what, 20 seconds? So,
yeah.
You know, there is a little bit of a pressure on Apeks now to perform. And even though it is Apex's pick, it's not like, you know, Finest are bad on this too. I mean, they've already
especially in recent history.
Like, they picked it against ECSTATIC. It was a 16-10 that they won. They beat Isurus on it 16-11. So, you know, they're no stranger to this map. They have already gotten wins on it in this event, and they're looking to keep on that form. And it's always interesting as well when you get two teams that are good on all of the maps that you're going to see in a series. They have the same map pool pretty much.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's probably always going to happen when you have a team like Apeks with a 7-map veto, but right now it is Finest with that advantage, and Apeks are going to be trying to go for a little bit of a long play.
Yeah, they will smoke in. Kreese on the rotate already. He has support. Oh, those HEs. That's monstrous. Jacob doesn't even really get to see a person if he goes down, and now they need to slow down. They need to be really diligent with this one. So much utility on the city side.
Oh, Kreese is in a really good position, but he's actually going to be cleared out. Twister, the smoke, manages to find one, and the bomb is actually dropped in deep towards CT, and they have complete line of sight on it right now. Asilian, he's going to be looking for Twist. He's going to spot him out and take him down. It's a 3 versus 3, 45 seconds, but still we see that Apeks don't have that bomb. Stiko is going to get another kill, but Annika is out long, finds the first knock, sets his sights, and hits that frag. Shocks is a little bit too far away, really, to have any impact just yet. He's going to be making his way slowly up short. A 1 versus 2 on the card. Spots out the player towards Goose. On sight is going to be Knock. He's looking for the peaks. He's snapped from left to right, hoping somebody peeks him, but he definitely does not want that. 2 at the same time. The perfect peak gives Apeks their 4th round.
That was really snappy from Shocks, by the way, but overall, a pretty good recovery from Apeks mid-round. I feel like once again, Finest had this one cartographed. Once again, they had it planned all over the way. You could see that the counter util was absolutely perfect. The HEs, the mollies, the flashes raining in towards Ram, towards the side. Maybe the only way this could have went better was if they had a bonus flash for the first player that was towards the back of the side. I think that was Kreese for him to go out ramp and have a bit of a fight. But at the end of the day, another T-side round won by Apeks, trying to make it 2 in a row now, really quick towards long. Looks like this is going to be the success story for them, and Stiko, he's going to open it up.
Oh, that is disgusting from Stiko, and he's still doing the damage as well. He was tagged down pretty low. I didn't think he was going to survive in the pit. 30 HP, gets the headshot, drops one of the ops. It's one of the big threats already neutralized, but here's the second op going to be peeking now. Knock hits that shot. Another nade doing a lot of damage. The spam won't get a kill for Twist this time. Jacob just going to be a little bit more careful as he's going to send a few of his teammates forward now. Korea's with a nice advantageous position as the bomb is going to be dropped. It's picked up now by Asilian. It is going to be recovered. That nade should seal the deal, and it does exactly that. Nuke, though, not missing for the minute. 2 more players to find. Both in towards CT. Misses that one. Misses a second time, and Twist, he sat in the smoke here. Surely they realise it. He misses another shot. Luckily, Stiko is still there alive to find the kill, and it's a messy round towards long, but Apeks, excuse me, they do come out on top for the minute. And Nuke is going to be holding, does not miss that time. Oh, the Opper, he was put under so much pressure there. He was missing when it came down to the business end of that round. But the most important shot, he hits it because they were both very low HP. And Shox had a real chance in that one.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Stiko here, saving the Opper's life. Nuke, he is a lucky man to be alive after all those misses. I liked the decision from them to slow things down after they're left in a 2 versus 1. They know that Shox has to be really proactive. They know that he has to move around. He's not going to be sticking in towards CT where he was previously spotted. And it was really intelligent from Nuke to just be holding his back. 6-5 now. Apeks starting to kick things up, and now they slow it down. This is really great. They've been so proactive towards long, and now they expect the aggression to come in from the CT side. That aggression, in the form, of course, of that play from Anarchist, got punished slightly. Not a kill, but just a little bit of a warning tag, a little bit of a warning tap to the shoulder. And now they slow it down. They're continuing to switch it up, trying to bait in the CTs to walk into them, and this is what's going to happen. Look at the push towards tunnels.
Yeah, but Stiko and Jacob, they've already relinquished control of the upper tunnels. They've made their way down towards lower. Stiko's going to peek up, however, and he is going to spot the second, kills the first. Pleasant on the angle. He's been seen again, but Pleasant with a nice peek there. However, 2 more players have gone down towards A. Twist, he needs to lock down short here and now. He's up against his old teammate Chazzy. Can he win this fight? Dinks him actually through the stairs, but that's not going to be good enough. It's going to be 6-6. We're all tied up, and it seems like that tactical timeout that Apeks called a few rounds ago has worked wonders, because they haven't dropped a round since, and they begin to continue to kind of wear away the economy that Finest had built up, and it's going to make sure that this is going to be an iffy buy at best, and it's not even going to be too much. It's going to be a half buy here. Nuke, he's going to take a little bit of damage through the door. Is still alive and mobile, but advantage Apeks after Chazzy finds that headshot. Surely Jake can see Kriya's there. He might have spotted him out going towards the pit.
Yeah.
He's going to be aware of that smoke, but oh, luckily turns around there. Kriya's had the drop on him, just couldn't find the brain.
Yeah, nice double M4 and Scout still in play, though a boost for the Scout Pleasant. He's going to try and find the impact. It's going to be really tough, though. They need multi-kills. They need to step up.
The thing is, though, there's a few players that are only a body shot away. Anarchist gets one of them down, but Nuke drops that Scout. Shox is
13 and 5.
Whole way across the map. Yeah, he's had a very impressive game. Twist has actually had a good performance from Finest as well. Something that we're not really too used to seeing. Twist is actually the lowest rated player on the Finest lineup. So,
well, IGL support, I mean...
it's a very difficult role. He's thinking about a lot of different things.
And he is an old school player as well. He's not like one of those youngsters IGLs, like fragging ones, like let's say an Afani even from C9. I feel like the next generation of IGLs just feels like they need to be able to perform and contribute with firepower, whereas Twist is kind of an old school guy, used to playing in different structures. So yeah, it's not that often you see him frag, but when you do, it's most of the time pretty entertaining. Did you know a fun fact about him? Actually, Twist, he's played 1,677 maps in his career. He's been a part of 16 different teams, and his professional career started in 2012.
Wow, it's a 10-year anniversary coming up this year for
his CSGO.
Yeah.
I was actually really intrigued. Like, one of his first teams, obviously he's been a part of legendary organizations like NIP, like Fnatic. He's been a part of Godsend, Red Reserve, pretty much every single good Swedish team there ever has been. He used to play on a team called Ancient. I think that was his third team after Lemon Dogs and Flipside. He used to play, like, the lineup had him, Lekro, Schneider, and Pronax. That brings you back in time, doesn't it?
That's a blast from the past, isn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, and that's a
Look at
blast of the
this.
present.
Oh man, Knock again finds 2 quick kills, and here is the man of the hour. Twist with a triple spray down towards lower tunnels, looking for Stiko as well. 7 HP. Stiko is somehow still standing. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Twist has got themselves Finest into a decent position.
It's Knock versus Twist.
Yeah, it's literally who can outfrag who, and right now it's Knock winning at the moment, but the damage has been done. Kreese is going to be able to find that kill, and the last player alive is going to be Stiko. He's already tagged down low. Of course, Twist is going to be aware that he has tagged him down to that. He knows that he's dinked him at least. And Kreese,
that's really smart.
He's going to make his way towards long. There's going to be no way that Stiko is going to be expecting this if he continues to push on. The issue is Stiko could have already picked up the bomb and already be on the B bomb site, but he's still being very, very cautious about this. Sees nobody towards short, and now surely the penny is beginning to drop just a little bit. He's considering it, but timing is everything, and Kreese takes him down in the back. What a round from Twist, though. Let's not overlook that.
Wow.
Oh my. After the initial 2 kills from Knock, Twist just says, all right, yeah, you can do it. How about I can do it?
Yeah, that was insane. You know, the scoreboard is only going to give him 3 kills. I'm going to give him all 5 in that round. That was insane from Twist. That is a 3 versus 5. You're all alone going for a peek towards tunnels. You get a triple kill like that. Usually, a player pushing like that gets maximum 1. He catches them on a really good timing, mobs down all 3. Knock even picks up a 3rd at the end of the day, but it was a really good 1 versus 2 played out as well. Both players low on HP, both players separated. Another piece of aggression coming in from Finest, and again, it's not a solo member.
Nah, the buddy system being implemented there, but the 2 buddies are down now. In this round, Jacob still there towards the tunnels, and Twist, he was thinking about it, getting aggressive, but decides to play this one just that little bit safer. Looking to add to his tally, finish this half possibly on
that's huge.
20 kills if he can get it. Now, Kreese and Anarchist, they're going to walk push all the way up top. Chelsea's going to be dead. No chance at all. Knock, though, still in suicide, finds that kill. And now, it is going to be Anarchist and Twist in a 2 versus 2. The bomb is going to be now making its way towards B, where Twist is going to be holding from window. Cillian looking for the perfect time, and he's going to walk his way out, and he's not going to be looking the right way. Tries to adjust, but doesn't get there. Twist finds that kill, and now Knock is alone. AWP, so the low HP of Twist does not really matter. If Knock misses the shot, that is going to be it. But this is the duel that we want to see. Knock versus Twist. Who's going to come out on top? 30 seconds. And Twist, he is close now to his right. Anarchist closing in from behind, and Anarchist might be able to find this kill. Oh, what? Knock. What a reaction shot there. No idea Twist is already behind the car. But what a shot that was from Knock. He is on form right now, Ted, and it's crazy to see that, because Knock, right? I feel he's a little bit inconsistent at the moment. It's either we see him play really bad or he plays unbelievable, and I'm so glad that we are seeing him, you know, just absolutely drop bombs right now, as it's 18-7. Twist is 19-6, and it's really those 2 boys. Just it's their show right now.
I feel like that's why I said that Knock is just a different gravy on Dust 2. I mean, something happens with this guy when he joins Dust. I feel like maybe he's just playing Dust 2 deathmatch. Maybe that's the reason. He's just feeling it. He's just feeling it most of the games. I mean, I already told you, he's sitting at something like 1.51 rating on Dust 2. That's been insane. And he had a 2.54 against Copenhagen Flames just the other weeks when he was 26-2. I doubt we were going to see something like that at this point. It's not possible anymore, but he's still having a really good game.
A little bit of a quiet one from Jacob, but he picks up a kill on the pistol here as Apeks try and put a stop to this long play. Jawsy, he's going to be taken down by Anarchist. That P250 just so powerful in these pistol rounds. Knock has been damaged an awful lot, and he is going to be taken down. Anarchist showing what the P250 can do. Plessum doing it with a Glock as well, and Finest will take that Z pistol. They will take the advantage now going into this second half. 2 rounds in the lead, but this one is still all to play for. It can go either way, but this one it looks like it's going to be a B play out now from the T's. And we'll see if Finest can make their way onto the bomb site. That's what I'm thinking. I can see all the MAC-10s. I can see the bomb going there as well. Anarcha's going to be watching the cross. He actually gets tagged down now. Needs to be a little bit careful. Stiko continuing to challenge him. Nock is the only player here for the moment. The scout as well. Shock's going to be tagged down. 2 massive tags actually landed. But first blow goes in favor of Finest.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough retake. I'm not going to be surprised if we even see a save coming in from Apeks. I mean, you don't have a kid, you have a couple smokes, a bunch of HEs, but not a single flashbang. Yeah, that's going to be a save. You're potentially walking onto the toughest bomb site in the entirety of the map pool to retake with a 4 versus 5. Even though the HP is low, you have no kid, you have just the pistols. Want to make sure that you have something to work with in the next one, and you can go maximum damage. Apparently, this is the plan, but Anarchist, he's going to have a little bit of a feast here. Okay, I'm disappointed now. I expected more from that AG.
I thought it was going to go a little bit deeper. Oh, what a headshot that is from Nock.
Yeah. Maximalizing the damage, making sure that the T's are not going to be able to build up such a nice and sustainable economy. Still not going to make that big of a difference, though. You take down only one player, but damage is damage, and you're going to have something to work with in the eco. It's going to be 2 Deagles and a scout.
Apeks still the favorites for the minute. If you want to check out those odds, you can head over to Pinnacle and you can sign up using code CUP22. Make sure you're gambling responsibly and you have to be 18 years of age or over, of course. As now we get into this third round of the second half, but there's not a lot invested at all for Apeks. Of course, they don't really have the funds. So we have a look at that Anarchist shot one more time. Yeah, I thought that nade was just going to do a little bit more. I don't think it went deep enough. But that shot, man.
Holy.
Doing it with the op, doing it with the scout. That man is hitting some crazy shots. Stiko is going to be getting aggressive towards top mid with Chawsy, but Twist, he deals with that perfectly. Adds 2 more kills to his tally. He's at 21 now. So
I don't remember the last time Twist had a game like that. That's insane, actually.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
We're getting treated, you know, we're lucky.
We are indeed. Well, Finest lucky that that one doesn't turn into a messy situation. They take all the necessary precautions and they don't even take any damage whatsoever, so they make that one look like light work as we see this full buy come in now. First buy round of this second half. We've got knockout on that AWP, and that I feel is going to be one of the key factors. Now, Anarchez doesn't have the op just yet. He's going to continue with the scout backing himself. Doesn't want to go for the bigger investment of that big green. Wants to see what he can do with its little brother. Look at this from Asilian, pushed all the way deep. He hasn't been spotted, gets a free kill on Pleasant, and he's going to get away as well. Krias can't really do much, even if he wanted to from lower tunnels. Mach 10 at long range, you're just going into a relatively unfavorable fight against an M4, but Nock now boosted up. He could gobble up these kills now if these Mach 10s do want to make their way out, but for the moment, Finest, they are just holding for some CT aggression.
And it's not even the M4 that they're worried about, right? Normally, when you have a player with an M4 pushing towards top mid, you might have the AWP looking towards lower for him, and he didn't really want to give him a second frag for free. Now, the problem with this one is that they have no map control whatsoever, and even though Apeks don't know it yet, they have it cartographed fully, and they have him locked in. They need to commit to B. They have no other options.
Stiko needs to find at least one kill here. Deploys a flashbacks away. Jacob on the back side should be able to lock this down, but the flashes rain over. Stiko looking for the kills. He can only find one. Jacob needs to do the rest, and he's got a double. He shuts it down for the moment, but Shocks. He's now looking for Chaws. He finds him through the smoke. This is still doable, still winnable for Finest. Shocks is on some decent HP, and this man has been quiet enough, but he's been in very good form. But he will not find the head of Asilian through that smoke. Asilian takes him down. And it is going to be Apeks now picking up their first CT round, 11-8. Now, is this the way back for Apeks to maybe get it back on level terms? Finest are not going to be too disappointed, of course. That was a little bit of a bonus round, Ted. They didn't have, an awful lot invested. They had a lot of Mach 10s. They had the scout. This is the round that I'm more interested in. As we see the op out on Anarchez, it's going to be 4 AKs as well. And it's going to be a very good buy on the Apeks side too.
Yeah, really interested in that tournament that popped up on your screen right now in the beginning of June. Yep, you can join us in. in Sweden and watch some pretty nice CS, the Pinnacle Cup Finals, a pretty decent LAN. Make sure you go over, book your tickets. As Apeks, they're gonna go for mid aggression again, but this time around, Asilian is gonna get punished. This is really, really nice from Twist, denying Asilian from that early mid aggression. This is something that's kind of a remarkable play from Asilian. It's his bread and butters, right? He loves going for that aggressive play towards top middle. He loves getting a little bit exploitive on Dust 2 from time to time, especially when he sees that the teaser kind of failing to punish him for that. But, well, now that's not going to be the case. And Chelsea, he's going to be all alone here.
Oh, Twist finds that kill. Chelsea.
What's going on with him?
Yeah, it's gone from bad to worse for him, really, this game. 4 and 14.
No, I'm speaking about Twist. He is on a rampage.
Yeah, Twist is just dominating right now. That's a beautiful headshot onto Knock. And Shox looks for more. Gets that kill onto Stico. Jacob, the last player standing finest. They lose that last round. They make sure it's not consecutive, as Jacob is the last player left standing. And he is now trapped in towards CT. Plesson's going to try and walk him down. Jacob's not looking the right way. Take your time, Plesson. He's not going to be turning anytime soon. Execute him in the side of the head. It's a clean round from Finest there. And now, for the first time, we do see the odds switched head. Now, for the first time, we see Finest. They have the advantage because they look well on their way to taking Apex's map pick away from them. Apeks, they only have a limited amount of opportunities now to turn this one around. It's going to be a difficult one in this one. They've Stico out on a scout. They have a few Deagles in the ranks, but other than that, it's not looking too great. You'd be expecting Finest to take a 13th here, and Stico already lost his life. Would maybe suggest that that is going to be more of a probability than a possibility.
Yeah. Looking really good on Dust 2. And what can you do if you're Apeks? I mean, at this point, you're just getting out-aimed. Normally, Apeks is a team that, if they lose, they're just getting outplayed and outmaneuvered, and it's usually a pretty close game because they're that good individually. Like, they have really sick players. Thank you, Chelsea, for putting my words into actions. But I feel like when Finest are just having such a nice day in terms of, I mean, Twist. Look at him. This is the IGL. This is the lowest rated player on the T side. He's just running over you right now. When Finest are having such a nice day, there is pretty much nothing that you can do if you're Apeks. You just need to continue doing what you're doing and hope that they lower the tempo a little bit, because at this point they're just overperforming. And if they continue overperforming like that, you're not gonna have a lot of possibilities. I mean, you lose this map, you're not gonna be mad at yourself. I feel like so far they haven't been doing a lot of mistakes. They've been just completely out-aimed. They've been shut down completely, and this has been the case with a lot of Finest's games so far, truth be told, in the tournament. I pointed out that I don't remember the last time when Twist had such a monstrosity of a game. Well, I actually do. It was in this tournament. Arguably, this one is better, but in their opening matchup against 777, they won it 16-5 on Vertigo. Obviously, we were never going to watch Vertigo today because Apeks remove it, but I believe in that game he dropped 1.64 rating. He was like 23 and 13. He's better right now. But what I'm trying to say is that they've been really good in the tournament. You know, you beat 777, you beat Tricked, you beat ECSTATIC. All of these, like 777 best of 1, but then Tricked and ECSTATIC 2-0. 2-1 against Isurus, and then you lose to Spirit. That's a team that's on the major right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a team that's going to play the Challenger stage in 4 days. And you lose it 1-2. It's a close matchup as well. It's not like you get run over. That just comes to show how good of a team right now Finest is. And I really hope that they continue. They manage to stick in with that 5, because I feel like things are working out, and you can see it on the faces of Apeks. They realize right now they're not outplaying themselves; they're being outplayed.
Yeah. Oh, that is a fresh jersey.
Yeah, and a fresh chair as well.
Yeah.
The good old mouse days and the better logo. Don't DM me. Don't tag me. Don't add me. The old logo was better.
Yeah, fact. Oh, look at this aggression. And that's actually a good kill to find there from Chelsea. Did not expect him to get that. Did not expect the double entry there from Shox either. Knock is going to trade it right back, and he is going to back away to safety as well. So Finest can't get a refrag just yet, but they still have 3 players out towards long to maybe do the damage. Now, because of the pressure out towards long, we see Stico, he's got all that information towards B. He's pushed, he's cleared tunnels, he hasn't seen anything towards T-spawn. Now he realizes that lower is clear as well. So Apeks, they can kind of go for a little bit of a gamble play here and maybe just focus their efforts solely on this A bomb site. Well, Pleasant, he needs to get that smoke down if they want to cross for the moment, but they do not. They want to just wait and bide their time, and this is going to be a lot harder now because they only have one smoke to cross that, if they want to go long, that is.
Yeah, you have one smoke and potentially Anarchist to try and open up some space. He actually has a second smoke on the ground.
They picked up a second one, yeah.
Yeah, now they can go for the wall of smokes, but I feel like at this point it's a little bit too risky to commit. I feel you can just use the smoke, send Twist in, and hope that Anarchist is going to be able to pick up a kill on top of the side. Now, the good news is that Apeks are playing this one on the retake. Bad news, they have some util to go with, and Nock is in a really good spot, so this is going to be always a tough one, and with 20 seconds to tease, they need to start moving.
Yeah, couldn't pass because of the molly. Nock is going to burn to a crisp. That's a massive
kill.
The
smoke.
Oh, that is a disaster right now. Jacob can't really do too much. He can't stop the bomb plant anyway. Oh, Anarchist hits the shot regardless. Stiko now trying to deny the bomb plant. Tags Pleasant down through the box.
Round over.
And actually finds the kill onto Twist. But does he even consider going for it here? He's going to make his way around towards CT. Maybe looking for a kill on a player towards Car, but it is going to be the save set. It is going to be a 14th round now for Finest, and man, they have looked very good since we swapped over sides. 14-8, 2 rounds away from taking the map pick of Apeks away, and I mean, they look incredible doing it.
I think there was a fail smoke towards Guardian. Did you see the smoke that was right in front of the Molotov? I think that Nock had a smoke for the Molly and he just failed it. I think he threw it a little bit too early and the Molotov just went behind it.
I wonder, was it... well, we've seen Kreas play that little bit of a one-way. That's what I'm considering. Maybe it was, but maybe not. Maybe you are correct. I didn't see it, you know, that full on. But
well, in the end of the day, it was awkward and the upper burn. This is what matters.
Yes.
Essentially, for both teams, Apeks, they've picked up only one round on the CT side on Dust. I don't remember the last time I've seen them that helpless on Dust 2. I feel like right now, Finest are just having a really good day. I can't really say that they are helpless. They're just not getting a chance. Finest, they're playing a really good game. And Apeks, they just have to go for plays like that. They need to take the initiative.
Oh, Krea's completely off the mark with that.
And it's Icilian again.
Yeah. Icilian going aggressive. Icilian finding the kill, and exactly what Apeks needed. Look at Jacob's position here. It's going to be a difficult spot to clear out, but Shocks does it so well. Jacob, he moved off the angle that he was holding and walked right into the crosshair. Cost him his life. Icilian going to get into an aggressive position himself. Nock, he's going to be just jump spotting there. The refrag is going to be decent enough because it keeps it in a 3 versus 3. Anarchist continues to walk his way up long. He's looking for a shot now, up in hand, but he has a fight with Nock that he has to take in a moment. But
doesn't have to.
He drops Seiko, and now they can just go B here. They actually don't have to commit up towards A. Oh, Anarchist has already crossed. Nock finds that kill. Next twist, the bomb is down. Chawsey finds that kill, and 2 very impactful frags from a man that's been struggling throughout this game. Chawsey, only 8 kills in total, but 2 massive ones there because it keeps Apeks alive and it keeps him in the game.
I feel like Anarchist shouldn't have went for that fight. I mean, at this point, you know that they're putting pressure towards middle, so you're like, you know what, I might as well try to go for the kill, but this is really impactful from Chelsea. What a round from him, dropping first the bomb carrier, then the second kill. That was insane. They need someone like that. They need plays like that, Apeks. It feels like there hasn't been a hero throughout this game. Yes, Nock had a couple nice rounds, but it has been just Finest all the way. Look at that from Icilian, though. He's been phenomenal.
Takes a lot of damage, but he's not going to be taken down. Anarchist getting aggressive towards middle. Look at that peek from Jacob. Shocks out of the round. He didn't even get a chance at all. Jacob's going to walk close to this smoke here.
Oh, he's not ready for it.
No, well, Anarchist gets away there for the minute. Twist. He's going to walk his way up with the bomb. He's not going to be spotted as he crosses on over. But it's going to be difficult to get past this man. Now, the thing is, if Nock goes down here instantly, there's not really a lot of things that can happen because there's not a lot of rotates that are there close by. On the ramp, Nox drops Anarchist. Twist is now alone. And Nock might look for the next kill. Jacob running up short. Twist is going to be ready. Hits the shot. The IGL, he's had a massive performance so far. What a round this would be if he can find him. Stiko already too close. MP9 takes him down. It was a little bit iffy there. I was a little bit scared, but It is going to be a 10th round for Apeks. They get into double figures. Yeah, I seen it. There was a possibility that that one got away from them, but not to beat. Yeah. Apeks get a 2nd round in a row.
Yeah, showing that mental resilience. You know, it's really interesting that people don't actually realize how experienced this Apeks lineup is, right? Obviously, you have people like SKADE, you have Asilian, you have Jacob, you have Nuke. All of them have played Tier 1. There is only one player in this team that hasn't played Tier 1 CS, and that's csgo. And I feel like because it was a newly assembled roster with a lot of high expectations and not a Tier 1 organization, people actually were thinking of it like another newer, like younger team, right? They're actually really good in those high pressure scenarios. They showed that on LAN, by the way. They did win the Tips and Sport Bratislava Cup, where they managed to beat Sinners, eSuba, ECLOT, and Enterprise, if I'm not mistaken, on LAN, which is a massive success for a team like that. And they did so without dropping a map as well, which was kind of impressive. Then they had the break afterwards. So I guess if there is a team with the mental fortitude on that level of CS that can go for something like that, it would be Apeks. Still, though, Finest, it doesn't feel like they've lowered the tempo. It just feels like Apeks are just finding the right formula to deny them.
Yeah, it's almost like we can see them finding their feet just a little bit, but as I say, that Plessing gets the advantage now. Asilian walks right into Anarchez, and
they're ready now.
Might just be a little bit of the caster's curse there. Finest, they now get a massive grip on a round that would see them take map point, or rather get onto map point. Charles,
you know what's the problem with this?
What's that?
The problem is that Apeks found the success with the aggression, right?
Yeah.
But at one point, you will have to stop being aggressive if we're going to the book, because they're going to be ready and they're going to be holding. What happened in that round? The problem with Apeks is they don't really have a choice, because when you haven't been aggressive, you've been just run down. So you need to continue. You need to go on. You need to hope that they're not going to be anticipating it again and again. And even if they are, you need to hope that it works, because this has been the only working option for you. So if some of you are asking, why didn't they stop pushing? They've done that 3-4 rounds in a row. They just can't. This is the only thing that has been working out.
Big risks, big rewards, but the big risk does not pay off initially. As we see,
crucial
Finest. Yeah, this is massive. Now everybody's here for Apeks. Everybody is going to be ready. The smokes are going to go down, waiting for a flash in. Here comes the peak. csgo gets 2. SKADE gets 2 as well. Kriya's now left alone. What a flash peak there. And it's the Opera to set up his 2 riflers. Nuke looking for that final player. Kriya's has picked up that AWP. And, well, did Nuke see him there? I think he did. Yeah, now Kriya's, he has to hope to just save this AWP. Oh, the peak there from Nuke. He's just toying with him for the moment. But it is just going to be the save from the Opera. And what a recovery there from Apeks. And again, it's not the early round aggression that wins it. It is that mid-round aggression. A perfect flash. And while SKADE and csgo, they get it done themselves.
Yeah, that's the answer. Early round aggression fails. Well, you need to continue aggressing. You know that this has been the only thing that works out, so you go for this kind of a play. This is why Apeks is such a dangerous play. The multi-kill potential on this lineup is absolutely insane. csgo once again with a crucial double kill. Same could be said for SKADE. 14-11, hero way to BP now for Kreese. Interestingly so, obviously he saved it, so he's not going to be... Anarchist is not going to be that awful of a teammate. Just tell him, you know what, you saved it, but you're going to play with $150 in your account and with a Glock as well. Yeah. With armor. You want to use the big green, but still, it should be a 12th round. Apeks, they might be onto something, but let's not overestimate them. Let's not underestimate Finest in this one.
Yeah.
You still have the hope.
If Kriya's gets a kill, you know, there is a possibility. That last round, I feel it was a little bit of a misplay as well. Nobody was playing anti-flash. You know, you've 4 players walking up long. You have the Opera holding. Yes,
they thought they had it already.
Yeah, I mean, just one person. One person play anti-flash. Everybody was blind from that flashbang, which is absolutely crazy. Perfect counter utility, but however, we'll have to focus now on this next round, and it is going to be out towards B. SKADE is hearing a lot of people come his way. He gets a double kill. Now Jacob's going to peek out. He gets a double himself. And Kreese, he can't push past that Molotov. The nade is going to land on top of him. Chip away at his health. Flash blinding his vision. Well, Jacob is just taking this fight, showing absolutely no respect to the offer, and Kree is just going to walk right into the waiting arms here at Chelsea, but he has been spotted. Oh, that's a nice shot there. However, he's been tagged down to 19 HP. I don't think he gets away here because Apeks, they are going to be trying to run him down. Now, the issue with this is the money isn't spectacular for all the Apeks players, so they need to be just that little bit cautious, especially not with a massive gun like an AWP. Jacob has been spotted as well. 9 seconds. Krias needs to make sure he doesn't go down after time. But look at this. They come swarming.
I'm not a fan of this.
Oh, definitely not a fan of this. Now you have to get away.
Yeah.
As right now, they've lost absolutely everybody. And that is getting a little bit too aggressive.
That's equivalent. That's equivalent to a round win from Kreese right there. You look at the money on the CT side. That is absolutely equivalent to a round win. Take a look at the buy. Look at Stiku and Asilian. They have the M4s. Okay, you have some U2. I say some U2. This is everything you're going to have. Look at the smokes. Look at the mollies. It's just not perfect. It doesn't feel like you've won 4 rounds in a row, does it? And you have the reset potential as well. I mean, this was an insane round. That sets up Finest so well. Now, they just convert this one. They've won the game. Oh, wow.
Okay. What a shot.
And they've spotted the boosted up as well. They know where the big green is. There's no money for a double up. They can just run down middle.
They can just sprint B here. And now it's going to be csgo trying to hold it off. Fend alone. The smokes are going to make this a little bit messy. But
yeah, round over. It's safe.
Should be done and dusted here. Yeah, I don't think they'll consider going for this unless Chelsea can find a lot of good fortune here towards middle. There's a nice kill to be found. Anarchez out close looking for his flank. This is still very doable if Anarchez goes down, and he is trapped between a rock and a hard place right now. He's waiting for somebody to peek into him. Misses a shot. Here comes the swing from Chelsea. The USP will get it done, and he's picked up an op now to maybe try and go for this retake. But the issue is they only have one kit. It is on Asilian. The smoke goes down. If Asilian goes down in an awkward position, this could be very, very awkward indeed. Twist playing anti-flash, waiting for the players to make their way through. They're making their way onto the site. They're trying to clear him out. Shox gets a double. Looking for the triple. Twist will get the last. What a play, though, from Shox as he gets 2 kills instantaneously, shuts down the retake, and wins the map. Let's be real, Ted. There is surely no chance for Apeks in this round, and it's their own doing, getting way too aggressive. Now they have no money to fall back on, and now surely it has cost them their map pick.
I feel like they got a little bit frustrated after losing so many players as well, and I played around in the previous round as well, but that's such a massive clutch play from Shox and Twist. Obviously, Shox, the main man, just swinging through the smoke, getting a double, and look at that, Finest, they know the number 2 of the game. Now, map number 1 went in favor of Finest, as my dear colleague Jack just told you. It was Dust 2, which was the map pick of Apeks, which actually surprised us quite much. Twist had a really good game, a monstrosity of a showing, had the best map of his life, arguably. And well, now Finest are going to be looking forward to closing out the series in a 2-0 fashion, whereas Apeks on Overpass, which again is not a bad map for them because they have a 7-map veto and they can pretty much play everything, maybe beside Vertigo, that they've been avoiding, are pretty decent. So yeah, we expect a close one. We expect Apeks not to give it up. And what we're playing for, you might ask, we're playing for a spot in the playoffs. High stakes.
Ooh, would like a steak.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
Steak would be nice right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have one for dinner. You know, just you have to plan ahead.
I don't actually love, like, you say a steak would be nice now. I don't think so. Like, I'm really occupied. Yeah, I'm really occupied with watching CS right now. So
yeah.
I can think about food, but I can't. Yeah. I love speaking about food, but I don't actually like eating while watching CS because I want to fully enjoy both things, and it doesn't work out together.
Yeah, I understand.
A snack is alright though. Like if you get a little bit of, like, get a banana or some berries, be healthy.
Yeah. I thought you were about to say I don't like steak there for a minute. And
oh no, I love steak. I love steak.
There was about to be ructions in the team speak. There was about to be absolute war, but
he's picking
there's
up.
going to be a little bit of war towards the toilet's position as Twist finds that quick kill. Knock gets himself into a nice position. You see the shadow of Shocks, he'll swing wide and get that kill, looking for a second player, but too many angles to cover. Doesn't know which way to look. It ends up costing him his life. Jacob going to be flashed off towards both players here towards A for the CTs. Anarchists can only find one of them, and Jacob now strikes. It's a 1 versus 2. He finds himself in. He has dropped the bomb, but he's actually going to give up the bomb site completely. He's going to make his way down towards B. So maybe not realizing that the bomb is dropped, and maybe just going to position himself for that rotate back towards B. But Finest are already so far up. They surely just walk up onto the A bomb site together, clear it together, and get the bomb plant down. And FAMAS, it's not the most favorable of weapons. And well, I'm not too sure what went on there. Maybe he just spooked himself a little bit as he shoots down towards B, makes his way up connector, and finds himself into this 1 versus 1. It's going to be Twist close by in the toilets. Oh, Jacob doesn't look the right way. Twist misses the first shots, but does not miss a second time. Finest get their first round on the board, and that makes it nice and easy. Almost like paying with AstroPay online. You can pay and withdraw. It's used on over 1,000 different websites as well. So if you're looking to make some online payments in a safe, quick and effective manner, make sure to check out AstroPay.
Yeah. Speaking about Overpass though, because they did win the first buy round, this is actually only the second time that Finest played this map in the tournament. They did play it against Isurus. Now, a really interesting thing that we need to point out is actually Finest have picked into 4 different maps so far in the tournament. So yeah, it's not like they have played something more than once or twice. Most of the maps they played 1 or 2 times, but now looking to pick up the pace. Look at that double push towards connector. This is actually a really good call from Apeks, but look at that from Shocks. He's ready for it. Punishes 1, but the answer from Massilian is really, really good towards short as well. Man advantage for Apeks after this early exchange makes Pleasant activate himself a little bit more. But Apeks are still going to have the advantage. And look at that play from Jacob. He's getting aggressive as well.
Yeah, they're just going to continue to push here. Just look for any little gaps that the T's maybe have made. Maybe not looking in the right direction. Knock peeks out. And Pleasant, he was not ready for that swing. Leaves Finest in a worse off position. And where do you really go from here? Annika he's so afraid that there is still people in towards connector. He is going to clear it out and make sure that his teammates' flank is definitely clear. But they don't have a lot of time, right? I mean, 35 seconds. No. Everybody from Apeks is towards B. The flash goes down.
I think he's safe.
Could this be the save?
I think so, yeah. You're pretty limited as well, and I feel like they know it. I mean, look at Jacob. He's cleared out the entirety of long, toilets, and now he has connectors. So, Finest are pretty contained. I feel like you just get a couple kills, you're going to be happy. Just try and keep the economy at bay. That's going to be Jacob going down. It should be ringing the alarm for Apeks that it's either the A-bomb site or a safe, and now they realize this is just a safe call. So, they're going to be happy to hold on to 3 guns as well. A pretty decent round from Apeks. I like the approach. They're one of the teams that have that mid-orientated structure on the CT side of Overpass, and by that I just mean that they're relying heavily on having short and connector control for a couple of those rounds, and then when you take that middle part of the map for a couple rounds in a row, then you can let go, you can play from the back of the side, and you know that the T's are going to be wasting a lot of time thinking that this is a nuisance and trying to kind of levitate around it and play around it. So Apeks, they're doing some pretty decent preparations for the mid to late part of the half, trying to toy with the brains of their opponents.
It's a lovely bit of aggression there. Cillian gets that kill, and it's been the same story really from him there in this round as it was for a lot of the CT side on Dust 2. I mean, it was usually a Cillian to get aggressive, to find that opening pick. He's no stranger to some early round aggression on the CT side, but this time it works out. And they actually are just going to fall away here. So they're not going to play for any info, just going to play from the bomb sites. And they might make a little bit of an information play towards B. But in fact, Apeks, they've decided to gamble a little bit and send a third player over. Of course, they've got a nice position on Stiko towards Monster. He's got that pretty much locked down. They don't really need anybody else over towards that B bomb site. But they might need them because Finest decide to rotate back just a little bit.
Yeah. Mid-round, just try and group up. Try and explode onto a bomb side. You know that Apeks are not going to be giving you anything up for free. The re-smoke towards Monster is going to make it even more deadly. As soon as they need to run through this, they'll have to wait. Time is going to be really low. Stiko just needs 1 kill. If he falls down, though, there could be a chance, but with Chelsea towards Heaven as well and no smoke. Well, actually, let me correct myself. They have a smoke for Heaven. They can actually isolate him.
No flash. They just try and take the raw aim fight. They lose the first man, but Twist gets the refrag. He's too low HP, though, to take down Jacob. But Pleasant will. He'll do the damage. 9 seconds. Finest need to get up onto the bomb site, but it's a save from them.
Yeah.
They just left it a little bit too late. They needed to find the kill onto that Monster player instantly and just bombard that B bomb site with as much flashes as they could possibly output, but was not to be.
A nice knife. Why don't you get something like that? Or like that. The stiletto is nice as well. I mean, Simple started using it. Now everyone uses it. It's trendy, so why not? This, a really good round though from Apeks once again. I mean, they've been really good at getting that early aggression. Once again, Cillian is going to be the one to get into an engagement early on. And then just falling back and playing the man advantage from the back of the side. And refrags are going to work out for them. They did in the previous round, right? They didn't need anyone to go on a rampage. They just needed the people that are holding their positions to get their first kill. Even if they get refragged, doesn't really make a difference in that scenario simply because they already had the man advantage. So, yeah, now, pretty much same scenario. The boost is a nice little detail, a nice little touch. Not going to get used probably because Finest are leaning a little bit more towards the B-bomb side, but it's same case scenario. You just need every single player to get at least 1 kill, and you're going to be good to go. And thinking that there's barely any utility on the T side and to the Eagles, it should be an easy sweep.
It should be. It should be pretty straightforward.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah. Nothing is straightforward in Counter-Strike. You and I know that very well, Ted, but that's as easy as you like.
Except this round.
Yeah, that's very, very impressive there. Most of them down. Pleasant. Now, needs to be careful that he's not spammed, but he has no chance in this round, surely. Finds that kill. Stiko peeks into 2 players, and Nuke takes him down. It's 5-1. Apeks really showing their teeth and showing their claws so far on Overpass, and it's been a little bit more quiet from the Finest boys, and they might need a little bit of inspiration, a player to step up maybe. It could possibly be Twist again. We spoke about how good of a map he had on map number 1. I believe he finished with a 1.72 rating, which is fairly ridiculous for him. If you want to go further back and see when was the last time he got a similar rating or better, you have to go as far back as the 29th of November against Double Pony. That's 25-8 on Inferno, and that is what, over 6 months ago. So you know, that just shows you how often he frags like that in the server. So it could be a difficult start to life for Finest if Twist doesn't pick it up, or if, you know, one of the star players like this man doesn't find the form that we know that he's well capable of, as he reacts perfectly onto Nuke to find that headshot. Call upon him and he will be able to answer, but oh man, Kreese.
That's a free kill. He's not actually in trouble. He gets the kill. Even though they're pushing towards Monster, it doesn't really matter. Or it might matter. Yeah, it does.
No, it does.
I was thinking he just starts running towards Connector and he's going to join in with Anarchist, but yeah, it does matter. Anarchist, a 1 versus 2. Now, good news is he's still got 50 seconds on the clock, so he can isolate. Another bit of a silver lining is that Apeks are actually disjointed here, so he could get 1 versus 1s. Now, it could not be the most favorable one for him. Actually, it's going to be quite fair. Stiko decides to fall back. Molly to delay him just a little bit. We can see that Chelsea is closing out the distance as well, and he's going to come through from behind Anarchist. Doesn't spot him though. This could mean that Stiko thinks he's coming in from the B-bomb side. This could work out perfectly. No. Imagine he just runs B and Stiko lets him go. Oh, right.
No chance.
Yeah.
Chelsea.
It was Chelsea as well, no Stiko. My bad.
Sorry, Ted. It's okay. Happens.
Yeah,
it does.
I'm just looking at the LAN, that's why I'm getting distracted. You know, if you wanna watch some nice CS and you wanna watch some tier 1 teams perform at the LAN event, by the way, I just realized you get the chance to watch Fallen, FNX, and Fur play on the LAN. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, you know, you wanna get involved with that. You wanna book your tickets now.
Yeah.
Head on over. Let's see. Anika's looking underneath.
What a nerd.
It's a Cillian again to get the opening kill. Twist is going to be walking his way around.
Oh, no.
Twist. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, that's how you know he's just having fun in the server, right?
That's a little bit of revenge there. That's
yeah.
Right. Yeah, you killed my offer. There you go. Don't worry, Anika's. I have your back.
Literally. He's got his opponent's back as well. Nuke with a really good kill onto Shocks. He's going to be able to fall back without anyone hunting him on a refrag. Apeks somehow have been able to always be with a man up. I feel like if you're a Finest, you need to start from there. It was a good response to finally get a 1-for-1. The refrag into playground, especially with the knife. But again, simply a couple seconds after that, Nuke picks up another one. And it just feels like Finest have never went into a bomb side with a man advantage, or even with equal numbers. Every single time they tried to come into a bomb side, they're with a man down overall in the round. And that's just going to make it a massive liability, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's so difficult. Even given a chance. Oh,
no way he doesn't connect a single bullet there.
No, misses absolutely everything. Twist takes him down with Jacob towards the left side. The Monster was the perfect bait into him, only finds one. Now, Nuke flashed off the angle that he was holding and has to tuck himself safely in towards the water. Bless him. He can get the bomb plant down in the smoke. Can not go for the wall bang. It's actually pressing to expose himself. And now it's Twist. The man that we highlighted on map number 1 finds himself in a 1 versus 2, and he tucks himself deep in the Monster pipe. Now the steps are being made. Nuke is going to be on the angle. He missed the shot. No way. He's running out of bullets. Twist nearly gets it done, but Chelsea holds his nerve, executes his former teammate, and it is going to be a 7th round now for Apeks. Finest in a whole lot of trouble here. I mean, they are really struggling to get around on the board in the gun rounds. And we can see now Apeks slowly but surely clawing their way back, not only to tie this series up. But also we can see on the odds now as well. And in fact, they are going to go into the favorites. 1.86 for them, 1.89 for Finest. And this is a perfect opportunity during the technical pause to head on over to Pinnacle. Click the banner down below the stream. Sign up using code CUP22. And if you are gambling, make sure to gamble responsibly. Make sure, of course, you have to be 18 years of age or over. Technical pause is nice and quick, just what we like to see, Ted.
Yeah.
But I don't think this round is going to be nice and quick, because Finest, they really have to think about where they're going to put the majority of their armed forces.
Yeah, I feel like the big difference for me has been Stiko and Nuke being able to put up numbers. Yes, I know that Nuke did that on map number 1 as well, but then you have Stiko as well. And when your Anchor and Lurker on the T side, respectively, is having a good game, these are always impactful kills. You know that this is not the position for him to get kills that don't really matter. Although, Cillian, he's been Mr. Impact himself. Once again, finds the opener, this time around Kreese, with a really important refrag. And you can see Apeks, they're really proactive on the hunt for a man advantage. They're going to lose it this time.
I want to say that's 4 entries, 4 opening duels that Cillian has won.
Yeah.
Obi! Yeah, nicely done.
Oh, no.
Jacob, he gets a double, 2 low HP players, and it doesn't get as easy as that.
That's such a satisfying play, actually.
Oh, but Pleasant has tread the needle here. He has pushed through towards A. Nachazi.
He's hurt him,
step,
right?
surely. Yeah, but he's still taking his time here. Doesn't want to peek out. Doesn't want to overly step now.
I don't think
he's
he
waiting
has.
for the second player, maybe.
He didn't hear him.
Nah, surely he has.
Did he spot him?
Yeah. Nah, he definitely heard him.
Yeah, should have.
He's just making sure that nobody was coming. A second player, maybe. Oh, timing is really everything here. And Twist, surely. Is he going to be taken
What's
down
going
in the
on?
back? Oh,
okay.
So close, but Chelsea drops the bomb now. Looking for the last player. Pleasant on the site. There's actually that smoke down. Just dropped right on top of the bomb. So Pleasant, he could actually recover it and maybe get a bomb plant down, but he's going to go looking for kills in a 1 versus 3. You can't really argue with that. He has to maybe go and try and get aggressive, but he walks right into Chelsea. That is such an important round. Yeah, you are dead right. Apeks 8-1 up now. Finest with not a lot of money to work with again. It's going to be a lightly armored deco out from them, you feel, Ted. Maybe a set play towards B coming out, but nothing's been working.
Yeah. This was such an intelligent round as well. I mean, in that scenario, it feels like the game plan on the CT side is pretty simple. You just go for aggressive plays most of the time, and they're really well coordinated one after the other, like really methodical in the sequence of them. But you always had another player that's ready to go for a peek. You saw that from Jacob in this round. When you see that Finest are actually really invested in trying to find refrags, though, you have split aggression from the other part of the map. That was chosen in that scenario because you know that Finest are throwing a lot of bodies to try and get into that exchange, and he's going to have some open space to work with. This is actually so well protocoled by Apeks. This has been a really good CT side, and I love it. I mean, that CT side with mid-round aggression, I know that this is going to be probably the 10th time you hear me speaking about this, but there's a couple types of teams on the CT side, some of them being really passive mid-round. If I had to give a tier 1 example, I'd say Heroic maybe. Oh no, Gambit, pardon. Heroic are the opposite. Gambit, pretty passive. Cloud9 now, obviously. Just using their nades, playing from the back of the sides. And then you have a Heroic type that they're just always going for proactive plays, always trying to be inclusive, always trying to get the car, or rather the map cartographed, always wanting to know exactly what's going on, and wanting to have a player in a really good position to win the round. This is what Apeks are doing right now. Just being really curious.
Yeah, they're really leaving kind of no stone unturned. They want to make sure.
Look at that.
Everything is in their favor.
4x3.
I thought Chelsea. Yeah, I thought Chelsea was going to miss him there, but he does not. He catches him in the brain with a bullet, and his teammates are able to do the same, shutting that down. Finest don't even get a plant. And now it is a 9-1 lead for Apeks. It's looking like it's Mirage written all over it. It's still a little bit early on. There is still a way back for Finest, but just the way that Apeks have everything. It looks like they have their number. It looks like Finest don't really have too much of an opportunity, too much of a chance, but it only takes one round, really, you feel, in these. Especially at this level, it's kind of one round just to find your feet again, and then you can try and build off it. But man, sometimes it can be so difficult to pick up that kind of round. Look at Kreez, already down to half HP. That smoke went way too deep, and it was only going to extinguish the edge of that Molotov, but he still manages to find a kill. Asilian will not continue on his near perfect entry success. Chauzy is able to drop the op. Oh, instant dink onto Pleasant to take him down. And now Shocks and Twist in the 2 versus 4 again. Finest, even when they find the opening kill, it just seems to all fall apart.
Yeah, Chelsea is 9 and 2 as well. I mean, every single time he's had a person on his screen, he's pretty much killed him. Nuke now is going to miss the shot, but that's going to be the bomb spotted as well. That just gives Chelsea a chance for another kill. That's going to be 10 for him on the board. Shocks looking for the refrag. Chelsea, he spotted him already. Shocks should be going down any moment now. Try and take away as many guns as possible. But this has been such an impressive CT side from Apeks. They're just winning all the fights, split aggression all over the map, mid-round aggression, really good off angles. Finest, they're just not ready for it whatsoever.
Oh, timing. Shocks. Rather unfortunate in the last one there. The last fight of the round, but it is a 10-1 lead now in Apeks. They're actually going into the position that we did see them at the beginning of this series. They're going into clear favorites right now. 1.65, 2.1 for Finest. Check out those odds by clicking the banner down below the stream.
Who doesn't love 7 map boost?
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible right now from Apeks. The level that they're showing. Oh, that's a missed Molotov now. That's a little bit of an issue from Chelsea. That's probably the first thing that we've seen Chelsea really do wrong in this game so far.
And it's against pistols as well, so it's not such a big deal.
But he struggled on the first map, let's be real. He struggled on Dust too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He's found his footing here.
Yeah. And it was always kind of the question, you know, Chelsea. It was interesting because he picked up the AWP when he was at Galaxy Racer, and I believe Savage after that was called again. So it was always going to be intriguing to see him on a rifle because we've seen how good he was on that AWP, but showing that he is maybe more suited to that rifle than that op. Of course, we've talked so much about that in the past. It was still a little bit of a surprise, but I mean, right now, I mean, especially in the first on the first map, we can see why Knock is the main opper.
He's doing go right on overpass as well. I mean, he's 11 and 4. It's not like
just especially Dust 2.
Yeah. He's not as spectacular as the first half on Dust 2, but truth be told, they didn't win Dust 2 and now they're winning. And I feel like this is because, once again, we spoke about Stiko and Nog just being able to perform. Chelsea, he's been extremely impactful. I feel like him having the rifle just doesn't limit his possibilities as a player because he is a player that is really well-rounded, knows when to be aggressive, knows when to be defensive. And the AWP doesn't really give you that many possibilities from time to time. This is an extremely ballsy peek from Pleasant. And for the first time in a while, Jack, Finest, they're actually looking a little bit favored after an early exchange. I say that, though. They have 2 players that are low on HP. But in terms of numbers, they do have the advantage.
Yeah, but in terms of position, and Stiko is pushed all the way through Monster. He's going to be here in the steps now, but he's caught out on the stairs, and surely now Finest just send it out towards B. They're not going to be
whereabouts of a potential long player, so realizes that he doesn't have to challenge it. Now, this rotate is really risky. Jacob needs to be careful. Timing is going to be really awkward. Anarchist gets a free kill. The problem, though, he doesn't get any more options than that. Good flash. He's actually going to make his way into City Spawn. This could turn out really well, especially with Stico going down. This is a really good round for Finest.
Yeah, there's nobody really here towards B, bar Cillian, who's going to be making his way fast on a flank towards Monster. Finest, they know that CT should be relatively clear. They're just worried about short now, as Cillian is going to walk on out. And now the timing is really everything on this. If he gets twist down, he's not going to be looking the right way, which he does. Now he has to clear out barrels. Breeze is going to be close by, peeks out, finds one. Now he tucks himself in behind the smoke, and Apeks, they're going to have to go and try and find him as he sits in water, ready and waiting. Anarchist picks up an AK. It's Chazzy. And that thing now spam through the smoke, doesn't connect. Oh, types down Chazzy, takes him down. Can he get the second? Anarchist can. A 1 versus 2. And that was all on him. Anarchist with a long lurk, which allowed his teammates to get onto B and then closes out the round. 12-3. It ain't pretty, Ted, but it's better than 13-2. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, which is better than 15-0.
Yeah, exactly. But it was looking like all those scores were a possibility because of the way that Apeks were playing. Now they'll go over onto the T side, and I cannot stress how important this pistol is.
Yeah, this is the only way back for Finest right now. Apeks, they're looking really solid on overpass. Winning that pistol round is going to make it a pretty clean sweep. Winning this pistol round is pretty much guaranteed that we're watching Mirage today, at least in this matchup. Really speak about lineups, right? I mean, they've had 10 different players play in the team only in 2022, so yeah.
Still, they've actually started this round quite well. We kind of overlooked it a little bit, but that's a nice kill from Stico onto Krias. Makes it that little bit safer for Apeks, but there's still a chance that Phoenix could actually just steal one away here. Shocks on that scout. Jump spots out to people at least. He is screaming for the rotates to make their way up. Going to soften up Stiko an awful lot. A body shot will do onto 2 players. That's all he really needs. But it is going to be an element of surprise here for Twist. He has the deagle in hand looking for a headshot. But Knock is going to be trying to run him down. Pleasant finds 1 kill now with that Galil. As now Shocks just continues to be an annoyance and nuisance. Have they left this a little bit too late? They're running out of time. And oh, they have. How have they left it way too late? Need to make sure they don't go down here. Pleasant, is he going to swing into him? No, he's not. That is a little bit of a mishap there on that A site. Oh, that is an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
13-4 now, Finest Force, and they win. And Apeks are not going to be happy.
Yeah, surely around that you want to be converting. In terms of finding the refrags, you did well. Yes, you weren't ready for the early round aggression. Well, you were ready, but it just doesn't work out in the end for you. But they were able to answer back, getting into a pretty comfortable spot, maybe getting a little bit distracted from the timer, and well, it cost them. Now, Finest, they do get a chance. Well, I say a chance. They do get a shot at a chance at this point. They will have to win a couple more rounds for us to consider them being actually competitive in this game. Still down 4-13. That's 9 rounds for all of you at home. Folks, quick maths. Twist, he's in a really good spot right now. Needs to make sure that he doesn't fall after 1 kill though. If he is 1 and done, that's actually not great. He's in such a tough spot.
That's the kill he needed to find up. He needed to take down Stiko. Now he has an exit plan. Finest, they've everybody in position here. I mean, look, they're just closing in. They're so focused here towards Banana and A. They've got the flank from Kreas as well, and Twist is just doing a really good job of buying time here. Ooh. Knocking a Cillian though, they find 2 quick kills. Kreas surely has the element of surprise. Oh, no, it's a massive miss. And now, all of a sudden, this is a little bit awkward. Twist has found all the kills in this round. He's actually rotated out of connector. Anarchist needs to just stay alive. He needs to buy time for maybe Twist to rotate up, but he has to stay towards B here. The Sicilian and Knock are going to make their way down. They're against the Galil. Twist surely has to find the ace here, and he might just do so. Gets into a nice position here.
I think he got spotted.
Yeah, he's playing the off angle here. Surely they didn't see him. Sicilian is just making sure it is clear. Finds the headshot. Surely not. This is a massive disaster from Finest. They're in such a winnable position, but a few missed shots might just cost them. Anarchist has full HP.
Oh no.
Knock and Cillian, they are so low, but he's made a step. He's made a sound. They know exactly where he's coming from now. He is going to make his way around Monster.
Should have this one. Should have at least the first kill. He's going to hear him. Has a kid to work with as well. Knows where Cillian is. He knows that he was close. They're not going to be ready for it. They think he's saving. They're not sure if he has a kid. Oh, this is a disaster. Gets the first. Does he realize? No, he has no clue. Surely there's the swing and the kill. Anarchist, no way. Does he have it? I think he does. Time. I think he has enough time. Anarchist, what have you done? You've just helped your team stay in the game. What a clutch.
Oh, man. That is absolutely ridiculous. How has he won that? I have absolutely no idea, man. I have absolutely no idea how he's won that.
No, he gave him too much respect here.
Knock just peeked into him there. I don't think he really needed to. I mean,
I think he had to peek earlier. You could
think so?
Yeah, I feel like at this point, when Anarch just runs like that and just deploys the smoke, you know that he doesn't realize you're that close, and he just has to. It's kind of a desperation thing. I guess first thing Anarchist is going to be thinking about after getting the first kill is just getting on the bomb and deploying that smoke. And look at that. Look at that from Twist.
Yeah, that's what a way to counter a gun round there. I mean, that was such an iffy last round against a pretty weak boy. 2 saved rifles, yes, but there was nothing really behind him. And now you go into a gun round, you do that.
We have a game on our hands now.
Completely. Yeah, they're back in this completely now. And Apeks, they're going to be a little bit annoyed that they really are, to be honest.
Yeah. You know what's the thing? I feel like this kind of a round, it's not such a big deal in terms of when it happens, because you were down, what? You were down 4-13. So if you're Apeks, you still have a pretty comfortable lead. From a mental point of view, though, the way that you're losing it has some big weight.
100% though.
Yeah, someone has been playing gamebots in DM.
Light work at the pistols.
Yeah. Get that confidence up. He hasn't had the best game of his life so far, but maybe this is how it starts.
Maybe, just maybe, we see now Apeks calling the timeout. They understand that they've let this one get out of hand, especially after winning the pistol. You would have backed them just to close the game out there and then just get us over onto Mirage.
Paulie is a sick coach, though. I mean, we remember what happened after the tactical timeout on Dust. They won, I think, 4 or 5 rounds in a row. So there was a really big change. Paulie, like, nowadays people actually overlook coaches big time, and this is something that needs to get addressed. I have no idea why. I mean, you see the big drop in the form of teams that played in the major qualifier, like the open qualifiers, when you don't have the coach. You see how teams that are normally really good are just not able to qualify because they don't have their coaches. This is how impactful a coach could be. Like, teams that have coaches and they're forced to play without them, they suffer massively. And when you have a guy like Paulie behind you, I mean, that's always going to help out. And this is why Apeks have been. I feel like this is a part of the success story for the LAN event as well. I feel like without him, they wouldn't have found the success. I think he was with them. He should have been. Because I feel like for such a team that, has a lot of experienced players, but it's a fairly new one, the lack of a coach on a LAN event is gonna have big impact. Yeah, big up the coaches. We respect you guys. We see you. We see you.
Only some of them. I mean, I would get into it, but not the time nor place, because it is a little bit of a pop out towards that A site that catches Anarchist completely off guard. Now, he was the sole defender of this A bomb site, and the bomb plant is going to be down. Now, smoke towards top connector, that cuts off 2 players from rotating all the way up. Unless they want to push through a smoke right into Stiko, that is not going to be a good idea. So it is pretty much a 2 versus 2 on the site, and a 2v2 out here towards middle Stiko. I'm going to try and back away now, flash towards Con as well. The smoke is beginning to clear, and Apeks are doing a really good job of just keeping Finest off the site. Asilian yet to peek out from long toilet. Shox finds that kill. Asilian maybe has missed his chance, missed his opportunity, but there's not a lot of time left on the clock, and Nog finds that double. Stiko gets one as well. Creases towards long, but the time is ticked on way too long. He's not getting a defuse off. He is not winning the round. Stiko finds the headshot, and Apeks are going to get a 14th round. You were dead right, Ted. All you need is a little bit of inspiration from your IGL and your coach to come together.
Or from some skins.
A little bit of attack. Yeah, exactly. Or some skins. If you want to check them out, head over to cs.money. You can click the banner down below the stream. There's a 40% top-up bonus at the moment, so you get more bang for your buck. We also have a giveaway, I believe, going on, if I'm not mistaken, Ted.
Yeah. Giveaway.
Get involved with them. I think it might be one of the last days to enter as well, so I'm not too sure. Maybe. I'll have to double check on that one, so make sure you get involved in that.
I'm gonna tell you when I receive the skins, Kappa. I actually don't have any luck with giveaways, unfortunately. Lesson. Might have some luck with that one. Oh, okay. That's a nice kill from Asilian. Takes him down, another entry. This is number 6 on the map for Asilian. The 6th opening kill he's gotten. So out of 22 rounds, well, that's a lot. That's above 25%. Asilian has been spectacular. And you know, it's always nice when you see the IGL stepping up like that and taking things into his own hands, right? Especially when he sees that the team struggle. I mean, we spoke about Twist in his career. We can only speak about the one of Asilian, but just wait a second. Anarchist might still be in the round, aggressive towards toilets. He's still alone towards the A-bomb side. He's gonna get tested heavily.
Yeah, they're leading a lot on Anarchist to do some kind of damage, but he needed to fall back there. That was way too aggressive from him. He gets caught out, tries to do it all, and ends up doing nothing but leaving his team in an unwinnable position. They're going to save. It's going to be a 15-7, but Apeks, they are the Apeks Predators right now. They are going to be on the hunt, and they're going to maybe take all these rifles away, which would be a massive disaster for Finest. But it looks like they just put the brakes on a little bit on that hunt. Their money isn't in too great of a situation either, so they don't want to overly commit to anything. Twist finds that kill onto Jacob. but it is 15-7. It's going to be map point for Apeks. Now only one away from forcing that decider. Oh, and very much that I did actually research that you guys do have 8 hours left to get involved in that giveaway, so make sure you do get involved in it.
Yeah, and I was just joking. I was just joking. We haven't entered, so we're not gonna win it. So you can win it.
Exactly. Yeah, we let somebody else get all the glory and all the skins.
Yeah. We don't want to steal it away. Pretty much just Apeks are gonna steal away this map. It is obviously the map pick of Finest that managed to rob them from Dust 2. That was their child, but hey, we're going to Mirage. That's good news. Now the question is, how many rounds do Finest win before we get to it? Because a 15-7 comeback, I don't think it's really a possibility. Kreese with a nice kill. Cillian is gonna hit the ground running. Finally, he gets shut down on an entry.
Oh, Pleasant finds a really nice kill there onto Jacob. Gonna go for a pierce on the top of the site. Oh, luckily Kreese. Oh, that could have been an absolute mishap there from Finest.
Yeah.
That could have been 2 quick kills there for Apeks, and if both of them were found, I might have just backed him to get maybe the 3rd player towards Monster, but not to be. Now it's a 2 versus 5 and a really good response from Finest. But the issue is, it needs to be perfect CS Ted.
Yeah.
From now on, there cannot be any mistakes whatsoever, and Finest game on Overpass has been littered with them. So it's going to be a very much uphill battle.
Well, it's kind of tough when you think that all it took for Apeks to win a couple rounds before was just one tactical timeout and a chat with the coach. I mean,
yeah,
if this is what it takes, they can go for another one, and I want him to shoot through this wall so badly. I know he's not gonna die because he's on the other side of Pillar as well, but I just want to see it. Oh.
I don't know, man. If he actually does shoot through that, maybe... I think the angle is actually decent enough, no?
Nah, I don't think so.
Do you think the Pillar catches it? Oh.
Oh! Yeah.
Okay.
Greed gets punished. Pleasant is gonna go down. It's gonna be a little bit of a lesson. Not gonna make it too big of a problem though. They have enough cash to drop him over. Obviously, taking a look at the Pinnacle bets once again. And the odds, Apeks still the leaders. I mean, you would understand that if you have been with us for this map so far. You want to take advantage of those odds, make sure you head over to Pinnacle, click the banner below the stream and use our code CUP22. You need to be at least 18 though. Round number 24. Aggression from Monarchist early on. Not gonna spot anybody. Well, spots the flash. Not gonna tell him too much of a story. But look at that aggression from Finest. They're actually gonna go really, really deep towards T-mid here. Twist decides not to peek into it. He has the crossfire with Anarchist. This is a really good setup, but they need to be careful because of Connector.
Player disconnected, so
yeah.
I assume round is going to be restarted.
Yeah, no damage has been done.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hear the conversation going on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit awkward. Actually, to be honest, this helps Apeks a lot. I mean, this is
the setup was good. Yeah.
Yeah. But also the fact that they're breaking up the play a little bit, and usually when there is a tactical pause or a technical pause, Apeks win the next round. So
yeah,
you know, there's a little bit of hope, I feel.
Yeah,
I think Apeks are going to be happy about this now. Of course, we can see a lot of them just sitting in silence.
It's so sunny outside.
Yeah, it's very, very sunny where the boys are, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Have they boot camped? I'm not sure. Surely they have, right? I mean,
together.
Yeah, surely they played alone. I mean, surely they had a boot camp.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's a bit of an international roster, so we'd understand if they weren't together all the time. But sure, they've had a boot camp, and they are playing like a team that has been on a boot camp. Their connection with the coach as well. Actually, we have some time as we're in a technical timeout right now. You remember me touching upon Cillian a little bit. The reason I like him as an IGL that much is I feel like he is the twist of the Danish scene in terms of it. Like, he's been part of big teams, but not the same caliber of like Nip and Fnatic. He's been in Copenhagen Flames, he's been in Mad Lions, he's been on Heroic, he's been on Imperial, Dignitas, the Danish versions of SK and Copenhagen Wolves, which was so much time ago. He actually has more maps played on HOTV than Twist, by the way. He's got 1,723. Well, 25 now. And it's going to be 26 after the BO3. But the thing is, he is a really experienced guy, even though he is not that aged, let's say. But one of the reasons I like him a lot, he's always been a fragging IGO, and I feel like this comes down from his time in Copenhagen Wolves with Glaive. Obviously, he used to play with Glaive, Hunden, Maeve, I think, was a part of the lineup, and Tensky. And he's been greatly influenced by Glaive, and you can see that in his playstyle. I mean, if you play their demos, they're really similar in the way that they approach the game. Yes, the difference is that Glaive has a really hard dedicated entry right now, which is Config, so he doesn't really have to take so many opening fights as a Cillian. But on the CT side, they're so similar in their approach. It's actually mad.
Yeah, there is definitely the similarities between them. Now, we are going to get back underway. There was, of course, that little bit of a delay there. So this would be interesting to see, because it was a lot of this was the momentum of finals. They were kind of building it up a little bit. Yes, they only won one round, but you know, it was definitely the ball in their court. I wonder, has this tactical timeout just cost them a little bit? Maybe of that momentum. We are going to see them get really aggressive in towards short. Anarchist with an AWP, maybe going to go for an aggressive peek, and he has done so. Doesn't see anything towards Monster, and he is going to back away now. So Apeks, they are in a little bit of spot of bother. As I say that, Anarchist peeks right into the waiting arms of Knock, who was scoped deep towards connector. That's that quick kill. Plesson needs to get more than just one, but he is going to be refragged out. Twist alone now towards long toilets. He's going to be put under pressure. It's a 1 versus 1 engagement. He's not going to be expecting him. Doesn't matter. Finds the kill. Oh man, that is absolutely massive.
Yeah, that's insane. It's absolute insanities, and Apeks should be able to close it out now. I mean, shocks increase, you're left in a 2 versus 4, nothing that you can do in that scenario. Apeks, they just need to hold on. They just need to group up, play together, implement the buddy system. Worst case scenario, you're walking onto the bomb side in a 4 versus 2. This is worst case scenario. Surely this is how it ends. You see the aggression going in towards long finest. They're going to get a lot of information, but it's not the info that they were hoping for. It is the information that Apeks are on the other bomb side. They have it locked in. Shocks on the rotate already. Look at where Kreese still is. Bomb is going to go down. And, well, with Shocks going down any moment now, potentially, this should be the end of the round. And, yeah, there you have it.
Yeah, headshot landed unless Kreese can...
Yeah, no way he clears that one out.
Yeah, Jacob's low HP. Connector door swings open. Kreese thinks about clearing it, but does not clear it efficiently in the end. But Apeks very, very efficient on overpass. A 16-8 quick enough second map, and now we're going to a decider. It is either Apeks or Finest that is going to take it and head into the playoffs. Which one will it be? You're going to have to join us in around 10 minutes and we will take on Mirage then. But for now, we're going to send it to a short break. We'll see you in a moment.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you. Select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup 4. It's a decider on who will be making it to the playoffs right now. Both teams 2-1, and Apeks and Finest, they have fought very, very hard to get here. It was a 16-12 win for Finest on Dust 2. Apeks took the last map 16-8 of Overpass, and now we go on to Mirage. Knife round well underway, and it's going to finish with Finest taking it. I assume they're going to start out on the CT side. And we'll see.
And you'd be right to assume so.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to take any risks.
No.
I don't think. It's been a while since I've seen the team win and start on T side. Endpoint used to do it a little bit, if I'm not mistaken.
UKCS.
Yeah, I suppose. Suppose that is a good way of putting it.
Yeah. Oh no. CT side. Well, Mirage is. We spoke about it in the top 30. Mirage has been the third most CT side map so far. Throughout this year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy. But amongst those two teams, it's actually not like that. It's pretty balanced with them. So I'm expecting a pretty competitive T side from all. You're just wasting a point. You just put them. You just put them in to go further.
I fancied you too. I really do. 03 Renegades, Sidewag.
Understandable.
Then probably Imperial Outsiders, Vitality, Australis, and maybe I want to say MIBR. It's either MIBR, Bad News Eagles, or Eternal Fire for me. But
yeah.
Oh no, wait, I forgot about Ents. Sorry, Ents. I don't even know how many I've named there, but
like 20.
Yeah, Ents over them. I've literally named all the teams.
Everyone is gonna go through if you ask Jack. Everyone
Yeah.
bar 9Z. That's the only
I-
team you didn't mention.
and Renegades.
Yeah, and Renegades that are going on 3. Sorry, Dwayne. Okay, first buy round of the game on Mirage. Apeks 3-0 up. AWP for Honor, Kizakupo, and first double open fact. Kreese is rocking the secondary one. Look at that. Minute 20. Asilian trying to get through the murder hole. That's why it's called like that. Twist is going to teach him a lesson. And Jacob should be going down as well. This is a lot better for Finest.
Yeah, they needed to get this gun round under their belt, and they're doing exactly that. Lesson. Danica is finding the next 2 kills. Chelsea just trying to take weapons away at this stage, as he is going to go out and take that fight towards middle once again. Nobody's going to peek him though. You see, Finest, they don't really want to take too many risks. As I say that, Pleasant just takes a 1v1 that he does win, and Finest survive with 4. So it is not going to be a continued perfect start for Apeks. They are undone in that first gun round. Stico, he does not have enough to drop over an AWP to knock, so it is just going to be the 2 ops out for Finest, Kriez and Anarchiz. And that's pretty interesting that they're going to go for the double op straight away.
Yeah, worked out in the first round, and look at him in aggression. Shox, he's gonna pick up the first. This is such a ballsy goal, but the reaction, the counter into is really good. Shox, how does he get a second there?
Absolutely no idea. Knock gets the refrag, but Chalsey's going to be taken down, and again Apeks are on the back foot, so already they're just being out-muscled by the CT rifles. Once the guns are out, the CTs are looking very, very strong indeed, and it's going to be a contact out ramp here from the Apeks lineup. The 2 remaining players. Knock's going to be the first man out, and that's a lovely peek onto Pleasant. Needed to find that kill. CT player is going to be dropped. Kreis has the cross though. He's just that little bit worried about Palace. The swing comes out. Molly is going to force the offer back. So bomb plant should go down here, and it will. Knock's going to swing wide and get towards triple. Twist makes his presence known towards connector. That flashbang just panics him a little bit. Stico on top of default finds the headshot onto the upper. This is a 2 versus 2 now. This is very doable. Molly forces Stico out. Knock finds the next headshot. Anarchist is alone. All of a sudden, Apeks have turned this one around completely. All thanks to Knock and Stico. And Anarchist, he's seen enough. He doesn't want anything to do with it. I think he might just back away here. He's looking for somebody to give him anything, but he's not gonna get much whatsoever. And even the reposition from Stico just making sure that Anarchist does not have a chance. It's a 4th round for Apeks, and that's a massive, massive upset in this round.
That's been such an insane game for Nog as well. I mean, we need to give him credit. Credit where credit's due. Nog, on Dust 2, for those of you that missed it, he had a 23-15, even though they lost the map, right? Even though they got absolutely outplayed on Dust, they lost it 16-12. Well, I say absolutely outplayed. It wasn't that much of a one-sided affair in terms of score, but Finest was without a doubt the better team on that map. On map number 2, he was 18-12. Yes, Chelsea was the big star of the show, but Nog was still putting on numbers, and right now he's having his impact early on Mirage as well. 4-1, a really important round from a mental point of view for Apeks. You lose the first buy round, then you manage to answer back immediately. That's going to put Finest a little bit back, and now because of that serious investment, because of the decision to go for the double up so early on, they're going to have some financial struggles here.
Been there. But right now, Finest, they're looking for that opening pick, and they're looking for maybe somebody to get aggressive out middle. Shox has caught a few Apeks players off guard, truth be told, in these kind of rounds, but Apeks are going to be making their way towards A, and there's 2 players set up, Anarchiz and Twist, so they are going into the AWP, which could be a little bit of an issue if he's not smoked off, as the nades surely are being lined up now. But I don't think there is going to be a CT. In fact, there will be. There's going to be a flash over now. Smoke goes down. Anarchist might just try and push past it here. He spotted out a player towards Sandwich. He needs to find this kill here. Spots out Jacob. He's going to be the second. Swings wide. Misses the next shot. Anarchist is going to be eventually taken down. That was the only player on the bomb site now. So Apeks are going to try and take control. And this is a nice little play here. They're going to go and try and take jungle control. And they have. Smart. That was so incredible there from Apeks. Finest not aware that they were going to try and take control of jungle. Now Shox on a flank. He has to really do it all.
There's one. And not two. Nuke with a really good recovery. Missed shot from Kreese. Looked like it connected, but Stiko is going to take him down. That was such an intelligent round from Apeks. I want to speak about it so much. I mean, you go for the initial execute, then you slow things down. Why they don't go out that quickly? This is because they're waiting for the reaction from the CT side. They hope that someone swings through the smoke. They hope that someone tries to go for a desperation play and save the day. They get the kill like that, and by the time, the smokes are already starting to fade. So they have that extra plan with the flash to go through the smoke that's below stairs and push towards jungle and get the fights towards connector as well. That was such a nice play coming in from Apeks. That was so well protocoled, so well drilled, and now they have a 5-1 lead playing against the lightly armored Deco, and another execute is on the cards.
He fights this on the twist, looking for second player. He's sat in towards the underpath position. He is going to be eventually dealt with. And man, right now, Apeks are just tearing these pistols apart. They've only picked up 1 kill. Shox, the only man to have it. So it looks like 6 is definitely going to happen for this Apeks side, unless Kreese can work wonders, but he is just waiting for somebody to peek into him to maybe get an AK and get away. I think that's all he can really hope for, but Apeks, they've hardly put a foot wrong, Ted, to be honest. All the calls have been spectacular. Even going into that A stack, they still managed to mow everybody down, and not too often you do see that. You see teams being caused lots of issues with that kind of round, but not Apeks. They make it look very easy, and we're going to see Finest first time out, their first tactical of this deciding map, because it has not gone their way, and it is, of course, as you said, that just little bit CT sided. I'm still in awe of that stat that, you know, in the top 30 it is the third most CT sided map in the pool.
Yeah, Mirage, man.
That's crazy, man.
So
I thought it'd be something different. You know, I thought it maybe. I know Overpass and Ancient are definitely up there.
Yeah.
I didn't think Mirage.
Yeah, you would think maybe a Vertigo would be in there, but yeah.
I don't know, actually.
It is awkward that is more CT sided than Overpass. That is a little bit awkward statistically, because, you know, first place is obviously Tension, second place is Nuke, and then third place you have Mirage. You would think that Overpass would be number 3, especially when you have people like Blame it be like, yeah, this is one of the most CT sided maps in the pool. So I guess it just shows that the current meta in CS is just open for interpretation. I mean, it just depends on what team you're playing. This is insane.
That's crazy, man.
What a nice mid-round play. That was low-key impressive from Pleasant and Twist.
Oh, Stiko's thinking about it. Flash is perfect. Oh, what an entry that is. Oh, Shox. Gets himself into a nice position. Oh, Twist even finds that kill, makes it an easier job for his teammate on top back as Knock looks to take away a few of these CT rifles. He has the bomb on his back, but there's no way he's going to make his way out onto the site, and he's locked in as well. This is an issue. Now, surely he is aware that somebody could be flanking him. He makes a lot of steps running away, but of course, Shox knows that he's not gone too far back because his teammate would have seen him. So he's definitely expecting him maybe to walk push in. Blessing's going to be here. It's that shot for Alive for Finest, and that is a really good round.
Yeah, that's a lot better. This is the first time that Apeks actually decided to go for a little bit of a default. Obviously, it was the intended target was to go and split A with those two players coming in from under. They would play later on towards Con. But the counter-aggressive play was really good. And the reason that Finest go for something like that is because Apeks have been exploiting those bomb sites in terms of just going for execute so much that they feel like they must take some kind of a risky play towards middle, and they need to try and card to grab the card a little bit, or the map a little bit. Well, they've done so perfectly. Anarchist picks up another opening, and now Apeks, they're stuck in a 4 versus 5 without barely any map control.
Yeah, but Pleasant doesn't have much support here. Actually gets away towards short, so I thought Jacob might go for a little bit of a peek there, but
I think he understands the timing right now. He knows that the player could walk out of under.
Yeah, he's played that nicely. He really has.
Painful HE.
Yeah, the issue is, you know, he was the connector player. You know, he was the player out towards middle. So he gets that initial kill. He rotates over towards short. And now Finest, they've got so many players towards B. That's a nice tag landed on both sides. But Anarchez, he is going to miss the next double off on B to try and fend them off. Here's Blessing, the man that's rotated towards short. He's dropped the bomb. And now Apeks, they are going to be like fish in a barrel here. They are trapped. And the double op just working wonders again. There's a pretty interesting stance, truth be told, on B that put both of the uppers there. Not too often you do see it, but
I like it, by the way.
If it works, it works. The only issue is if they just get popped on, like that is it's so difficult. But I suppose Blessing in that position kind of allowed them to go for that.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the thing is, when Apeks have been going for those A executes, it feels like you're just not able to contest, and you need to kind of let it go and play on the retake. And this is what Finest went for in this buy round. They were like, you know what, we're just gonna lean towards the B-bomb side. We know that A is a little bit easier to retake. We tried to counter it, it didn't work out. Let's just let it be. Let them go out with it. Let them go away. If they go A, we're gonna let them get a bomb plant. We'll play later on. So we're gonna be leaning B. Same as Apeks in this round. Just the pistols, the pop, twist. He's actually quite alone. Anarchist needs to help out.
Anarchez is hitting the shots here. They make their way out of the apartment, so it's a little bit better than the previous round, but
yeah,
not a lot better. Not really too much you can hope for.
Yeah,
with
not
that
better
limited
really.
Investment. Yeah, so no bomb plant.
If there was bonus points for covered ground, you would have had more.
Yeah. I mean, they get out of apartments this time, so
achievement unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, it's, if we're gonna look at it in that regard,
yeah,
then the next step is definitely the bomb plant. So if they go to B again, they might be able to get it, but it is a smoke towards top middle, and it is gonna be everybody setting up an A execute. Look at the aggression towards mid. We're gonna see Finest clear all of this out, but this leaves Krias in a little bit of a difficult situation because he has to hold A alone, and he's in an aggressive position towards triple. The flash is going to be perfect. We've seen Anarchez caught out. Chauzy not as good as Stico on that entry. Shox is going to try and swing right. Burns a little bit, and he's going to be forced back behind the smokes. And maybe a similar round here. Are Apeks going to smoke towards top con and maybe try and get in? Looks exactly like they are going to do that to maybe try and take control of Mungo. That's a failed smoke. That could be an absolute disaster. It cost Chauzy his life, and Jacob has to go and try and clear him. Shox gets a double, and Blessing is perfect here with a flank. Finds the first. The second player is going to be taken out regardless as well, and that is all undone by a little bit of failed deal till.
Wow, this has been an insane recovery here for Finest. I mean, now they win 4 rounds in a row, and that failed smoke, it just forces them to take a fight that they don't want to. It's an unfavorable angle for them. They need to pick into the M4. It is really quick when you go head-to-head with it in that scenario. 4 in a row. CT side looking really solid. And the problem for Apeks, they're not even getting onto the bomb side, right? Well, they're getting onto the bomb side. They're not getting the bomb down. Money is not there. They need to go for ecos every now and then. Every single round counts as 2. And most of these anti-ecos have been fairly clean as well. Look at the money on the CT side. It's building up so well.
Yeah, they're keeping a lot of people alive, which is obviously going to help them as we get into the later rounds, and pretty much secures them
cash.
I mean, if they don't lose anybody here, they have a buy for the rest of the half, 100%, and it looks like they mightn't lose anybody here. Oh, Anarchez misses that shot. Nice headshot from Stico. But it is only one to be found. We're level 6-6, and this one is going to go down to the wire, you feel, Ted? I really do think that this one is going to be a real barn burner when we get down to it. In Apeks, they are going to call a tack timeout. Usually,
we know what's next.
Usually, these have a lot of impact on the next round, and it usually goes in favor of Apeks.
Yeah. I mean, it should go in their favor. If we follow the pattern, we can see Asilian speaking quite a lot, getting involved. Chauzy, being the young gun, is going to listen carefully to what the boss is saying. Obviously, one thing that I like about Apeks is that they don't have any strict roles. Like, I say they don't have any strict rules. Obviously, you have the AWP and you have the IGL. This is the only strict thing that you have. Most of the time, Jacob is going to be walking in first, right? But then you have a Cillian from time to time picking it up. Even when you look at the stats, like the attempted entries, it's really, really close. A lot of players are capable to go on lurk. A lot of players are capable to go on first. A lot of players are capable to be left in the clutch. It's the same with the team speak. Most of them are really good at giving ideas, and that's what makes those tactical timeouts so impactful for them. It's not only the coach, it's just the capability of the entire team to get involved in the action and just help out with different solutions. I love that round. It's my favorite round. They win it 100%. They're even gonna walk through the top connector smoke. This is really smart.
Yeah. Oh, the molly actually goes a little bit deep. You can see Shocks and Twists. They are making sure that they have connector covered if they can, but outwalks Stiko. Kreese hits the first shot. Twist is going to go down here in a little bit of a difficult situation now. Chelsea, he can make his way out, trying to buy his time. Spots the player towards Pickett, looking for the player towards Underback, and he's found Shocks. Molly is going to force Kreese out of position. Already holding though. What a peek that is from Chelsea. Takes down the upper, pressing on the flank. How many times is he going to be able to find the kill here? Surely Chelsea's thinking about it. No, not at all. They're looking for the second player. There's one looking for Knock. I don't believe he spotted him. We certainly did anyway.
Look at that.
And Jacob is on a flank of his own. Anarchist has absolutely no idea.
He does.
He is very clued in.
Oh, that's such a good read from Anarchist. He realizes that there has been enough time now for a player to sneak into jungle and come in behind, and now Nog, he's going to be trying his best at the 1 versus 2. We spoke about him being a little bit of a passive opener normally. We spoke about him being extremely clutch in those scenarios, but with 15 seconds, I feel like he might as well just have to hold on to the AWP. Even if he gets that kill, there's only 10 seconds. He needs to get the bomb and get it down. Anarchist is low on HP. Does he decide to fight it? Actually, there might be enough time. Missed shot, missed chance. But there's enough time for the bomb to go down. No, an AK in hand. Anarchist, he's low on HP. What a clutch that would be for Nog. He's gonna spot him out, but Anarchist hits the shot. Gets the round. Finest. They hold on. They keep on winning rounds.
A little bit of BM there as well. That dead body holding up the peace sign there on the ground, didn't it? Don't know if you've seen that. Well, he was ripped to pieces. And if you guys want to pick up a nice piece, pick up a nice gun, you can head over to CS.money and get involved. A 40% top-up bonus at the moment, so you get a lot more value for your money if you're interested in purchasing a skin. Of course, special shout out to CS.money for that one. It's been 6 in a row now for Team Finest as we get into this second last round of the half. And Apeks are going to be a little bit disappointed with the way that one turned out. Turning this one off well, though. It's a Cillian to get the advantage. He enters onto Pleasant. Finds that kill. Kreese looking for a refrag. A Cillian not going to push past Delpan for the moment. But Jacob, he could be in a little bit of trouble. In fact, it's not the up of Kreese, it's the up of Anarchist. He needs to be worried about. Kreese now showing what he can do as well on the AWP. Advantage to Team Finest. Looking to secure the half win, as Apeks will recover the bomb, and they have their sights set on B, where Anarchist is alone for the moment.
Grouping up towards the B bomb side. You still have Chelsea under window. He could be in a really good spot. Now, I'm not going to be surprised if they try to boost Chelsea into window and then just go for the B contact play and hope that he's going to be able to do something from behind. I think that's going to be the game plan here. Chelsea shouldn't be walking in. It's going to be actually Stiko. Chelsea gets the bomb. Oh, that's actually a disaster for Twist, but yeah, Stiko, he's going to try and move. Kreese takes him down. From that point on, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, there's the bomb drop. That's the round done. Not trying to bait out the op shot. He has done so. Gets out the window. Op battle here. Anarchist going to cheat a little bit by taking out the pistol, and he gets punished for it. 20 seconds though, there's no time for him to make his way forward. And look at Kreese, he's already pushed all the way through. Has the pistol in hand, looking for the low HP player. And no, he's going down in the back here, and he will do exactly that.
Oh, why would you shoot Pinnacle like that?
Why would you shoot the Pinnacle? That's just disrespect. It's their cup. And speaking about Pinnacle, there's the odds popping up on your screen right now. As Finest, they have the advantage. Still very, very close though. You can still get involved in that one if you want to click the banner down below the stream and head over. You can sign up using code CUP22 as well. Make sure you're gambling responsibly. Last round of the half. As we see a little bit more of a default out here from Apeks, but it's an aggressive stance from Pleasant towards under. And I don't believe Apeks are going to be ready for it if he continues to push. But he seems like he has his sights set on that position alone.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. He's gonna hear the flash now. Chose this with the bomb. This could actually give so much information to the CT side if he was to drop and fall right there. Pleasant though decides to pull back for now. AWP gonna exchange some tags. Second ult as well. A lot of damage has been done to the T and CT sides, but no kills found. Twist finally gonna change that. Look at Ultimate Presence. They have so much information. Finest. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, the issue is, though, the Apeks players have already lurked out A, and they're around the bomb site. Now, they're not seeing too much, but timing is really everything here. The shocks, if he's not looking the right way, he could get punished, but he gets a double. How has he stopped that all in his lonesome? Flash goes out, might go for a peek onto Chaws. He does not see him. He was in his blind spot. So, Chawsy might be able to get the bomb down now, but he decides to tap. He has to go and get maybe a little bit aggressive. Does not see anything. And when he goes for the plant this time, it means Finest are going to get closer to him. He manages to isolate one kill and find a fight, but now all three players coming from a similar direction. They're spamming towards triple. They're looking to try and take him down. Chawsy looking for a fight, but he loses it in the end. It costs him the round. Finest get a 9-6 lead. Swapping over sides. Can they manage to close this game out and book their place in the playoffs? Or can Apeks mount that little bit of a comeback?
I don't know if you realize it. This is 8 rounds in a row for Finest. That's actually mad. No, pretty much as mad as how fast and easy it could be to pay and withdraw with Astral Pay. Make sure you click the banner below the stream. Tell them that we sent you. They're going to be nice with you, but nice is pretty much the opposite of what Apeks have been. Or rather, what Finest have been, because this has been an absolute annihilation. I mean, winning 8 rounds in a row, Finest. This is more than a perfect recovery. We spoke about this being a really well-balanced map for both teams. It's not like it's heavily T-sided or CT-sided for either one of them. So this for Finest is absolutely huge. Even if it was a CT-sided map, like even if it was CT-sided for them, it would still be decent to recover like that.
Yeah, pistol very important here for both teams. And right now, it's going to be pretty much a fair fight. Not anymore though. Finest to get an advantage. Yeah, really nice fake as they put Creeds in towards window. Oh, he's got the murder hole locked. Stico surely doesn't rotate through it. Chawsy, he's hearing the steps. He's trying to get behind him. He's actually going to run here. They haven't heard him, but he's not quick enough to maybe stop the bomb. But the thing is, he has this really fast flank that maybe Finest aren't going to be expecting. Pleasant did it so much time and time again. Stico is just going to be trying to delay as long as possible, and he has done exactly that. Now it's going to be Chawsy, needs to find the insta headshot, not able to, but he finds a quick double. Now a 1 versus 2 on the cards as he looks for Pleasant. Chawsy looking for Prius, knows that he is towards jungle, trying to isolate the fight, but they both peek him at once. It's such a difficult clutch to win, and in the end he does lose it. 10-6. Finest take the T-pistol. And now they're only 6 rounds away from taking the map in the series. Playoffs is definitely on the cards for them. Apeks, they actually are going to go for a little bit of a force fight. This is an interesting call.
I think it's about time we see a tactical timeout coming in. Oh, I called out so well.
Wow. Wow. All right, Ted.
Oh.
That was magic.
Yeah, that was actually that wasn't the caster's curse. That was the next. But yeah, I feel like it's about time for a tactical time for 2 reasons. First of all, Apeks have been losing a lot. I mean, they've lost 9 in a row. Second of all, Finest know that this round potentially could be a force buy, because Apeks don't want to let them just run away with a big lead. They don't want to let them continue on building up that momentum, because it has been really big. Like under different circumstances, if it was 10-6, they might have went for an eco, but now you pretty much know, because they found a couple kills as well. They have the money to go for an M4. It's going to be dropped over to a Cillian. So right now, you know they're going to be trying to put you out of your comfort zone. You want to make sure that you convert this 1 round. You're up 12-6 next time they have a bye. That's why Finest go for attack. It's not like anything's working out poorly. It's not like there's a problem. You just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Is someone clip that for me, by the way? You can call me Nostradamus.
Aussie looking for that opening duel that would flip this round in his team's favor, but it's not going to go that way, not whatsoever. The two close players on A, they go down. Boost over the top of the smoke from Masillion, trying to find something. It's not. Gets the headshot on Anarchy as he pushes a little bit too deep. Yeah. Tries to catch them off guard through that stair smoke. Yeah, gives away a kill. And, well, we see Masillion rotating in, twist, and we go. Spy lands the pink, gets the kill, and gets both of them. He can now wield an M4 if he wants to. Nuke is going to try and get out of there, but Twist, he has the exit through the murder hole. There's going to be players all around CT, so it's going to be difficult for Nuke to exit that way as he looks for it. Maybe ahead of someone, but it is going to be an 11th round for Finest. They continue on their winning ways, and that was the force buy from Apeks, just completely shut down. Only one kill is not going to be enough, and even having a Mac 10, you know, a Mac 10 and Deagle, yes, Knock can drop over to the Deagle to somebody, but man, it's not looking too great right now. Finest, they should be able to pick up this next round and get a step closer to the playoffs in the Pinnacle Cup 4.
Yeah, this was a really well played round as well. I mean, you realize that the CTs don't really have any cash on them. You realize that this buy is going to be pretty scrappy, so going for an execute is always a good option. I mean, you're pretty much taking a page off of Apex's book. From the first half, they won a handful of rounds like that, and now you can just do the same. You can just continue going on for the same round as soon as they don't have the guns, as soon as they don't have the AWP. It's going to be really tough for them to kind of deny that contact play, especially when it's backed up with the nades, and this one should be as straightforward as the previous one as well.
I mean, it should be, but there is still a threat as everybody swings out, trying to catch them by surprise, but Finest hold their nerve. And they make it through with 4 players alive once again, 12-6. Now, this is what I'm interested in. This is the first gun round coming up. We're going to see an op-out from Nuke. We're going to see the rest on
you
M4s.
Nerds. You
Finest
nerds.
Got to call a timeout. I like this, man. I like them.
That's the old school. You know, that's old school. I'm not used to seeing Swedish IGLs call that. Like, I know that back in the days it was just the meta and everyone used to do that. People don't do that nowadays anymore, right? Like, they don't do it that much, at least. We still have those old school IGLs, like Balkan IGLs do it a lot. When you know that you're playing around to reset the money of your opponent, and you know that, well, we call it money F. When you know that you're going to money F your opponents, you just go for a timeout like that, because that's going to set you up for a really, really easy game from that point on. And in that scenario, for them, it's pretty much going to win it. Yeah, I know on paper they could have another buy round before the end of the game, even if they lose this one, the CTs, but still, it's going to put them in a really tough spot. You're going to be down, what, like 14-6? And you would be in a position where you've lost the last 13 rounds in a row, which doesn't sound great.
Yeah, it does not sound very good, especially when playoffs is your goal.
Yeah.
And of course, whoever does lose in this matchup, it's not like they're going to be out. It's not this is their last chance, but you want to get through this 2-1 game. You want to get into playoffs. Don't want to go down and do it in the cider. Chauzy's Molly burns blessing to a Chris. This is a lot better here from Apeks. Jake now, he's going to be able to find the kill himself. He is looking for a refrag, massive nade, tags him down. Molly busts him out of position. Both players line up, and Jacob and Chauzy combine, take them down. So Apeks showing signs of life, showing that they're not done just yet. They're 5 rounds behind, but they still have a lot of time to turn this one around. Finest have, of course, that reinvestment again, but if they do lose this round, the money isn't going to be there, and that's a pretty interesting thing to see, you know, considering they have won 3 rounds in a row, but they had what 4 players surviving in 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
But they are eventually running out of money, and it could be in this round. Don't want this one to be turned on its head. Apeks, if they win this, they could do exactly that.
Yeah, that's why they've switched it up, right? That's why they're leaning into more of a default. They tried to go with the up and forward approach in the previous one. They were like, you know what? We still have one more buy in the bag. We can try and go for a little bit of a risky play. And, well, it doesn't work out because they go for the same call 3 times in a row. But now they can play the default. And look at how it has been working out for them. Jacob and Chauzy already out of the round. And these are 2 of the heavy hitters. Well, Jacob, he hasn't had the best day of his life. But Chauzy surely has been master impact on the side of Apeks, and well, They'll have to do without him. This is going to make a really tough mid-round for Apeks to make a decision. Now, you're not really sure where to go. You need to gamble on a bomb side. And, well, apparently the gamble is going to be B. And that would mean that we're going to see a safe in the round for finals. That's going to be 13-7, Jack.
Yeah, this is one of those percentage plays that sadly isn't going to work out.
And you need to go for it. It's not like you have a choice or something, and we can't really blame them.
Yeah, no, this is, I mean, it is the correct call. If they make their way in towards B, happy days. If not, you save. So
yeah,
Finest keep 5 players alive as well, and that really kind of negates the worry I had for their economy situation.
Yeah, I don't think about their money. They're really good at micromanaging.
Yeah. Now, Pleasant could actually break the hearts of Apeks here by taking a few kills with him. But Asilian's going to hold strong and make sure he takes him down. There's a second player making his way forward. That's going to be Kreese. Now, you don't want to try them too much. You don't want to continuously push.
Yeah.
And I think Kreese realizes that the money isn't great for him. So, yeah, we've lost one rifle. That's okay. We let them save. We know that they have at least one more buy round in them. But after that, it will be a completely different story. The odds heavily favoring Finest right now. If you want to check them out, click the banner below the stream. Head over to Pinnacle. Sign up using code CUP22. Make sure you're gambling responsibly, of course. And you have to be 18 years of age or over. 13-7, Ted. 3 rounds away. Can Finest get a 14th here?
A good question. I'd say yes. I think yes. I think the default worked out pretty well when they can continue going for the heavy mid presence. Asilian is going to try and counter it early on. That's awkward.
Oh, but everybody's fighting here towards middle. And the flashes are so good. Allows Jacob to get a kill. Now, Molly can go down. Pleasant going for a spam. It's actually Jacob to find a second kill. Anarchist is going to be dropped. And now, Apeks, they've taken a lot of damage, but they have a 2-man advantage. So, Finest going for that aggressive play out towards middle, counteracted lovely by the counter-terrorists. And now, it means that Finest have a little bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Now Finest needs to group up and pretty much do what Apeks did in the previous one. You just play together, you hope for the best. If Pleasant gets the kill on Stico, then we're speaking, then we're chatting, because Chelsea towards Ticket could be compromised. Oh no, it's actually not with the AWP. Okay, never mind. It's going to be a really tough fight to clear out, but still you have shocks on the nope as well. It all comes down to this. Pleasant, you get the kill, you have a chance. You don't, round is lost. Well, you know how this one goes now.
Yeah, this is usually where you peek into the upper and die, but flash goes in. It's going to actually blind knock, so can't get that initial kill. They know Steve goes towards Palace somewhere.
They might as well save at this point.
Yeah, not really too much you can do, but Chauzy's already flanking them as well. Does he push? Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I guess you can send one player. No has enough money, so you can send one player on the hunt. You don't want to be sending any more, though, because it's going to make it really tough. You're still way back. Ooh. Nice try from Shocks. That wasn't too far away.
Oh, is he spotted? Yeah, he was. That's a little bit unfortunate on the timing there.
Yeah, that's the breaks. You want to hold on to the rest of the guns. 8 rounds for Apeks. That was a really good counter, you know? I love the fact that they decide to invest a lot towards middle. Yes, Asilian gets a little bit fortunate with not going down early on when he got spotted, but that was just because of the really good counter U2 coming in from the A-bomb side. They weren't really able to see him, and the flashes later on were really good. Expert utility from the CT side to win that fight towards middle and the round in the end. 13-8 now. Only 5 rounds between those two. Another reinvestment coming in for Finest. And the bank is kind of shaky, you know. They hold on to the rifles. They are able to reinvest again. But shall they lose this round is going to be a reset. And this is what Apeks want.
Yeah, we see though, this isn't really the aggressive round from Finest that we seen that lost them the last one. This is a passive default, and Kreese gets the opening kill. Not able to get that refrag. Nobody in position trade for Finest, so Knock backs away towards the back of the site safely. A 4 versus 4 though, Ted, it always favors the T's, so
yeah,
this is going to be a little bit of an issue for Apeks. They are going to have to do it the hard way here. Smoke towards the window just denies and obscures any vision that Jacob would have had. Not a lot of information for him. But he is just going to sit and hope that somebody boosts into his waiting arms. Pleasant is going to explore some options towards B. Now, Chelsea is pushed deep here. Needs to be ready for the Galil in this close position. Pleasant will be holding, crouching, and he finds the headshot this time. The Galil wins versus the M4. Shock drops down Jacob. Stiko finds one from connector, spamming towards short. Anarchist is going to be holding. It's a beautiful upshot, and it leaves Knock now alone. He's the man towards B, and Finest notice. He was the man to get an earlier kill towards the B apartments. A missed shot, and Pleasant gets away with that one. The HE doesn't go deep enough. Now he tries to swing to take down that player on site, and he is going to be able to do so, but the bomb is making its way quickly towards A. And well, Anarchist has jumped in towards window. Knock has heard him. Oh no, that's a bit of a misplay there. Shock's going to try and get this bomb down if he can, as Knock is going to make his way surely towards jungle. He's looking for the plant. He's going to spot it out now. He knows that Shocks is going to be close by. He baits out the shot. Shock's not able to hit it, and Knock clutches it out. And Anarchist jumping into window, making that sound, making that step, has cost Finest the round. Apeks managed to claw it back in the form of Knock.
Oh my god, Anarchist, he's going to be regretting this one. He is the guy to blame in that scenario. And I'm not even excused upon, that wasn't intentional. He is the player to blame. That was such a good round from Finest. I mean, the decision to go for the B re-aggression after you've spotted the AWP previously, you know he's going to be trying to move away. They get a free bomb site. In this 1 versus 3, first of all, Pleasant doesn't have any job peeking here. He doesn't have to peek because Anarchist is holding the cross for him from short with the AWP, so he can't really get pushed. He can only get killed by an aid. This is mistake number 1. Then Anarchist going for the re-aggression towards window, mistake number 2. And well, the third one, it was just Nog being absolutely brilliant. But he was absolutely brilliant in this entire round. He gave himself the biggest chance that he could, and he gives his team the biggest chance that he can in that scenario to win the game. Reset of the money for Finest. Apeks looking to make it up to double digits. Double up for the CT side. We have a game on our hands.
Yeah, we do. We really, really do. Shocks is really a medical miracle there that he's still alive. Okay, Assyrian, relax.
Yeah. By the way, I have a fun fact for you.
There was no need for that. Shoot.
Do you know that there is a Bulgarian word, pleasant?
Is there?
Yeah. You know what it means?
No.
Mold.
Mold.
Yeah. This is the way to say mold in Bulgarian. It's pleasant.
I mean, Pleasant is kind of like mold because he can be everywhere, and he is horrible to deal with.
That's moldy in a nice way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be a good mold.
Yeah, he's horrible to deal with if he's on the opposing team. As you see there, he's having quite a game, 19 and 13. A man that we are usually accustomed to fragging out. Assyrian survives on 1 HP. Economy boosted, of course, from that one, but the odds not looking so harsh on Apeks now because Finest have let this one slip a little bit. It is still in their hands. It's not like they've lost grip on it completely, but
yeah,
they do have a case of butterfingers right now, and they need to make sure that they wipe their hands off before it does fall away.
Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to think. There was something about a mold in All Star. You know the song. Somebody once told me there was a
Only
line.
shooting stars break the mold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack. You're a meta coacher.
You're very welcome. What a cracking song that is.
Yeah, it is a banger. It is a banger. So is this game though. 13-10. Eke around in the history. Apeks still running that double big green gun setup. Being really efficient with it. The Cillian gonna fail to jump for the first time in a while. Doesn't actually make him change his mind. He's gonna stick to middle and he's gonna get punished. That's IGO versus IGO and Twist. He's won that fight a couple of times.
Yeah, he's tagged down low though, down to 45 HP. Cillian though, he was looking for the kill. He was looking for that entry. Usually pretty good on the CT side, getting aggressive. Not that time though. And it means a little bit of misfortune spells a little bit of a disaster. Not an unrecoverable one, but still a little bit difficult. I like that spray, but in the end, Jacob comes out on top. Twist was low HP, but he does an incredible amount of damage considering he was tagged down to below half HP onto Jacob. But up in hand now for the low HP man, as Finest have their sights set on this ace site. Jacob is going to be the first line of defense. Are the flashes going to go over? Anarchist is waiting for the peek here. Stico close towards Palace, swings out, takes down Shocks, and actually hooks away to safety. Pleasant won't be able to take him down just yet. And Jacob pushes onto the site, looking to get aggressive, but Pleasant's ready for it. He's holding and finds that kill. Finest, they will get onto the site. They need to get the bomb down, but they're going to be so concerned about that man in Palace.
Yeah, Bob could go down still though. Nuke finds a kill onto Kreese, and now it's a 2 versus 3, and they're trapped on the bomb side pretty much. Anarchist, he's managed to find a route back towards Tetris, but he's still trapped. Pleasant finds a kill. That's gonna open up some space. And now with Anarchist, he needs to get that kill, but what is Stico doing?
Oh, Pleasant now 1 versus 1, looking for Chawsey. The man you'd want in this position for Apeks, but the man you'd want in the position for Finest. And Pleasant, well, he will not be broken by the shooting stars of Apeks in that round. As Finest, they will get a 14th. That is absolutely outstanding right now. That was such a difficult postman, Ted. That was so hard to hold on to. When you are confined onto the bomb site, you're stuck behind default. You are stuck then towards Tetris. You're in towards Firebox. You know, it's so unfavorable.
It's just claustrophobic,
really
because you get the vibe of not having the freedom and the time to get out of the bomb site. You know that your position has been compromised. You know there's a player in Palace. You can't do anything about him. And you still have 2 more CTs that are going to start swarming you from somewhere that you're not even aware of. So in that scenario, Fine is being able to get themselves into favorable fights. Fine is being able to get that round, especially after Anarchist loses the fight, because this is not Anarchist, right? He is contained, but he loses his fight. He had to take down Stico. This is all on the player towards default. That was such an insane clutch, such an insane round. And Fine is 14-10 up. We're going to see a reset. Yeah. Yeah, that one disappeared like Apex's chances of a comeback. Whoa, what?
Oh, all right now. I'm going to stop you right there, Ted.
Okay.
There's no,
no,
there's no need
there
for
is.
that.
Yeah, I was just joking. Yeah,
know.
That was kind of unfortunate. Thank God no damage had been dealt before that, so we're going to have a little bit of a reset. That means that the players can have a little bit of a mental reset as well. I really hope that we see a tactical timeout come in through from Apeks, though. I feel like it's the right time right now. And obviously they can have a little bit of a chit-chat while their teammate is not on TeamSpeak and he's trying to reconnect to the game. But they have a lot of things that they need to talk about. This previous round is going to hurt a little bit. Now, this is not a happy face if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's not too much to be happy about, right? I mean, you're 14-10 down. You've got one more opportunity to turn this one around, or else you are going to be going into that deciding game where you don't want to be. You want to be in the playoffs now. You do not want to have to go down into that 2-2 bracket, because you can bet your life that there's going to be some tough games down there. Man, oh man.
That's the thing, though. There is pressure in this matchup as well. But when you go down to 2-2, it's there's a little bit more. And you look at the teams that are down there. I mean, you have HO and SKADE.
Yeah, I mean, that's like that's ridiculous that we're even seeing them down there.
You have a team that played Pro League and a team that has won over 100K so far in tournaments this year. So and the reigning champions of the Pinnacle Cup 3. So yeah, you don't want to be going down the doldrums. It's not pretty.
You're in trouble. Yeah. let's be real.
And you're not gonna find candy in that tour. No. You're not gonna find candy.
Probably
nor
sadness.
Popcorn.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. Nor balloons.
A lot of people definitely have the popcorn out for this one, because this is such an intriguing match to see. And of course, it looks like it will go down to the wire here, especially if Apeks win this round. They have to. It's so important. Jacob makes the jump towards short and actually continues to get a little bit aggressive here. He's going to play around this smoke. Hasn't seen anybody out towards top middle, as the counter utility is just gonna hold him back for the minute. There's 2 players making their way towards under flash towards top mid. Anarcha is in a little bit of trouble. Jacob finds that kill, gets a second as well. Twist now makes his way up from under. Asilian strikes from the window, and Blessing, he cannot get the refrag. Asilian tucks himself to safety, so it's going wrong here for Finest, but a headshot like that and a few more could turn the tide in the round.
Surely not. It's a 3 versus 2 now. They have confirmation of where Pleasant was. They have no information of Kreese, but Pleasant up close. Surely Asilian wins that one, and he does. The IGL delivers. Apeks looking to close it out. But he pulls out on 11, and Asilian is going to do it himself. 3 kills in the round for the IGL. Really impactful here. I love that from Apeks. That was such a nice goal. Countering the mid-aggression, not allowing Finest to get any control whatsoever, making them feel a little bit claustrophobic. And take a look at that now. They've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds. No money for the T side. Apeks are back into the game. They get a bonus one. That's going to be just the lightly armored deco. It could be just the deco, not even the light armor.
Oh yeah, they don't have enough money for the armor here. This is a difficult situation here for Finest that they find themselves in after being so close. Apeks with a massive round there, and it was really what they had a lot of success on Dust 2, right? Was the early round aggression on the CT side. That's where they've got the majority of the rounds. In this series is not letting Finest play their own game, getting in the face, is kind of smothering the round before it really comes into fruition, and that could be the key to success. But the issue is, Ted, and we spoke about it a little bit on Dust 2, is that when you continue to get aggressive time and time again, the T's just kind of hold for it. They become aware of what's going on. So it doesn't really secure you all the rounds that you need, because it does become a little bit predictable as time goes on. Now, Finest managed to get out of the apartments here. The bomb is dropped towards that site. They're looking for Chelsea. Twist does have an AK that he is wielding, but he's being walked on now by Stiko. Stiko does drop the bomb and the second player as well. Nice little clean-up crew towards that B bomb site for Apeks. Finest don't get a bomb plant. That's not going to boost their economy. It's not going to help them all that much whatsoever. But I do believe they have enough to drop an op over to Anarchist, but it's going to sacrifice a lot of util.
Yeah, taking a look at the Pinnacle World's Finest, still in favor to take this one home, but taking a look at how the rounds have been going, I mean, Apeks, they've won 5 out of the last 6 rounds. They are the leaders in my eyes. Finest, though, the dangerous thing is that they win 1 round, they're up 15, and look at that from Anarchist. He's gonna run straight away towards short with the AWP. Gets the first, the refract should come through, but it's still a 1-for-1, and Nuke is out of the round. That's a massive kill to find.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, Jacob, the timing doesn't work out in his favor, and he's been caught off guard completely. Stiko tucks towards jungle and actually backs away. So right now, Finest have control of the site. The molly goes towards jungle. It's not going to spread onto Stiko, I don't think so. He should be safe enough in that corner. Flash goes high. Asilian looks for the peak. Spots out Plesson getting off that bomb plant. But now Stiko comes to life. Finds the headshot. Shots is down. Twist looking for the flank of Chelsea. But Chelsea wins the duel. And now it's on Plesson and Kreese to try and hold on. Plesson towards the ramp. Kreese on the site. At least finds 1 kill. But Plesson, he's not going to peek out just yet. Now he's in a 1 versus 2. Stiko coming from CT. Knows where he's coming from. Needs to hit the shot. He can't get it done. Stiko lands the kill. 4 in the round for him. Apeks get 13. The defuse will be pulled off. He's considering where the op might be, if he can go and try and save it. He might just have it, and indeed he does. What a round for Apeks to pick up. Surely, Ted, they can bring this one to a 14-14 and take us the distance.
In the beginning of the game, we spoke about Nuke and Stiko being win conditions or win guarantees, right? Well, apparently they're both of those. What a round from Stiko. The 4K from him, stepping up when they needed him. They needed a hero in that one. That was a round that had to go in favor of Finest, but Stiko doing all the work in the world. Resetting the T-side economy once again. They need to go for another lightly armored deco. Obviously, you have the scout as well, but you've lost Anarchist already. Shox is going to be wielding the less powerful of the 2 snipers, but this one should be going in favor of Apeks. 14-14, Jack. We're going to be going all the way. Full 30 rounds here.
Yeah, now Plesson finds a beautiful scout headshot. That's going to build up the confidence a little bit. Not like he needs it. He's been playing out of his mind so far for Finest.
He's the only one that doesn't need confidence right now for Finest.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, the confidence is just oozing out of Apeks right now. You can see it there. 14-14. We go the distance. Exactly what you want from a decider. We're going to have action and drama up until the very end. As we see both teams with a pretty solid buy. But who is gonna come out on top?
7 out of the last 8 rounds, Jack, going in favor of the CT side. That one's gonna hurt for Finest. They need to convert. From a mental point of view, from a round point of view, you need to win this round. You can't let Apeks be the first team to get up to 15. Not in that scenario. Not considering how one-sided that once was for you. Cillian once again being aggressive, this time towards B apartments. This is perfect. The smoke. Kreese, how does he get the kill?
That was so messy. How is Kreese come out on top? There, gets a second.
No,
Chawsey taken down. That is ridiculous.
Goodness gracious. That's insane. That's insane. Look at that from Twist.
Man, talk about building up confidence. Twist, he lurks through the murder hole, and he actually executes the player on the other side of it. Now, knock towards B. He is alone, but Finest, they've just slowed it down. They've got 3 kills instantly. Apeks haven't been able to respond whatsoever. Jacob, he tucks himself in towards Sandwich, but surely he's only good for 1 in this position. Not even. Plesson lands the headshot. Knock spots out Kreese, who is still towards B, and he has really undone this round completely. It's going to be advantage Finest, and Knock, I don't know if he even gets out of here alive. Look at the amount of players swarming him right now. I believe he should go down here. Now, the smoke provides a little bit of safety, but it's going to be 15 for Finest, and this will be an absolute disaster for Apeks because they managed to claw their way back, and just at the final hurdle, they begin to stumble a little bit. There is still time to recover. They haven't gone down just yet, but it is going to be difficult to come back from this round as Twist finds the headshot. There's not going to be an op save from Knock. He does have enough money to go for that reinvestment, but here we go. 15-14 map and series point for Team Finest. Can they finish it in regulation, or are we going to see an overtime?
Look, I know that the scoreboard is going to give only 2 kills to Kreese. I'm going to give him all 5 in that round. It's absolutely insane that he gets the first one. Even more mad that he gets the second one, and that sets up his teammates so well to get into positions that Apeks are just not going to be ready for. You can see after those initial 2 kills, Apeks were just not ready for every single fight that Finest threw themselves in, and they just win it. They just win it in the end, 15-14, and from a mental point of view, that's going to be a little bit disappointing. You can see the double O being brought out. They need something. It's desperation for the CTs. Everything has been working out so well. Now the problem for Finest is that they needed this heroic play from an individual to win it. They've been struggling so much for these past couple rounds. So on paper, Apeks are still in the better position in terms of how the rounds have been going. But all it takes is another heroic play. All it takes is 1 call and 1 player to do their job perfectly in that scenario for Finest. And they're going to be qualifying for the playoffs.
Chawsey on the AWP. We've waited a while to see this. Was the main opera for a while back in Savage and Galaxy Racer. He's definitely a threat on this, but he is going to be forced back because of that Molotov. Kreese looking to have some success, a similar success, but it's going to be very difficult to replicate what he just did in that previous round. As Finest, they are going to be able to boost Twist in towards window. He found a kill from this position in the last round that really just put the nail in the coffin. Alright, Twist, relax, mate. Yeah. A little bit of panic there.
He's feeling it right now. He's in the zone.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, but Chawsey, he draws first blood. Kreese is down. Advantage Apeks. And where do Finest go from here? We see all the information as well. The smoke's got to go down towards B. Look at this push here from Stiko. He has got so much information for his team. They're going to be so ready, Ted.
They don't know about Palace, though. That's the reason you don't see those players moving. This might as well be an A split coming in from Palace and Con. That's why there's going to be only 2 CTs towards the B-bomb side now. There could actually be a chance, but Stiko, he's going to start moving. No, drops 1. Stiko from behind is going to drop shocks. And surely a 2 versus 5. Not going to be a probability. Honor kills a 1v5 and an OV5 as Apeks take us to an overtime.
Oh, we're going to have drama, Ted. We are going to have drama. OT.
I've never seen a game that we cast between 2 teams that are evenly matched that don't have at least 1 overtime.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it deserves to go the distance.
We are the kings of OT.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna run a quick poll in chat. Type 1 if you think that Finest got it. Type 2 if you think that Apeks got it, guys. Let's go. Run the predictions. Come on. 15-15. Double up once again for the CT side. Apeks, they managed to answer back. Finest didn't really have a hero to step up in that final round. In fact, they got pretty much obliterated. But hey, Kreese, he's gonna try and copy his previous successful endeavors towards the B-bomb side. Only the successful ones.
Oh, it's a little bit iffy. The spams through the smoke, not going to do too much damage on either side. Kreese comes out worse for wear. He's down to 61 HP. Still looking to find an entry towards that bomb site. But doesn't want to push the buttons of the B player too much. Could come back to haunt him in a very important round, and we speak about momentum so much. Momentum's a massive factor in a round like this, in a game like this. The winner goes through to playoffs. The loser goes to a deciding game tomorrow. It's a fast play up connector. Now, as Jacob's caught out in the open, Twist takes him down. Knock at least gets a refrag, drops the bomb. He is going to be flashed off the angle, tucks himself away to safety. He is not going to go down just yet, but the bomb definitely is. It is going to be tapped, actually. Not going to be planted just yet. Stiko gets a double. That's absolutely massive, because Shox and Kreese, they haven't got the bomb down, and the retake's already begun. Knock hits the next shot. Kreese can't do anything, and Apeks win the round, as Stiko goes absolutely massive from middle. Finest, they needed to put the bomb down, but they were so afraid of that short player, and they were dead right to be.
Yeah, that was such a nice play coming in from Stiko. They were just not ready for it. He's had a monstrosity of a game. He's 29 and 17. We spoke about him, asked that question about himself and Nog, whether they're going to be the conditions or the guarantees for a win here for Apeks. They've been involved. They've been absolutely spectacular. I know this is the second time I'm saying that. He's been doing absolute madnesses across the server. And this is the player that we all know. This is the player we remember from the good old days over at Mouse Sports. And take a look at what's going on. Nock and Jacob, they just shut him down, Jack. The round hasn't even started. They're already 2 men down.
What I would say is, Finest, we're in a round like this, and they managed to turn the tide just a little bit. But look at this aggressive setup right here. Plessen, he gets past the offer, but he still has a Cillian to deal with. Does so very nicely indeed. Yeah, that was, you needed to just keep your gun up there, Cillian. A little bit of a misplay from the IGL. Grants Finest a little bit of an opportunity, but not much of one, because they still have to find 4 kills. They still have to get past Chawsey and Jacob on the site, and their exit towards TV room is going to be covered as well. Pleasant looking for Jacob to walk into his crosshair, spots him out. The spray is a little bit wild, and it does not confirm a kill. Kreese not going to take a lot of damage. This time he does, though. Gets dinked up, gets double dinked and triple dinked. In fact, in Apeks, they will get a 17th. 2 rounds in a row. Can they make a perfect CT side in this first half of OT? Well, we see 5 AKs out for Team Finest. The first time that we're not going to see an op. They did have enough economy for an op if Anarchists wanted it, but this would suggest that they're going to go for something a little bit quicker.
Yeah, you need to switch up the pace at this point if you're Finest. You have nothing to lose. You're down 2 rounds already. The slow rounds haven't been working out. The defaults haven't been working out. You've just been picked apart, and once again, they're going to try and contest middle, but it feels like it's going to be a little bit of a B-pop.
Yeah, they want all the AKs here, and here it comes out towards this B bomb site. Twist up towards middle, looking for the kill onto Knock, not able to find it. Instead, it's the other way around. Kreese finds the headshot, running through 2 mollies. Knock's not going to be aware of this, surely. Actually, Kreese, he doesn't go for the peak just yet. He tucks himself in towards the market door as Cillian looks for a player on site, finds the kill onto Anarchist, but Pleasant refrags it. Now, the retake needs to commence, but they still need to find a lot of these kills. Jacob, he needs to deal with Shox. He might just be able to do so. Spots him out. Shox now is aware and finds the headshot. The spam through the smoke, not going to connect onto the opper, but Stiko, he's walked close. Deals with Kreese, looking for 2 more players. Gets the info on both of them, but an op in this situation, not ideal. Hits the first shot, but Pleasant makes sure that he does get a chance to shoot another. It's 30 kills for Pleasant. It's going to be at least 1 round on the T side for Finest. Apeks, they are not home and dry into the playoffs just yet.
Wow, what a round that was. I got so scared in the moment that Knock hits that 2nd kill. I mean, you can hear my reaction there. I was thinking, if they give him a chance to shoot another bullet, surely he gets the round. But at the end of the day, Apeks, they needed that one. And I love it. Just simplify it. Go for the simple play. Try to go for the B-pop. You even got your middle presence absolutely denied and still were able to run away with the round. That was crucial. That's what holds you into the game. Apeks now on the T side, they had such a good start here in the first half, but failed to convert into a half win. That was a 9-6 for those of you that weren't present at that point in time. Kreese is going to go a little bit aggressive, but overall the idea here for Apeks is try and fake out a reaction, try and bait Finest to walk into. Early round aggression hasn't been that successful so far, but Finest, they're not taking the bait, they're not moving a muscle, and by the looks of it, Apeks, this could be another B play. especially if they don't see anything. Oh, now they've spotted the op.
Yeah, there's a nice little bit of info to go off now. You don't want to go all guns blazing, just dry peeking into that opera now. So they are going to change it up a little bit, but it's
do they fake it again?
This is the fake here towards A to try and pull the rotates away. The issue is, I don't know if the op moves, does he? That's what they're gambling on right now. They need to wait enough time, and he does. Shox is burning to a crisp. Chauzy takes him down, and it's being sold perfectly right now. Twist on the site. Doesn't see anybody else besides Chauzy, and once he deals with him, now the penny's going to begin to drop, but Press is still here. He's still holding. Finds the first. Needs to get the second, but decides to tuck himself away towards short. Allow his teammates to rotate in. Kreese drops the bomb. They rotate in the nick of time. And there is still two players left for Apeks to deal with. Nock is doing the damage. Jacob has a perfect flank on Plessen. That's massive. And now it's Twist alone. He had a massive game on Dust too, but he's not given a chance in the 1 versus 2 as Apeks get onto map and series point. 18-16. One more and they're in the playoffs.
Nock doesn't realize it, but he's won them the round. You could see it. Jacob, he was about to go down. The player on short, he was turning around to watch for his behind, and then Nock gets the kill onto the side, and Jacob has to turn around again. That just delays Jacob. That delays the CT side player for looking towards him. Wins him more time. Nock did so much in that scenario, opened up so much space for his teammate, and they punished him. 2 consecutive map and match points. They've done it. Well, they've almost done it. They need one more. But it's so close. This was such a tough game for them. Let me remind you, Jack, at one point we were looking at like Finest winning 12 out of the last 13 rounds. And that was in this very game. That was the same map. Apeks, they've turned it around completely. Stiko on 30, Nock on 23, but he's been more than impactful. Jacob on 22, Chauzy on 25. Vasilian, the only one a little bit behind with numbers, but he's been finding his impact as well. 2 chances, Finest. They need to play the finest of CS. They need to produce it, and oh, that's not a great start.
No, not a great start. Actually might have saved their life, though.
Yeah.
Oh. They might have went for an aggressive peek out the window, maybe towards connector.
I think he was about to jump short.
Okay, yeah, well.
Yeah.
You never know, though. Anarchist drops right down and misses that shot. That's such a risk. But in a round like this, you kind of have to take a few risks. That one does not pay off, but it doesn't really hinder the Finest side too much either. Now, a lovely stance towards mid. We see Twist, he's looking towards lower. We've got Anarchist focused on top mid. So Finest, they have a good bit of map control. Apeks, they are waiting for that little bit of aggression to come in from the Finest side. But so far, it is not coming in. And eventually, Apeks have to make a move.
Yeah, you're going to start feeling the pressure now. Hoping to get a reaction from Finest, and you're going to get it. Jacob, he's holding for this one, but the CT has the advantage. Twist with a really important kill. That's going to make them move. 45 seconds. They need to make up their minds. Where do they go? Do they go B? If they go B, this is a perfect call. They just need to fight with the connector presence, and Nock gets the refrag.
Oh, lovely refrag there. Pleston's going to be flashed off the angle. Twist going for the spam towards short, but it's Kreese to connect with that first shot. Now, focusing on the apartments. He flicks off Stiko, and Nock finds a kill as well. A 2 versus 2. Oh no, Pleston's cross. Surely they know he's here. Nock has no idea. He's going to go down. Pleston might have just won the round. Now, Stiko, a 1 versus 2, comes out of the apartments, knows that there's a player towards bench. No idea that the second player is towards short, but Pleston, he doesn't need Twist whatsoever. Pleston does it alone, and Finest survive on Mirage. They survive in this best of 3, and they can force a second overtime with just one more CT round.
33. I was 100% sure that Nock spotted him right there when he jumped towards Get Right. I was 100% sure. Apparently not, and that gives Pleasant a chance. What a round from him. Top of the server, 33-21 for Pleasant. He doesn't want to lose this one. He wants to book his spot into the playoffs. And another aggressive play. They're going to switch it up. They're going to send it out A.
Oh my Finest, they don't look ready right now. The flashes are coming in. Twist at least gets one, needs to stay alive. But Nock finds the headshot. Stiko strikes next as well. It's all on Anarchist and Kreese. Both of them have ops. And this is not the ideal situation for a retake whatsoever. A 2 versus 4. The bomb's going down. Anarchist is on a flank. There's a little bit of utility, but that's not going to help them whatsoever. Stiko, he's thinking about it. He gets on this position. This is a difficult angle to clear out with an op. It's Anarchist going to be ready. That's a massive shot. Now, looking for something more. And Krias finds the Palace player. 2 players towards jungle. The molly goes deep. It isolates one. Chelsea, a missed shot from Anarchist. He manages to find a kill. M4 picked up smoke on the bomb here. Krias, does he just stick it? He's looking for it through the smoke. He taps the bomb. The spam is going to come through. Asilian goes down. Goes for the spray. He's not able to find it just yet. And Chelsea wins it. It is absolutely amazing. Look at the emotion. There's absolutely none there from Apeks. Oh my, Chelsea, as cool as you like, closes it out. But man, oh man, Finest pushed them to their limits.
They don't give us a single smile. When the moment that Anarchist lands that shot and they find the other kill with the AWP, it felt like it might have been a successful retake. But Apeks, they managed to close it out. Jack, they managed to book their spot into the playoffs. And truth be told, both teams deserved it. That was an absolute fiasco. That was an absolute spectacle of a play here from both teams. And I mean, in the end of the day, we couldn't say that either team deserved to lose this game. Both of them deserve to win it, but there could be only one winner, and it's going to be Apeks. What an insane match.
Man, that's what you want from a game, a deciding game to get you in playoffs. That was spectacular to watch from the very beginning, every single map. If you're watching it throughout, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But one of the maps so far of the event, definitely in my book anyway. Of course, Apeks, they'll book their place in the playoffs down into the 2-2 bracket. Go Finest. So they are not down and out, but they only have one more opportunity and they need to win that next game. And speaking about next games, Ted, we have got an interesting one coming up directly after this. It's going to be in around 5 or 10 minutes time. It's going to see Wisla Krakow take on Isurus. That's it from myself and Ted, though. We hope you enjoyed. Make sure you stick around for that next game because it is going to be a banger, and we'll see you some other time.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Yo, welcome back, people, to the Pinnacle Cup number 4. That's right, we're at number 4, and we are very deep here into our Swiss stage. Of course, we have the Wisla Krakow versus Isurus game coming up very shortly. I'm Retro, joined by DK Truman, running you through the action here today for our final best of 3. And we've had a bit of history with one of these teams here, Mr. Truman. We watched the Isurus guys play earlier on in the week, of course, losing out 2-1 to Finest. It was a bit of a painful game to watch on our end, but absolutely today, a more manageable matchup as they face off against a fellow 2-on-1 team, Wisla Krakow themselves.
Yeah, one of the better Polish teams that are still running every single time. You see the superb roster: Sparrow, Jedker, Goofy, Snatchy, Sobol. I mean, Wisla Krakow is in every iteration just solid. Of course, the Hades times are long gone, unfortunately, but the rest of the team definitely stepping up. I really always love watching, especially Jedker and Goofy play. They tend to have very nutty rounds between them.
I like this roster as a whole. As you said, I feel like this one has always had a good place in Tier 2 Counter-Strike. These guys know how to run deep during events. Okay, sure, probably not the best team in the world at this event, but they can definitely pull off an upset. As I said, they're 2-1. They had a map taken away from the Sin side. Obviously, they ultimately lost that series. A 2-0 over Bad News Bears and a 2-1 victory over ECSTATIC. Puts them, of course, 2-1 overall. And as you said, this roster here looking very, very sharp. The Polish home turf, absolutely going to be rooting for these guys heading into the matchup. But let's not forget the power that maybe the other side have when it comes to support. It, of course, is the Brazilian core. Gafolo, Ale, Destiny, joined by Deco and Notzi. This side is unreal. We do have some amazing rounds. Gafolo, I feel like, is a consistent standout performer. We had some great Counter-Strike from Deco when we watched these guys as well. This is a roster that could absolutely put up some serious results here, Mr. Truman, but I think the consistency has been a little bit of a hindrance for them. Of course, joining them in 2-1, but every single matchup, they've either taken a map off or had a map taken off of them. So they had a 2-1 victory over SKADE, which was a hugely respectable one. Of course, as I said earlier, losing out to Finest in the last time we personally watched these guys. And a 2-1 over MASONIC, of course. They are both 1 win away from making it through to the playoff stage. Obviously, in this matchup, only one team can. I guess it's just about finding out which team is going to be joining them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting showing. I'm hoping that we see a bit of a rectified play from Isurus from what we saw in the previous series. Of course, both those teams were very passive on their T sides, but incredibly aggressive on their CT side. So seeing if that is going to be taking over towards this next couple of maps, but of course it also depends on what kind of maps they are going to play. So the veto is very important in that factor, if they can even get aggressive on the CT side, for instance. And well, we won't get to see Vertigo, Inferno, but at the very least we get to see Nuke, which CT does not have that much aggression to throw at the enemies.
I would argue that there are times, right? Maybe the outside pushes, you could be looking towards a lobby crunch. So there is definitely elements where the Isurus CT side could do something, but maybe less conventional than an Ancient or a Dust 2, where mid is so possessive and the CT side can fight a lot more for ground. So yeah, it's the unconventional pick of Nuke for the playstyle, but for them personally, one of their better maps in the pool. So we've got to respect that in some regard, at least. Looking at this matchup, DK, I'm kind of siding with the Isurus side here. I think that they actually have a decent chance of winning this one. I say siding with them because, of course, we counted them out in the matchup against the Finest side, but they could have won that 2-0 entirely. So there was a chance in which they won that matchup. I'm going to say they have a chance of winning this one. I'm actually going to go for an Isurus 2-1 here. I think Wisla Krakow could absolutely slam them 2-0 though, so there is that catch, right? Nuke is a must-win. I think they have them beat on Ancient as well. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I will go 2-1 for Wisla, I think. I think just in general, you know, European supremacy for the most part. You have all those nice statistics where they're like, oh yeah, they have 75% win rate on X map, but you also have to compare their opponents from the regions that they are playing. So I definitely think that Wisla Krakow are stronger than Isurus. I don't think that they're that much stronger than Isurus. I think they're fairly close, but Wisla is not a team that lets they're a team that can get aggressive on the T side. Not that these are great maps for that. I mean, except for Dust 2, Nuke and Ancient are horrible T maps. So in that regard, Isurus should be pretty happy if they manage to start on the CT side, which of course on the first map, I think it was Isurus's map pick. So
yes,
starting onto the T side might be a little bit of a problem for the Isurus side. But then again, you know, they are pretty good on the map. I will say I quickly checked it, and they have a 67% win rate on their CT side, but 39 on the T side. Kind of what they have on pretty much every map, to be fair. But it does definitely spell a pretty dangerous game going forward on that opening map.
Yes, I'm very excited to see this Isurus side. As you said, a very impulsive, a very explosive CT side that they hold. So I'm wondering if they can catch Wisla Krakow off guard here today. I think the Krakow side could absolutely diffuse all of the trouble, but we'll have to wait and see, right? It's a best of 3. It's a marathon, not a sprint, excuse me. And we'll have to wait and see if Isurus can pull something off, or if Wisla Krakow can follow the Pinnacle odds in just slamming the wall up.
Well, into the game they do tend to go. Let's see what they can get going here. There are no kits on the CT side. 2 flashes for Snatchy, the rest on body armor. Blowing up Squeaky immediately. It's going to be a peek from Sparrow. Very aggressively positioned on that CT side to try and get the opener. Ali is down to 1 HP. They push in towards the site, and a lot of different battles pushing coming through. Lobby control gained, and it's Goofy with the dualies in a 1v2, but he has bomb control.
Yeah, really well played here by the T side. The explosive play towards A to start. Destiny, full HP, his teammate Noxy down to 7, so ideally Destiny wants to be taking this fight, and he absolutely wants to be out on top. Goofy himself playing passive, dancing back and forth. Hut and Squeaky, got to be careful for both angles. Sure, he may have 2 weapons, 1 in either hand, but definitely not enough to cover all the angles that the T's can come from. And he's even considering the outside play right now. Noxy will be the first to take face, and it is going to be the trade for Destiny if he so wishes to. It's even damage. Ooh. Goofy's got them both, lining them up. The man from the Wild West, it seems, because he's hit all the right shots, all the right places. And Isurus, even in a 2-on-1, they cannot convert the pistol.
That was a very nice position as well to have the dualies, the bomb control in the lobby. It's hard to push for the T side no matter what direction they come from. And of course you do need to hit your shots, and he does that expertly. 3-0 for him and a 1-0 lead for the side of Krakow. And he's flexing with his nice little knife there as well. Though it's important that they win the next one, because otherwise you will be having nothing left to work with in the round thereafter.
Yes, absolutely. And fast play towards A to mimic what happened on the pistol, and Deco to find some early success. Sparrow will find one. Destiny's trade. Noxy finding a kill as well. And actually, okay, sure, some of these HP bars are low, and Sparrow will find one through the smoke. It's a 2-on-2, and Isurus to take this full buy and put themselves in a favourable position is a bit worrying. Noxy's got to be careful himself as he gets gunned down. Deco's P250 in a 1 against 2, and unfortunately, it will not have the firepower over Snatchy's MP9. So another conceded round here for Isurus, but they do give that CT side another run for their money. It's 3 kills, it's a bomb plant, and overall, DK Truman, it is a big opportunity for them to, I guess, continue to keep the CT economy a little bit tighter as a grip as maybe they'd want it to be, the Wisla Krakow side, because they themselves will start to struggle.
That's definitely looking a little bit on the rougher side, but I love the fact that Wisla are so fast on the rotations, even though it was like chaos mayhem everywhere running through the smokes on both sides. But you saw the moment that A site got taken, the ramp push was already coming through, the players from outside joined in, and immediately Wisla was there to make sure that the fact that the player on site got overwhelmed does not matter too much, because you got the refrag potential in the team, and that was on point. Now it's going to be a hero AK from Deco, the rest of the team on just a couple of pistols, 2 flashes, and maybe they can get themselves rapid control, because it's only Sobel in the area with a FAMAS. And yeah, Deco can definitely find that quick first pick.
Yeah, and this is a consistent theme. Destiny, and Deco heads are rolling out towards ramp. A couple of kills in the way of the Isurus side. And well, here we have it, right? Wisla Krakow concede a man. It's another bomb plant for the T side. And well, a chance for them to not only get their first on the board, but to win it on an eco of all things considered. Isurus have looked explosive at the start of Nuke. We worried about their T side being a very vacant one here, DK Truman, and so far so good. Isurus, no struggles really being shown. They found kills in every round they've played, and in this one especially, it doesn't look to be Wisla Krakow want to be even attempting a retake, so Isurus gifted a freebie when all they invested was pistols.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a different Isurus than we expected to see. 3 rounds so far, 3 very aggressive rounds. Did not wait in lobby for a full minute or any of that sort. They immediately managed to get themselves the ramp control, secure the B bomb site, and retake is a little bit risky on that part for Wisla Krakow, so they just decide to bail out and instead go in a round later, saving that AWP, which of course is a pretty heavy investment into the round previously. But right now we get to see the guns on both sides to be wielded. Can Isurus keep the ball rolling? Because you need to get as many rounds as possible here on the T side of Nuke, considering how tough it's otherwise going to be.
Yes, it always is a bit of a gamble, right? That T side, it's how many rounds can we get? You know, we've got to try and get as much as we can. It is a chase for 16, but for the T side, it is a very difficult side to gain momentum and start with a lead. So for Isurus, after winning the eco, they're going to be looking to double down on it. It's Deco to find the opening kill, and while he does sit on low HP, that man advantage will go a long way as the rest of Isurus going to be charging forward. Destiny, another, and 4 of Jetka finding a double, looking for the third as well. Deco shy to take phase, Noxy towards ramp with an impulsive kill, and he does find it. In fact, Deco's double leaves Snatchy in a 1-on-3, and that surely is the end of this one, and Isurus to tie the game. A lovely 2k from Jedka on the back of the A side, but it just still isn't enough.
The problem for Jedka right there was the player up in heaven got taken down, and at that point he kind of needs to reposition to make sure he has a little bit of cover. He moves away, and that puts his crosshair placement slightly off, and at, well, pretty much the perfect moment, the peak comes through and he does get domed in. And great round coming out from Isurus. Another very aggressive one. They take, well, they move outside and then pounce on towards that A site very quickly. And Wisla honestly don't know what's hitting them every single time. Like, these are very explosive rounds from the Sharks.
Yes. A beautiful, beautiful couple of rounds strung together, as you said, by a definitive Isurus side. Towards A, they've been picking apart the kills. The lower site as well. I've got to talk about the ramp control. Noxy, maybe not so much in the round just gone, but the one previous to it. Imagine the round outcome should he not find that lurking kill towards ramp. It's a beautiful, beautiful game to be played by the T side. They're starting to pluck apart the Wisla Krakow players, and the CT economy itself is going to be a bit of a fadeaway, especially in round 5. It's an eco for them, a chance for the T side to take the lead. But for the Poles themselves, we talked about it in the pre-game, DK Truman. We know these guys, even in the worst situations possible, can turn around right on its head. So never, never count the Wisla Krakow side, especially out on an eco.
They've got some deadly Deagle players of their own, so you always have to be very wary. But it's only an AWP Snatchy in a position that is honestly very dangerous to play, especially considering Isurus are heading outside, so you got to play that close angle. But they're just running across, spot the player towards CT spawn. And yeah, how are you going to continue to play this? Isurus, they could come from every possible direction, and now that the smoke's dissipating, the T's are a little bit terrified.
Yeah, you would be, wouldn't you? Shots rattling off. Warp not quite finding the damage. Deco, he's done a lot to hurt, but not enough to kill. As Destiny will set the bomb down. It's the first kill to the USP here of the CT side. Ale lurking late towards Hut with one peeking across. Wow, what a reaction from Ale. He eventually falls. Snatchy's trade, a 3-on-3. But an unconventional angle, one that caught Ale initially off guard, somehow resulting in his favour. And well, with the bomb being so far ticked and with no kits invested by the CT side, this is going to be yet another save. Smoke in the face of Noxy trying to hinder the ult from being taken down. But the AK will go hunting, and the Sharks themselves looking to find some damage. Sobol will take down Noxy. In the end, it's 2 rifles, 1 AWP, 1 AK saved into the next. But it is a bit of misfortune here for the T side. Probably a couple more casualties than they were anticipating.
Yeah, they managed to save 3 guns on the side of Wisla. Even though you lose the round, it is pretty successful on considering their investment. However, right now it is about securing the rounds. And I mean, Isurus, you're playing CT side, T side of Nuke. 5 rounds tends to be kind of the norm of already being very comfortable with your T side. If they get any closer to, 6, 7 rounds, it becomes very grim for Wisla. And there is a reason that Isurus picked this map. They seem very confident compared to what we saw on Overpass.
Yeah, really looking good. Unfortunately for Noxy, it's not meant to be. The beginning of this round will be a short-lived one for him. He's taken down towards outside. The AWP doing some decent damage. And as you can see, the guard already set by the Wisla Krakow side. They don't want to risk anything. They've got that 5-on-4. They've got the man advantage. And now, Wisla Krakow looking to just play defensive with it.
And this is kind of what I find a little bit lacking on Nuke. I love the map, but the CT aggression is pretty rough to do. Like, you need to push lobby from 3 different directions at the same time to really find anything, or as you mentioned, the outside play, but there just aren't that many options to get aggressive on the CT side, which I find a little bit lacking in the map. To be completely honest, it tends to feel very stationary.
Yeah. Can be that way. It can be that way. As you can see, trying to work back that advantage. Isurus dropping the utility, having a look, see what they can find. And Deco, he might have a great position here towards A. Deco will be anticipating it, but there you go. His position compromised in the plan. So the A site fumbling a little bit here. Deco will find a trade. Gafolo and Ale with kills though. And Sobel on a fast flank from Hut. He's going to be the VIP here for Wisla Krakow to try and get them back in the round. An unconventional first onto Gafolo and a second onto Ale, leaving Deco alone in a 1-on-2. And while he's good for the damage, he's not good for the kill. And it will be Wisla Krakow with their third.
Very quickly, it turns from one end to the other. Isurus get 3 quick kills, take the site control, but there's the flank coming out. And they hit their shots immediately on that retake. Great job coming out from Wisla, keeping it even Stevens between the 2 sides. Both will still have the cash to afford a full buy into it, and that's exactly what will be happening going forward. However, they are, especially the T side, are going to be completely broke if they lose the next round. So they need to make sure that they don't lose the round, or at the very least keep a couple of those guns alive if they want to purchase a buy into the next round. Considering Nuke is very rough on the T side as well. I mean, outside play, you need 3 smokes already. Like, the amount of utility cost that the T side of Nuke has is immense compared to a lot of other maps.
Agreed. The depth that a T side can have, especially as well, I feel like is a lot less than maybe what the CTs are used to, or rather what the Ts are used to. I think rotation's just a little bit more laboured to get to the B site, especially on Nuke. It's very difficult to drop down and obviously get to that lower site without exposing yourself to somewhere at least. Usually there is, a form of a safe rotate from CT or whatever it may be. But Nuke, structured a little differently. Well, it does benefit the CTs in some ways. It sometimes benefits the Ts. A 1-for-1 on ramp. Sobol could have gotten away maybe with a little bit more, but he will have to settle for the 4-on-4. Snatchy's already towards the lower site. And as I was talking about the rotations, it's looking good here for Wisla Krakow, but the aim even better for Isurus as Noxy rattles the headpiece of Jedka, getting that man advantage. Deco to set the bomb down as well in the bedroom, and it's going to be difficult for Wisla Krakow to get back into. And well, that is a brilliant kill and very nicely done. Snatchy okay with the response, but still that man advantage obtained and kept. Not only kept, it's very much doubled down upon. Gafolo will find another, and now it's a goofy 1-on-2, and sure, he's picked up the big green, but it's not going to happen in this round. I think the save of the sniper rifle will have to be the call as Isurus move up to 4.
Yeah, Goofy falls back. At least keeps the gun alive. His team has still some lost round bonus at the very least, plus a decent amount of cash behind him. He saves the AWP. They have another buy on the side of Wisla, but they give away that lead to Isurus again. It's getting pretty scary and hairy for the side of Wisla Krakow so far. There is, of course, a very big tournament coming up in June in Lund, Sweden. The Pinnacle Cup Championships, which already have 3 confirmed teams, Heroic, Fnatic, and Imperial, for all the Brazilian fans watching right now, with plenty of other teams to follow suit.
I'm excited to see what other teams get invited to that event, I must admit. Although it's, you know, supposedly early stages and we don't know much, there is a chance where we get to see some tier 1 teams try and rock the boat and have a little look. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. Well, smoke already dropped in. Looking for a bit of early control maybe towards outside, or perceived to the Wisla Krakow side like they're interested towards the outside parts of the map. But no, it's towards lobby that the T's reside. And well, very slow tone taken here. 1 minute and 10 on the clock. Isurus yet to really commit. It's looking like a bit of a ramp play. Arley's going to chuck in the molly. Snatchy's caught blind, and the M4 of Sobol isolated. Well, he's got back up now, and it's a first kill, a second, nearly a third for Sobol. It's a great hold from the Poles as Noxy and Deco remain. They all fall like dominoes, and this round already feels very much but over. Sparrow will find Noxy. It's a Deco 1-on-4. And while he has had a stunner of a beginning of this game, I don't quite count his lucky stars to be lucky enough to be finding a 5th here for Isurus. As his toes sticking out, Goofy, he'll absolutely chew through the remaining HP. And it is tied game at 4-all.
That is actually, like, that was a perfect, just textbook bait and switch play towards the ramp position. Sobol starts shooting a couple of bullets, doesn't really connect that much, but everyone focuses on him. One player peeks wide, the op takes him out. The moment that they all focus on the AWP player, he swings wide in a different angle, catches them by surprise again, gets himself a double, and the entire ramp push gets pushed back. And that is just textbook, exactly how it needs to get done. However, this time around, the rush towards ramp, and it's a molly from Sobol, denying any push so far. They get the cross going further, but there's Snatchy, backup coming through, and a full house secured on that ramp.
Notice the reaction that they had there. The CT side, they had the one player, he drops the molly, he calls for the AWP rotation, and Snatchy's at a perfect time where after Sobol takes the contact, everyone's looking towards him, the AWP can swing out, it's a very free pickup. The perfect bait and switch giving Wisla Krakow the lead since the pistol. And so now for them, of course, they've got to slog together a couple of these rounds and keep the economy where it is if they want to find themselves half-time success. Isurus, not exactly down and out for the count. Okay, sure, it's an eco here, but being on the T side, we know how forgiving the T side economy can be. And not only that, they're only 2 rounds behind should they lose out on this one here, which is very respectable for the start of T side Nuke.
So far, so reasonable. The problem is Isurus have no money left right now. And Wisla starting to get a little bit of that confidence. Another ramp push comes in. Sobol, 3 kills.
Beautiful.
Doesn't get himself the 4th though. Last couple of bullets missed, and the reload takes quite some time. So the Deagle will at least find a little bit of damage. But in all honesty, how much can they realistically gain here on the side of Isurus? If they get the bomb plant in, that would already be a marvelous turn of events.
Looking brilliant by the Wisla Krakow side. Another Sobol 3k you mentioned. He seems to be the hat-trick hero for the Poles as he's found another 3-piece towards ramp. And well, just like the previous Snatchy, looking to mop them both up. We'll get the first Arley to respond. Gonna go for the big AWP. Unfortunately, Sparrow, nice rotation. Once again, just covering off the big sniper. So it will be done and dusted. Wisla Krakow picking up their 6th without a little bit of trouble. A couple of kills going in favor of the T side. And this is going to be their full buy to try and cause a little bit more turmoil. But overall, Wisla Krakow, considering this is the Isurus map pick, they're not having a bad start.
Well, the start was a little bit rough, but they got back on their horses pretty quickly. However, the question is, can they keep that going? If they keep Isurus at 4, that is a really good CT side. If they give them any more leeway, it starts to get kind of dicey. Quick outside play. Isurus very quick on the smokes, and it's already rough for Sparrow. Does not know where they're coming from, but Jetger is in mini, keeping an eye on the outside area. Smokes are slowly going to dissipate as well, and that's the T's with really near to no utility left. That's going to make outside plays incredibly tough going forward.
So far, so passive. T-side showing some remorse, it seems. Just overall taking their time. Running down the clock a little bit, it seems. And well, smoke's going to be dropped in. They are at least showing some presence here. Wisla Krakow trying to delay the Isurus side. Just piece by piece, of course. You can see the weapons a little bit affected. Goofy on a FAMAS. The utility game isn't that strong for the Poles either. So Isurus, there's a window to exploit. Just have to wait and see if they can pick apart this CT side. 45 seconds remain here, though, DK Truman. Only just now do they break the door. And wow, look at this response from Wisla Krakow. They were expecting an A-pop.
Isurus have one flash left. Oh, aggressive move from Yedker is going to cost him dearly. Taken down in the process. Ramp. Destiny just spots Soulbolt. Head gets a freebie, but Sparrow is still holding Ramp down for the time being. The push comes out towards the A side because they're running out of time. 20 left. There's the execute. The follow. Nice peek. Takes care of the player up in heaven immediately, and a 2-on-2 retake with the AWP in fence is pretty rough. Snatchy, how can he even crawl out of there?
It's going to be difficult, and look at this post plant set by Isurus. Unconventional that both players head towards main. Gafolo will pick up one, looking for another, but Arle already on the flank towards heaven. It isn't looking good for him, so he does come back knowing that his teammate's gone. Otherwise, the flank definitely would have been there, but it doesn't even matter. Arle catching him right place, right time, and it will be Isurus up to a fifth. The Brazilians keep the train going. It is a good start to their T side of Nuke. A great outing on their pick so far. But Wisla Krakow, of course, they have themselves a fair chunk of change in their back pocket. Not without a timeout called in round 12, but that does give the CT side a moment to discuss how on earth they lost that round. And the reaction towards A, I mean, a justifiable one. We have seen a fair chunk of rounds in which Isurus have won towards the upper site. Another example is the one just gone. But of course, Wisla Krakow, I felt like, dropped all their util way too early. There was still 45 seconds left. It was like a double molly, nades, everything tossed at the Isurus side. And of course, double dipping in that round was a perfect opportunity for them to exploit. And that they do, and it grants the Brazilians their fifth.
I got a little bit dicey as well. The aggressive peek coming through Squeaky to see what the enemy is doing, of course, with little time left on the clock. I get why, but you just kind of wait 5 seconds longer and they'll come to you. So, you know, like getting information plays earlier in the round are great, and later as well, depends on the map, but it is really dangerous to push lobby. Almost always, especially if you're completely alone without any backup / utility to distract your opponents.
Well, early stages of round 12, Wisla Krakow going to be suffering a little bit financially. Deco running right at them, no main smoke. Sobol again towards Ram, just plucking apart the T side. He's found one, he knows one is enough. Gafolo, what on earth is that from Snatchy? I think he would have thought that the outside area was clear. In the meantime, Noxie's position. This is so... I don't even know what Isurus are doing, but it's working out perfectly fine. No, Noxie! He can't find either. Tried to play for both. Arle is going to be caught on his heels, and the Orpa Gafolo will find another. Jetka's trade. It's Arle demolished from heaven. And while now the Orp Glock combo needs to find a 1-on-3, minimal utility to get this round started either. And so I feel like Gafolo's days are numbered, as it will be Jetka to put the punishing kill up on the board. Wisla Krakow, their 7th, and they are starting to extend that lead. The T-side economy minimal as well. That round, so doable, man, so doable.
Yeah, that was definitely very doable, especially considering they get to heaven. They had no idea on the CT side what the plan was of the terrorists, because they had pretty much no control over the ramp position. They could have gone outside, inside, wherever, and somehow, magically, they do manage to come out ahead. That was a great round from Wisla. A little bit dicey, but regardless, they still managed to take home the W. And right now, outside, it's a quick rush, but Isurus just walked right into the meat grinder. That is Wisla Krakow starting to feel it again completely on their side. And 8-5, looking pretty okay now. They make that a 10-5 scoreline for the Wisla Krakow side. So, with that round being the 8th, and, well, what is enough for Wisla Krakow to be winning their CT side? They're just now looking to keep this at a very one-sided affair. A 10-5 scoreline would be ideal for them. For Isurus, maybe one more out of the 2 justifiable to give them a chance here on their CT. And Arle taking a bit of early damage. Edgar as well getting spammed through the doors, but it's his AK to find Sparrow to kick this off. A nice opener there for Isurus. Means that their defense on Wisla is a little bit weaker in that regard. And that's why they're heading outside, because that's pretty much the area that you abandon first in case of your player down. Either you get aggressive, which currently Wisla are doing and getting a lot of information. They're actually pushing lobby slowly. But outside is the play for Isurus. They have Ali all the way down towards the B bomb site. And this information for Wisla is beautiful because they can set in early rotations to make sure that they catch the players moving towards the B bomb site.
Oh, great shot from Jedka though. Noxie gone. Snatchy thinking about this lower site with the AWP, and he would be correct in guessing the second rotate of Sobol coming in as well. T-side taking their sweet time, trying to calculate the approach hit.
Even the flank from Jedka going towards Secret.
Yeah.
Like, they're coming from all different
All
directions
angles.
to hold down the B side.
And Sobol, he's patiently waiting towards the double door. Snatchy holding his single as well, so if he's in the right position, Snatchy and Sobol are going to be meat grinding these Isurus players. First shot, and it's a great collateral from Sobol. An even better one if he can find Arle. It's a 1-on-4 for him. And unfortunately, the Sobol apocalypse continues. A great half from him. He's 18-8 heading into round 15. The ramp player holds strong. Snatchy as well didn't have to do much, but it is enough to push the payload to a 9th. What a great round from Wisla Krakow.
Yeah, Wisla, they had the information perfectly from a lobby push at this from two different directions. One pushed through ramp and one pushed, I think, through blue. And because of that information, they know, of course, there's no one coming lobby through that direction. Outside was being held through mini, so there's only one direction that Isurus could have headed. That's the B bomb site. They rotate everyone ready and waiting to the B site. They even had that flank set in outside, so they completely boxed in the Isurus lineup, who did not have like even one player lurking about, which normally you tend to keep one player at least towards the lobby position just for exactly that reason, considering CTs can get a little bit antsy later portions of the round.
So, big opportunity here. Isurus, they're going to be looking for every opportunity they can to close out this last round in their name. As you said, a bit of a mishap. The over-rotation from Wisla Krakow due to the knowledge has cost them potentially their 6th, and this chance is going to be worse than the last because it is pistols and a Galil and a MAC-10. That is all that the D-side have to offer. Deco just jumping in. Jaws ready. The AK of Goofy will eventually find one. It's Sobol to find the opener in this one. Jedka, nice transfer. Tech9 of Noxie to find one. But in a 1-on-2, his days are numbered. It's 10-5 Wisla Krakow, double digits at the turn on Nuke.
Yeah, pretty solid. However, if Isurus, of course, win that pistol, it can spiral out of control very quickly, considering they are going to be playing on that CT side, which they are, well, statistically way stronger on, even though I have to say they look pretty decent on their T side. They had some incredible rounds, and definitely looking forward to seeing what they can bring in the rest of the series. But now it is Wisla's map to lose with a 5-round lead. They win this pistol, they're going to feel very confident. They lose this pistol, and it's starting to sweat.
You're dead right. Dooley's on Deco, looking to pull off the Wisla Krakow effect. Isurus themselves are going to spot 4 hungry players right down the secret systems. Noxie's going to be the solo holder for now. Movement is quite good to get to an elevated angle. Will they anticipate for him to be looming over the top? But it doesn't even matter. Gafolo and Arle both with kills each. Now Jedka pin back at the site. He will fall. Snatchy, nice shots. He does get a double, nearly a triple. 1 HP the difference on Arle. But it is a 6th and the important pistol you talked about in favor of Isurus.
I find it magical that they rushed all the way outside towards Secret. Didn't really get caught in that regard. But the rotations were very fast coming out from the side of Isurus. And especially the Noxie movement towards the B bomb side. Getting out of any position where you could get overwhelmed. And just from the rafters up on top, they shot all the T's running out towards that B bomb side down. From multiple angles, it was really hard to get anything done for Wisla Krakow at that point.
Fast play towards A. Deco, that's got to be no. That's got to be better from both players. Destiny to fall as well. And Gafolo already eyeing up the retake utility. Flashbang will be tossed in to bounce off the roller door. Ale trying to slip down. He'll fall to his death. Sobol another. And Noxy, the last man standing, to deny Wisla Krakow of a flawless force buy.
How
Does
does
he
he
stand
get flashed
strong?
by his teammate there?
I don't know. 43 points of health, but even that is disintegrated by the P250 of Spero. It's Wisla Krakow up to 11, and as you said, a flawless way to end round 17. It's Wisla Krakow, the unconventional force buy, that pushes them to it.
Oh, that is really bad. That pop flash though, towards the squeak, perfect on the mark, and on the retake, I mean, Isurus, I don't really know. Of course, you know, you were already in a very tough spot. You had to force some issue, but the fact that you're setting up the flash for so long, you're getting it ready, and your teammate still gets flashed by you, that is definitely a problem that could never occur in such a high-level game.
No, absolutely.
I mean, that's a setup that you must have run, you know, in scrims and such at least 100 times.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's very normal, right? Everyone knows the flashbang. The reason why you drop it, of course, is so it blinds anyone in the closed vent as well. Otherwise, just lobbing it across site, the closed vent player either has to turn away or get flashed. And as you said, the drop down was a good idea, but the fact that both of them were performed at the same time and one caused the other to die, that is a very, very big hit. And financially, Isurus are going to struggle to recover. Considering this is their map pick of Nuke here, DK Truman, I am severely worried now for the CT side because they've got 5 rounds to catch. This is the force buy here, and if it doesn't work out for them, I feel like this map is done and dusted.
And that's the big issue here. It can spiral out of control very quickly. You need to make your stand here. Because even though it's a CT-sided map, CTs tend to have problems when it comes down to weaponry and utility in terms of money. AWP also something that they need to have on a map like Nuke, which is very beneficial on the CT side. Ts don't really need it. I mean, a lot of teams don't even run a T-op anymore, considering they just feel the aggressiveness and the speed of an AK can do the job mighty fine. Sometimes you get to see like a T go for an SG. Like the SG553, the Krieg. But
yeah.
that's about it. Like, ops are not over heavily, unless you're, of course, like Simple or something, but that's a whole different story.
I miss the old Krieg, mate. That's all I can say. Do you remember
No, that one was broken.
2,750? That was ideal. Somehow Destiny making a $500 pistol look like Paradise. Unfortunately, that Paradise drawn to a close very quickly. A 3-on-3, so the CT's keeping things competitive. Sobol, the disrespect. He has an M4, but he's opting for the CZ anyway. He will finally get taken down. Noxy to deliver the Deagle blow to his back. Deagle will find a bit more damage. It's 3 casualties in favour of Wisla Krakow, but more importantly, it's a 12th on the board, and Isurus still stuck at 6. Their force buy doesn't work out, and all of a sudden, this is looking like a Nuke in their name. And if Dust 2 is anything to go by here, DK Truman, I would say this is shaping up to be a Wisla Krakow 2-0 very, very soon.
They're looking pretty alive and ready here for the Wisla Krakow side. Sobol, absolutely star performance. 24 and 11 right now, and that in 18 rounds. That's a pretty nice statistic. Outside play coming out from Isurus. Luckily enough, even blinded, they can hit their shots, and they all get decimated. Money's looking good for the T side, and it looks like they're trying to close this map out in very quick fashion to break that Isurus morale.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's safe to say that financially, game set and done. Should Isurus lose this round, they need to find something special. And speaking of something special, if you are looking to win some Counter-Strike skins of your own, and you're watching on Twitch at CCT_EN for all the plebs maybe watching elsewhere, perfect. There's a pause. It's a cancel round here, DK Truman. I think one of the Isurus players have crashed, so this isn't live. Gives me an opportunity to talk. If you're watching on Twitch, no plebs on YouTube or whatever, come to the superior platform. As I was saying, scroll down, click the banner, CS Money, X Pinnacle Cup #4. There's a giveaway for a daily chance to win $100 in skins. All you have to do, click it. It brings up a Gleam link. You follow a couple of steps and you have a chance of winning some cool stuff. There's an Orpazimov in the picture as well, so maybe you can bring out your inner Kenny S, and maybe we'll see you on the server at some point. You know, there's a small chance. I wouldn't say there's a an opportunity that is gleaming, but you might be, you know, top 0.001% of the world, and you could be seeing your name on the screen very soon. And it all starts from the AWP Asimov, mate, because we all know skins equals wins.
Exactly that. Skins does equal wins. And currently, I did see a couple of very nice knives on the side of Wisla Krakow. So, of course, you know, they're doing a solid job in that regard. But a 7-round lead. Money, of course, on their part looking pretty good. They get a quick reset, wondering if they're going to go for a glass cannon. Okay, Gafolo is going to go for the glass cannon. He does like his glass cannons. On overpass as well, you know, that's some nice risk taking. I think it's definitely at this stage in the game very necessary to at least have some heavy control on your team. Not a single kit though, always a little bit worrisome for me, though the rotations are very quickly done on a map like Nuke. I don't necessarily think that kits are superbly needed on such a close range map as compared to, let's say, Vertigo, where you have to run a pretty decent length going forward.
Wow. My oh my. What a first kill. Sparrow just lights out running down Secret now after finding the early kill towards outside. Are they patiently waiting? This AK, if it can find a headshot, it would be game over. But Isurus, hold on. It's an Arle trade, 4-on-3.
A man advantage here, finally again in the favor of Isurus. They have the weaponry, they've got the chance. But Wisla Krakow, they're rotating back. They still have lobby control for the time being, but that is all the control that they have. Map control completely foregone outside. They don't know necessarily where they might be coming. Destiny is actually, and Deco are getting a little bit antsy, pushing forward. This could be deadly, because Goofy is holding the line, but Ali's coming from a different angle as well. All three of them heading through Squeak, though, looks to be. And what a shot from Goofy.
Brilliant kill from the Hut player. Deco gone. Destiny realizes he's got to set his guard in a 3-on-3, but why would you expect a second man there? And he's denied the plant. Sobo will drop the molly to send it deep. Goofy expecting for him to come around towards Squeaky. It's a brilliant shot. They've got the bomb as well. No way. Why are they lingering around? Goofy's just been dropped. Sobo has got the bomb, and he's thinking about the vent dive. Gafolo will run into him, though. And so Arle now has to make the decision. Does he stick towards A, or does he try and get the read towards B? Sobo will patiently wait, but Arle's got him covered. And Isurus will take 7. A very messy round from Wisla Krakow. If they decided to jump down the vents, they would have won that round. And if the remaining players would have stuck towards the A site and they took the fights, they probably would have won that round. But just the hesitation, I feel like, Mr. Drummond, has cost them the round entirely.
I was actually thinking, which was a pretty nice play in that regard, the fact that they didn't see the bomb specifically and the player tried to dive down vents, that the Opera thought the last player went towards the B bomb site, so he tried to get there close. And that's why I was a little bit worried why he rushed forward, because he just had to bait right there. And what is going on? Okay, Goofy gets a free double, thank you very much. I'm very curious about that round from Isurus' side. Like, their game plan there was, we're getting into position, but no one is actually going to check the angles.
Well, early mollies dropped in towards outside. Taking their sweet, sweet time in a 2-on-4 scenario. Wisla Krakow, the man advantage, doubled down upon. Well, the util pours in. They wait a couple of seconds just to see if there's any reaction from the Isurus side, but there is to be none. It's dead silent. Bomb set down. 55 seconds remain, and Wisla Krakow surely securing in the 14th round. And the important one as well, because money for the CT side is at a minimum.
Yeah, they got to keep those guns alive. That was definitely a round that they could not afford, especially the way that they lost it. Like, they're all trying to cross through, knowing you always at least have to even consider that fact. Also, the one and done spot on top of Garage is so incredibly risky most of the time because of exactly that reason. It is a one and done spot. You get spotted, you get taken. And
so,
now, can they keep it up?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Is like, so do we see Wisla Krakow just plow through as a 16-7 win? Or is this where Isurus can give some pushback and show a little bit of resistance? They have saved the AWP and the AK after getting charged down. It's respectable to see that they can continue to keep the guns in it. We'll just have to wait and see if this is something more pertinent. And of course, the most pertinent question of them all is when do they abandon ship and turn towards Dust 2 and leave Nuke behind them. The Isurus side down by 7. It's going to be 9 in a row here if they want to win out Nuke in regulation. If not, it has to be 8 to get it to overtime.
It's going to be a quick rush out towards the...
Wow.
Oh my god, they're already down fence, heading towards the B-bomb site. There's no one to defend it. Jet comes in a little bit later. Shot by his own teammate by accident. And that is... nerves coming in right there, but the retake is necessary on the CT side. They do have a kit on their end. Ali's running in. That's going to be the kit down. Polo, though, gets overwhelmed. Snatchy playing close angles, being a nuisance, but gets overwhelmed by the third rotating player. It's all on Decker 1v2, and he just gets mowed down 15-7. And Wisla Krakow looking primed and ready to shut down Isurus. And, I mean, this is looking very scary for the rest of the series. Of course, both these teams are 2-1, so even if you lose this series, you still have tomorrow to try and crawl your way towards the playoffs. So it's not the end of the line for whoever loses, but you'd rather just not have to play tomorrow and get yourselves a rest day.
Yeah, a few rest days at that, right? Because we're still well, I say unsure. We know when the playoffs are, but you're still unsure if you're even going to make it, right? And that's the certainty, as you said, the guarantee that you make it to playoffs and that rest day, or rest days, I should say, on top. Always something that these sides are looking for. Wisla Krakow, one more round to the finish line for them on the Isurus pick of Nuke. I talked about maybe the Isurus side showing some initiative. It was on the T side that they impressed me most. This CT really hasn't been one of many strengths for them. It has been a bit dull, but Wisla Krakow have been playing some amazing Counter-Strike. Just 5 kills away they are from the finishing line here, Mr. Truman. And it's looking to be in this round here because the buy is starting to be ripped apart. The FAMAS of Noxy gone. And Sparrow just looking to take all of this outside control, seeping away the positions from Isurus, forcing them into a corner, what it feels like, herding them up, ready to line them up and shut them down.
Yeah, Jetker's just trying to bait them in so that they can get absolutely domed by Goofy, who's still lying away. Jetker and Soba both get a kill. That looks like we might just be at the end of the line. Gafolo and Ali, the last 2 remaining CTs left standing. Gafolo has still been doing a pretty decent job with the scout, with the AWP so far, but it's just not enough ramp control gain. That means there's already a player towards the B-bomb site. That's Sparrow. They have all the information they need, and they can just walk in to plant that bomb. Looks like it's all said and done for map number 1. Gafolo inside vents. Yep, his feet just get absolutely shredded. And one man with a dream, but very little hopes.
Arley, as he looks towards the vent, it's Sparrow to take him down. 16-7, map 1 in the bag here for Wisla Krakow as they take Isurus' map pick of Nuke. Join us after the break to see if the Poles can make it a 2-0 and get themselves a place in playoffs, or if Isurus can have some pushback and take us to a decider. Of course, it's Dust 2 up next, Ancient last if we need it, but Wisla Krakow one more map away from making the playoff stage. Can they get it done? Join us after the break.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
What is up, peeps? We are back with the second map of Wisla Krakow versus Isurus, and unfortunately for the South American side, lose this map and they are done for today. They've got to play again tomorrow, and so for Wisla Krakow, they're one map away from making the playoff stage. A good start as Destiny will get Snatchy a trade-off for the earlier kill to Noxy. Destiny obviously able to pick up. So Isurus standing at a 4-on-4 there. Obviously on the CT side, as it is the Wisla Krakow pick of Dust2, and a great shot from Gafolo to put them in a 4-on-3. Might have even spotted Jedka, I'm not sure, around the side of the smoke maybe. He's still got his eyes poised on short. The Julie's not ideal to take the long-range engagements. And for him now, he's pinned down on the angle. Gafolo will pick up Sparrow, and the Gods just can't quite find it in the latter stage of this round here, DK Driven.
Yeah, it's pretty tough of a map to try and traverse against that long-range USP advantage. So if you can get that bomb plant, that would already be a pretty decent win for the T side. But all in all, don't expect too much coming forward. Surprised he doesn't get spotted on that cross, but yeah, it is a map where you don't necessarily need the most amount of utility as the T side. That's why some teams tend to be very solid on it as well. But if you go A long, for instance, you always need to get cross smoke. For the most part, there are plays where you just need one smoke and you can take, let's say, the B bomb site. You just smoke mid and you make that cross happen. But I think Dust2 comparatively to Nuke is a lot easier to play on the T side, considering they're a wide avenue of different plays. None of them are like new anymore, because this map is quite old and has been played pretty heavily. This is why I'm still a big proponent of just swapping out a couple of maps, you know, on a seasonal rotation, which I would love to see.
Yeah, it's always been an idea, right? But I don't know. I'm a big fan of them just I don't know. It's an interesting topic, right? I've always been a fan of how they do it, where they just sort of like drop it in on everyone and they're like, go! Like Ancient was super cool. Super cool.
Yeah, but at least do it like a bit more often.
Yeah, like maybe once a year.
Yeah, I would like to see also maybe the older maps coming back for like maybe every half a year or something. You just bring in swap out 2 maps, bring in 2 new ones. Keep it fresh. Keep it enticing for everyone to... Because that's when you open the game, when they have such a big patch. Everyone's like, okay, let's see what they all changed, how the maps changed, you know, what the new map is like, that sort of stuff. And that draws people back, you know. Occasionally, every 2 years, 3 years, you get a new gun. Most of the time, they suck.
Alright.
The R8 was the greatest gun ever created. It was an AWP at every range.
It was disgusting. Speaking of, Deco probably could have gotten away with a couple more. Goofy. 2 headshots, dropping the smoke, picking up a second one, as he's basically blocked off all vision from long, so he can go and scoop up the M4. I'm wondering if this is going to be him tossing it out of the map. No, unfortunately, Arlo waiting for him, and it's a free delivery service for the MP9 upgrade. As well, it is 2-0. Isurus off to a good start. The odds over at Pinnacle suggesting that they have more or less no chance here on to win the series. I mean, there's a chance that they can take Dust2, but Ancient again, pretty solid map for the Wisla Krakow side. It would be ideal though, for my prediction at least. You went on the Wisla Krakow side. I'm very much with the South Americans in this best of 3, and they still have a chance. It's a good start on Dust2, but we know what Wisla Krakow are like.
Rush out coming through, gets denied immediately, but it's only a couple of pistols, no armor behind it as well on the side of Wisla, so if they get 2 kills, that's already a big plus. For the most part, they're just about to absolutely get rinsed from an aggressive mid-push coming forward.
Very nicely done. Isurus taking that 3-0 lead. And good money in their back pocket. And speaking of good money, of course, if you're looking for a new inventive payment method, then you can go and check out our partners at AstraPay. You can simply go click the banner below using thousands of stores online, and is pretty cool with the mobile app and all. So yeah, make sure to go and check out those lovely peeps out. Round 4 though, a chance for Wisla Krakow to cement their start on Dust 2, the T side. It's out towards Long early on, and a great shot from Deco to kickstart their T side. And the campaign continues because there's no trade from the Poles.
That's very quickly held back, and Wisla, I mean, they're trying that A-long position now 3 rounds in a row by aggressively bursting out. Not really that successful, because Isurus are very quick on the move to make sure A-long is firmly in their hands. Now they have been forced back to look in more greener pastures here for the Wisla Krakow side, but it's looking pretty good for the CT side so far. They also have Snatchy peeking in. Can he get the shot? Oh, gets the armor. Something tagged up in the process. Ali down to 23, but not dead, and that is the crucial component for that defense.
Smokes dropped in. Just taking their time. That 5-on-4 still retained here. Smoke dropped in. Very chill. Very chill. Oh, nice shot as well.
Well, that is Sparrow down to 1 HP, but regardless, still alive as well. And the fact that they've got themselves short control makes it a little bit rough for Isurus. You can see them, they're very defensive set up for the time being, because they can always go for like the drop towards CT spawn and try and overwhelm in that direction, but it looks like they're just going to go for the straight A take. Destiny in the goose angle. Can he stay alive? The molly gets thrown at his feet. He's burning away. The flash comes over. He finds one, but gets traded out immediately. The cross not being held down by Deco. Can he keep the bomb from being planted? Unfortunately, that is not the case. A 3-on-3 retake will come through. But what a shot from Snatchy. Cleans it up nicely. Towards Ramjet, Gerd will be overwhelmed, and that is going to be the round steal for Isurus. But what a round coming through. Quick headshots left, right, and center.
A really good job from Wisla Krakow to get the 4 kills and the bomb plant. Probably should have been a little bit more. I'm not going to lie to you. I expected the win to come out here. A bit unfortunate in the 1-on-2 scenario. They can't just get it done and put the nail in the coffin to get Wisla Krakow on the board. Considering it was a 4-on-5 as well out towards long, it was a little bit of a disappointing start. They done very well around.
Yeah, that is a double up setup coming out now for the CT side. So that is going to be definitely a little bit more of a rougher show for Wisla. They do have a full investment thanks to that bomb plant. Snatchy, however, no armor to speak of. But it's going to get mollied off the angle as well, standing out into the open. Needs to be very careful. Quick, aggressive move from Destiny. He's trying to overwhelm him, and he does hit the shot. Gafolo chimes in as well. That is some beautiful work coming through. They fall back. Goofy gets at least a kill for his troubles, but it is a massive advantage coming in from the Isurus. I love that aggressive move as well. They knew the player was where he was. And through the smoke, Ali does get shot down from behind, but Sobel is alone, and he will be easily dealt with. Gafolo with the triple, but that mid play right there, they spot the player top mid. They throw a molly in that direction so he can't find the barrels. He moves to the side, and then they just get aggressive upon him. I love their dominance on their CT side.
So, with that... Go on, what were you going to say?
Which is a lot easier to do on Dust 2 than it is on Nuke.
Agreed. Would you think that this map is very CT-sided? Because in recent times, I don't know.
Lately, I think it has become a lot more CT-sided. I think just because the M4 buff, the M4 A1S, every map kind of is CT-sided. Where there were, you know, you still have your Inferno, which tends to be depending on the team. Dust 2 normally depended on Team Mirage as well, but a lot of these maps have become so much more CT-sided with the M4A1S being so incredibly strong on those long-range engagements, and a lot of damage being dealt. They're rushing in, pistols close range. It's getting, well, at least 1 kill for their troubles, but regardless, they should be overwhelmed. Ali will be shutting it down. 4 kills, USP King, Inserv, and Isurus just sweeping away Wisla.
Crazy. Unreal round. Once again, they're just looking good here. Isurus 6-0 up. Starting to take shape on this CT side. Wisla Krakow themselves taking this map pick as their own. I'm a little bit disappointed to see the start that they've had. It hasn't been a great one. The outings have been minimal. The round that they had closest, obviously, was the bye round previous. It was a 1-on-2, made a 1-on-1. Just couldn't find the final kill. And well, here we go. Out towards long they go once more, and a great kill from Deco. He has really been a staple for the A play. Isurus just defend, and Wisla Krakow can't find a hole through it.
Yeah, they are getting absolutely held back right now, and this is, of course, Wisla's map of choice. So they're pretty much on track to steal each other's map pick. However, nice opener there from Snachi, making it back on a 4-on-4 scenario. The problem is Wisla have a very big issue with going through any of these chokeholds, and Isurus are shutting them down every single time.
No, absolutely.
Oh, Deco. This could be risky. This could be everything, though. Sobel has the bomb on his back. If he drops, they could be able to secure the round. But he's actually fallen back all the way towards the rest of his team, towards tunnels. They have a flank, or at least someone holding the push towards a site, and they're rotating players away. But currently on the B-bomb site, it is only Ali. It was only Ali. But he gets absolutely decimated. Nice creep through the smoke, though. A 3-on-3, but it's still the B-bomb site of Dust 2. Very rough to retake.
But Isurus do have a fair bit of utility to work with. I say a fair bit, it's a flash and a nade. The nade could be the end of a couple of these players, especially now. Sobol low, tossed in, Sobol with one, Deco trade, transfer not there, Gafolo trades as well. It's a 1-on-1, both players AWPs, both players tagged up, and the Tech 9 will be enough. It's 7-0, Isurus' retake is good enough for the win. Wisla Krakow, once again, DK Truman, they are looking horrific here on this T side. I don't know what's hit them, but Isurus, maybe the halftime break, or rather the map change break, has done a great job for them, because they are starting to look very, very on form. A flat foot on Nuke, but a very big spring, in their step here on Dust 2.
Yeah, this is definitely not the aggressive performing T side that we saw on Nuke from Wisla Krakow, which is, you know, a very rough map in its own regard, considering the close angles that you have to push through. But Isurus are just completely dominating the game at the moment. Last round was very close, but again, it's a situation where Gafolo, he's been rocking all these players down so far on Dust 2, that he felt confident to just peek with the Tech 9 around the corner without, you know, while dueling an AWP. Of course, he probably knew that his opponent was wounded in that regard, but nonetheless, still with a Tech 9 peeking an AWP is terrifying on the B-bomb site.
Well, here we are, round 8, 0, and I mean 0 change from the beginning. Isurus have been all over the T side of Wisla Krakow. In this round as well, it is a full buy for the T side, see if they can stand the test and put themselves the first one on the board. And unfortunately for Wisla Krakow, they themselves are going to start to become a little bit desperate here. T side, they need to pick up some pace. First smoke chucked in, the second one not tossed out. Unfortunate for them to be holding their nerve on it, because a counter molly tossed in, and Isurus, they themselves have committed a little bit of utility towards the short hold.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to cross through, but there's an AWP train out that area. It's Gafolo who's been absolutely dominating his opponents. They need to flash him off the angle, and that is exactly what happens. However, he hits a Galat! Kill secured, a tag onto the second. That is when Destiny can chime in, and all of a sudden they're completely out of trump cards here. Wisla's utility is completely gone as well. Destiny just jiggling around the site. And Snatchy, yeah, too many targets to deal with. Jedker all alone, and doesn't even have the time to try and make a play. Needs to make sure he doesn't die after the time, though. But he at least keeps his gun alive. But what is happening? Wisla are looking lost.
Yes, correct. Odds? I don't know. Frozen?
Oh, those odds have been frozen from the very beginning of the game. Those are the pre-game odds right there.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, if these odds are current, I'd be jumping at the Pinnacle guys saying thank you very much. Isurus have been looking strong. Wisla Krakow, 8 losses in a row, and finally we get to see a tactical timeout. If I'm honest, it should have been coming in a little bit sooner. I think for the here and now, though, they are going to be looking to just continue to do their thing. You can see this is a conversational one. Wisla Krakow, they themselves are chatting away. A couple of these players just getting involved. Let's have a chat. What's going on? Why are we losing these rounds for Isurus? This is going to be 30 seconds of pure laughter. They are in such a good position right now. Financially, they're not doing amazing. They have had a fair few casualties, but they know they've got 8 rounds up on Wisla Krakow. And not only that, they know they've got a buy over Wisla Krakow in this round. It has to be a half buy from them. There is a hero AK coming in from Jedka. And again, that's part of desperation. But for now, this is, I mean, a pretty interesting roller coaster. Wisla Krakow, a great start on the opponent's map pick, and in this round here, it's a good start, but it really hasn't been shown through this series. Noxy to trade as well, 4-on-4.
4-on-4, they get themselves an M4 in the process, and this is a little bit doable. The utility on the T side is also plentiful enough to make a play happen. I think, you know, B is the only side that they really got onto successfully, so I would probably head that direction. Mainly also because Gafolo is playing A every single time, and he is currently 12-1. That means he's only died 1 time in 8 rounds, which is pretty hard to beat at the moment. And there's going to be a quick rush out through mid. Noxy has the secondary AWP, gets himself 2 kills. Both oppers going absolutely nuts. Destiny wanting to push through the smoke. It's being held at the moment, but Sparrow is alone. Picks up the bomb in the process. He is between 2 tough camps to beat, and is going to get shut down because Gafolo just waits his time patiently until Ali gives the cue that he is close towards the site. Moves through the smoke, gets the kill, and that is it. That is a decimated round again. God. This is Isurus on their CT side when they're looking fired up.
You've got to give the respect, right? The big respect to the Isurus side. 9-0 up. Admittedly, it was a half buy for Wisla Krakow. You know, we weren't expecting victory in the 9th. It's got to be in this one, though. Surely there's something. Surely, no way!
Oh my
There's
God.
a team kill in the mix. I'm not sure if that was through the smoke as it plumed or whatever, but Destiny, I think, found a dink towards long. And unfortunately, the AWP of Snatchy, who is now out of this round, has just blasted his teammate in the back. A 5-on-3. Isurus are looking good. This could actually be teed up to the most sided Dust 2 I've seen this year, because Isurus are plowing through. No matter what Wisla Krakow is throwing at them, they are deflecting, defending, and just showing why they deserve the crown, because Wisla Krakow are suffering hugely.
This is so painful to watch. I mean, at the moment, there's nothing else but the team has to be tilted, right? Especially, like, you accidentally kill your teammate. At that point, you're like, nothing is working. You kind of need the pauses. They're going for a run boost play. Hope that could solve something, but this is more of a, you know, a fun little attempt, see if it opens up any chances, because in that position, you jump across, you could easily get dealt with. Ali, again, you know, they have that perfect combination of aggression when it's needed on the side of Isurus. Now they've got so much map control, it's going to be an A-long play. They know it. They just need to wait. It's actually pushed through the smoke from Sobo. This could be interesting. The flash behind it. Will at least be able to find one, but Noxa with the AWP finds the trade. It's 1v3, and an AWP in his hand. Jedka's just going to try and save it.
No, absolutely. Very nicely done. Once again, Isurus is now double digits. It's 10-0. The Brazilian/Argentinian/South American fans will be laughing right now at the odds. The people in chat supporting Wisla Krakow, because this is meant to be their map pick. This is where we said it was going to be a 2-0. We drew the line at Nuke being a horrific performance, but Dust 2, what a turnaround. And listen, man, I never not believed in the 2-1 DK Truman. I said it from the beginning. I said it was going to happen. I thought Nuke was going to go their way and it was going to be the dependency, but it seems to be Wisla Krakow. They can't find any traction on their T side of Dust 2, and it doesn't matter how CT-sided you want to claim this map is. 5 rounds maximum on the T side is going to be looking hopeless even on the CT.
Yeah, but you got one thing wrong. It's Wisla Krakow winning it 2-1. Because, of course,
okay.
I'm going to be correct. And they're going to win the knife round on Ancient. And, you know, then they're going to start on the CT side. And then it's already over. It's pretty much the CT side is dominant for these two teams. So far, at the very least. I mean, to be fair, in Nuke, the Isurus did not have a CT side. But they look reinvigorated after a nice little bit of a break. So Wisla Krakow, what can they do? Just go for a B rush play, you know? Just YOLO it, rush up B bomb site. You don't have much more to lose in this second map anyway.
Nades dropping in. Taking their time. Wisla Krakow trying to push himself towards middle. Destiny in the corner. He was doomed to die. Let's see if Arley can pull anything off. Wisla Krakow for 5-on-3. A missed smoke though. Snatchy's got it covered anyway. Tapping away. AK Sparrow going to pick it up. And well, I wouldn't say it's been heroics from the Wisla Krakow side, but when they've taken the fights one-on-one, they have been winning. Deco last man standing. And it seems to be, I apologise to my South American brothers. I've cursed them completely. I was commenting on how well they played, and as soon as I mentioned they're 10-0 up, they look to be too good. Wisla Krakow are able to return with one. It's a flawless, near flawless, I should say, round as well. Snatchy does go down, but Isurus 10-1 up.
You did say a very important key word previously, and that is, you know, 5 for Wisla would be bad for them on the T side. Well, you know, that 5 is still a thread that they can grab onto, considering if they win this round on the side of Wisla, they have broken the Isurus economy, and that would be huge to try and make it happen. And Sparrow started up. Noxy taken down. That's one of the very impressive and expensive AWPs taken care of. Ali, he's trying to get aggressive in a different angle, and that is what Wisla reads. They know that their opponents are a player down, so they're going to try and make a weird play to try and rectify that situation. And Isurus are right now losing control over the round.
Spamming, Sobol, Deco trading each other out. So it's not the end of the world. They still have a good chance here. Wonder if there's any opportunity that Isurus can hold on. It's a 2-on-4. It's going to be a bit difficult. Destiny in an unconventional angle. Oh, this is smart. Right-clicking the smoke onto short. So he's going to try and fake the play that he's up towards site. In actual fact, towards CT. But it's Gafolo to pick up the first. The bomb is yet to make the jump up as well. The flash not quite timed with Destiny's peak. He's going to move through the smoke, and he will find one. A second kill denied. Sparrow will find it with the AWP, and it's Wisla Krakow up to their second.
And probably their third as well, considering the economy of Isurus is completely busted. And the question is how they're actually the ones calling a timeout right now. How can they rectify this? Can they still secure at least 1, maybe 2 more rounds is the question. Would you go for the eco now and full buy in the next round, or will you go for the AWPs in the last final round? I would assume full eco now, investment into the next, see if they can secure rounds in that regard. But nonetheless, there's a glimmer of hope here for the side of Wisla. I mean, you get the next 3 rounds, you swap sides, you win pistol, game's open.
Yes, it is entirely doable. Do not get me wrong. It is very, very doable. But the Isurus side, I mean, if they can continue what we saw from the first 10 rounds, I mean, you'd be silly not to say that they can take this to a third map. They have been looking pretty strong here. And as you can see, the Isurus guys looking to take some control. And I mean, maybe an 11-4 half, Zonic's law, yada yada yada. I don't think that it's as strong as people may say now. And well, round 13, it's an eco for the Isurus side.
It is csgo, so everything is still possible. I've seen the absolute worst comebacks before. And that wouldn't surprise me this time around. Quick rush out mid. They do a lot of damage here on the CT side at the very least, but they should be cleaned up with the remaining CTs taken down. I'm baffled at the fact that he still gets so much time to try and kill off Shedker, but nonetheless 10-3. Wisla need those last 2 rounds to give them a little bit of a glimmer of hope. And Isurus, they need this win as well, otherwise it is going to be those last 2 pretty much gone and given away towards their opponents. And that is a chance for, of course, Wisla to gain some confidence to secure map 2. Because, of course, you know, you could be completely wrong and it could be a 2-0 for Wisla coming through. That would also, you know, make me slightly righter than you.
Alright, okay.
I'm gonna do you like that.
Yeah, I see that. Don't worry. I see that. I'm still sticking with the Brazilian side, man. I don't think whatever happens, this has got to go to a third map. Surely, right? Isurus a 10-0 lead. It can't be fumbled, and well, a good start from Noxy in this round. He's going to drop Snatchy, and so a 5-on-4 established. No trade either for the Wisla Krakow side. It's just a smoke in their face. And he is going to move like the wind and get out of harm's way. Jedka from short. This is an advanced position. Destiny will be looking for it, but Gafolo's nailed the shot anyway. What a huge kill. 5-on-3. 0 trades for Wisla Krakow. And it seems to be Isurus right back to their win ways.
Oh, that was such a big whiff. Oh, he had the absolute prime position. Of course, you need to hit that shot, but still, he really should have hit that shot to get back the advantage in your team's favor. 3 Ts left standing, a bit of utility still left to try and make a play. They actually have 2 smokes at the ready, so a solo setup coming out from Sparrow, and they're going to go for a B play. But Noxy's position is very crucial in that aspect. I guess he's going to go for it. Yeah, Sparrow's going to go for a drop-down play. In towards CT he goes, and towards the B bomb side. But will they check Noxy's angle? No, they do not. He gets the first. That's all he needed to do. Keeps him at bay for a little bit longer. It's all on to Sobel. 1v3. Pushing him to the side. 10 seconds left. Will get taken down. And that is Isurus on to 11. Wisla Krakow, last round of the half. Can they get it secured?
I mean, even at 11-4, I feel like the boat has been pushed out a little too far. To get it back to harbour would be a very laborious task here for Wisla Krakow in the form of a 2-0. And well, see what they've got in round 15 here, DK Truman. I, so far, still believe, still absolutely believe, this is going to be an Isurus map. The classic map trade. We're all too used to it at this point. Nice shot from Sparrow to kick things off, though, so maybe we'll put me silent for a couple more seconds here, because Isurus been left in a 4-on-5.
And that's a pretty problematic death so early on into the round. A minute 30 left on the clock. And they're just going to put 2A, 2B as a default defense on the side of Isurus. Keep mid completely open. And it looks like they're actually going to aggress in tunnels to make up for that numbers advantage on the opponent's side. And this is all about the peak. Sobel, he's falling back, spots the feet. I think he spotted the foot at the very least. Yeah, he's getting back up from the rest of his team. They're going to go for the push together. And that forces him back. That is actually, I really like that play. Like, he spots the foot, falls back, waits for the rest of his team so they can peek together. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
Really like it here. And that more or less locks in the Wisla Krakow fourth. Nice flashbang missed shot from Gafolo. And I think that will do it. Flashbang tossed in, Goofy. He's chasing him down, hunting him, as it will be 11-4. So, DK Truman, there is light at the end of the tunnel here for the Wisla Krakow side, as they do take 4 on the T side of Dust 2, but Isurus a staggering 11 rounds on the CT side. It's only 5 from victory, so this pistol, very, very dependent. If the T side can pick it up of Isurus, then it does feel like this game is all but over. But if the CT side can get it going and get that momentum rolling, then maybe, just maybe, there is a realm, a world in which this ends 2-0.
There's definitely still a lot to cover here. A quick rush out from Isurus, getting themselves a long control. Long range Snatchy all the way in the back with the USB. Help me, teammates. He's dropping low. He's taken down. The A-bomb side is currently completely empty. And not even cross smokes being thrown out. That is interesting from the Isurus side. They did throw out a smoke, but it was thrown towards mid-CT for an interesting cross smoke. Sparrow with the dualies peeking around the corner, but a 4-on-4 retake. 2 flashes to be popped over. They fall back, and there's the pounds coming in. Can they get it done? That secondary flash is great, but Noxy towards A-Long still holds it down, and it might just be that third map is on its way momentarily with that Isurus pistol secure.
It's a brilliant one. It is a brilliant one. What a game. What a best this is going to be. I don't quite know how this one's happened, but we roll with it, I guess. We roll with it. Bomb will detonate. Isurus 12-4. And as you said, it does feel very much all but over 4 more rounds here for the Isurus side to get us to the decider of Ancient. It will be a force buy here for Wisla Krakow, but it is actually a tack timeout called by the Isurus side to talk things through.
Yeah, they don't want to risk losing the next round. We saw previously on Nuke as well how fast that can spiral out of control. They are very close to the finishing lines. Their money is pretty solid, but there's a force up on the CT side as well. You got Snatchy on the scout. You got the rest of the team with Deagles to work. Well, a Deagle. Dualies again for Sobel, I think. And Sparrow with the MP9. So they're giving it their A game, but I think their A game might just be gone and done and dusted on Dust 2. And I honestly am actually pretty happy with that because I want to watch Ancient and I don't get to cast much Ancient or really ever.
It's true. And you told me as well you don't play much Counter-Strike yourself, so...
I've played it twice.
Yeah, okay, not in your whole life. Let's throw that one out there real quick.
No. I've played Ancient twice.
Oh, played Ancient. Wow.
Oh no, okay. I have a lot of 1,000 hours in CSGO.
Yeah, but I guess it's a new map, right? And so you're already a genius at the game, DK.
Yeah.
You just got to look at a map once to know what's going on. And well, we know exactly what's going on in this round. It's a force buy from Wisla Krakow that has resulted in a couple of kills, but it has been the Isurus side just storming right through the poles as it's one more kill to take number 13. Snatchy is going to be running for the hills. And I don't think this one is going to be happening. It's done, it's dusted. And I think we're going to chalk this one up the here and now and say a third map on the cards is looking 100% likely.
Well, it's 100% likely, yes, but not 100% guaranteed just yet. You never know what you're going to get. Life's a box of chocolates. And so is CSGO. It's still, that entire sentence makes no sense to me because life's a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get except for the fact that you're going to get chocolates.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, like, clues in the name. Especially when you buy, like, a Heroes or a Celebrations box, you know? Like, do you do that at Christmas or whatever?
Oh, Celebrations is so good. Especially the Maltesers one. Oh.
Well, then you know exactly what's inside. When the rapper tells you it's a Malteser, you damn believe there's a Malteser chocolate inside, you know? So I agree. But then again, it's a tub, not a box. So if we're going to be really pedantic about it,
they probably have a box.
Maybe. There is a box, actually. You are right. They do like the smaller box. You're right. So I'll shut up. You're dead right. There needs to be like a new saying. If you're a wise man, have you got an idea for a new saying instead of the life is a box, that thing?
I'm not a smart man.
As
of course Forrest Gump also said. Great movie.
Okay. Never seen
and everyone knows Jenny is horrible. There's going to be a quick rush up and they just get that A-side control with no problems whatsoever.
Yes. It's looking pretty good here. Looking pretty good. Isurus going to be up to 14. Sobol whipping out thy Zeus. Get close enough and you will be screaming. Not for any good reasons. It does hurt. Tasering. Don't know how it does so much damage though. If you think about it in like a real life applicable situation.
I mean, there are lethal tasers.
Of course.
They're just not given to the police.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I would assume like most of these guns are not given to the police.
Never know, mate. If you're not seen the AKs with the cool pixels, like look at the pink gloves, the red gloves, you know, like, and it's given to the police, obviously. But anyway, the here and now, Isurus up to 14, and the reason why we blabber on is simply because we're 2 rounds away from Ancient, and it does feel like it's very much heading that way, unless Wisla Krakow in this one here can pull off 10 in a row to catch up, ideally 12 in a row to take it 16-14 and not give us Ancient, or any more of Dust 2. It does seem like a lot of if, buts, or maybes, and I don't quite think Wisla Krakow will have it in them to take Dust 2. The here and now is the Sparrows on for a triple, lining them up, reaping all the rewards. And well, the triple kill does save them. For now, it is a long road ahead of them, but that is a great start and a great triple from Sparrow, holding his nerve. The molly chucked in, it's counteracted by the smoke, but the M4 does all of the heavy lifting, and it is looking like Wisla Krakow will take us to a 5th round for their CT side.
Yeah, that is definitely not too shabby, but nonetheless, you know, comeback is real coming through right here. Wisla Krakow, they just need, after this round, of course, 9 more to tie it up. And then they're going to, of course, lose 16-14 because that's the way it always tends to end when a comeback is incredibly close to being successful. I like the fact that Wisla are still playing it, like, super seriously. And that is going to be a nice double kill coming through. Ali 1v3. Will be spotted. Walking back. Now he's torn between 2 angles. And he's going to go back towards that B-bomb side. But around the corner should be an easy pickup for Jedker. If not Jedker, the AWP player, indeed shuts it down at 14-5. But Isurus still have plenty of cash to afford another buy in next round.
So here we are. As you said, still that same not so distant goal for Isurus, keeping the dreams alive, maybe the Wisla Krakow side. But a lot of work still needs to be done. Round 20, 14-5. 2 rounds away from the win, and for them, hop, skip, and a jump shall do. Another full buy for the T side to see if they can compete with the Wisla Krakow CT. If they can't, we do have a bit of a problem on our hands. But it does feel like this game is very much but done. Minute and 25. Hinge smoke thrown. Isurus trying to take presence towards middle. Chilling for the now, as Snatchy will pick up the first. So Wisla Krakow right back to their winning ways, it seems. Back-to-back rounds. Could be is the word.
Could be. Possible. Maybe. We'll see what transpires going forward. So we'll just waiting for any utility or a peak to come through so he can fall back, drop that smoke, and hope for the rotations. It's actually Sparrow getting the kill onto Ali. And no, he doesn't actually have any backup just yet, but he keeps them at bay, sprays through the smoke, a lot of damage being dealt to Destiny as well. And Isurus, the B-bomb site, seems to not be their favorite area to try and take from this point on. T-spawn as well. Okay, Goofy gets spotted out in time by Destiny, but nonetheless, 2 Ts, 35 seconds left. The question is, what are you going to do? Are you going to try and save it? I mean, Destiny could technically drop an AK. Ali can buy an AK himself, so they would have a buy if they keep these 2 guns alive.
No, absolutely. 15 seconds left of this round. We're not screaming for a chance of a win here. Wisla Krakow will be taking their 6th. I'm wondering, do we see any pressure after time? By the looks of things, the dots on the minimap will tell us they are miles away, and so it probably isn't going to be looking too likely as well. Done and dusted. 6 on the board. Hey, man. I mean, you know, it's 8 to catch up, 10 to win. With the T economy, it will be a little bit harder, but I think it's safe to say none of us here are saying it's impossible.
I assume a couple of people are saying it's impossible. It is close to. But yeah, nothing is really ever impossible. A long peek. He just gets mollied back. Very heavy aggression from Wisla's side to make sure that they keep a long control at the start of the round. And Snatchy with that AWP really needs to be the linchpin to try and take him all the way towards that finishing line. Though it is honestly such an uphill climb, it's rather rough. But we know how Isurus can really struggle on the T side. We've seen it plenty of times before.
Of course. Hopefully no caster's curse here for Isurus. I've realised that I've been yapping on about how this is a shut book. Now it might just be a possibility. Out towards long goes the T side of Isurus. Goofy will be met with a little bit of resistance. That molly, it's so close to the 2 players in the corner. If they had another one here, Wisla Krakow could have been in for a barbecue. Instead, it's Snatchy to fall, so Goofy now has to defend it. With his position being compromised, takes face, looks for the 1, has caught one blind, bomb spotted as well, but that molly has forced him into the corner, and surely this is Isurus just to pull the pinch play, and he will go down, still looking for one, and well, he has done quite well. Jedka will trade a 3-on-3, and Isurus, I mean, that was a very, very slow, long, tedious draw out towards the long side of the map.
I'm impressed with the movement he had. God, that must be rough. Nonetheless, the push towards the site is rough as well, because Isurus losing all their players. The flank from Sparrow out towards A-Long as well, and Tally all alone tries to go for the 180 play, but gets taken down. I cannot believe how long he lived in pit. And in that situation, like, they can come from two different directions, which is really hard to keep up to. You see him, like, dancing between the two angles. When are they going to peek? When are they going to peek? The amount of nerves you got to have in that situation is astounding.
Timeout for Isurus now. It is hush. 30 seconds of talk. Realizing getting those last couple of rounds might be a little harder than I thought. Wisla Krakow 7 away from catching up. They are equidistant from the 0 mark. And Isurus themselves on a half bite in this round. Plenty of utility though, so I guess in this round they're just going to be looking for a bomb plant here, Mr. Truman. I don't think this is going to be a round in which Isurus have any business in winning, but I guess just to keep that economy thriving, they're going to be looking for some damage done to that CT side, and not only that, to improve the situation of their own. Timeout over though, round 22.
Let's see, it's looking like they're going to go for another B play. Very aggressive run from Sparrow coming in. A lot of information relayed already to the rest of his team. Noxy taken down, AWP from Snatchy. That aggressive position with the op does mean that, of course, they know that mid is probably already cleared out. Otherwise, it would be very risky to face up against pistols with an AWP from that angle. Sobol towards the B bomb site needs support, and that's going to be Snatchy with the AWP right behind him. And they're just abandoning the A site completely because A-Long's being held from behind by Sparrow. And the question is really, Isurus, how long will it take them before they actually start their pounce, their execute towards that B bomb site?
Well, silence. Sobol, very nicely done. We'll find another. Or from afar, we'll find one more soul. They jump through the smoke, and it is a single casualty here against the eco of Isurus. No bomb plant either. Trying to utilize the financial restriction as much as they can, as Dust 2 now starts to become a little more up in the air. Wisla Krakow up to 8. It's 4 in a row. Momentum starting to shift. A double AWP setup for that CT side as well. Quite the conventional one towards the later parts of the game. And they are going for exactly that. Round 23. Isurus, a full buy.
It's only 6 left. It's getting closer. Double upset now from Wisla Krakow. Sparrow, of course, used to be an AWP player in his own right. So now you got Snatchy and Sparrow on the AWP. Rushing through the smoke. Rushing through everything. No fear. Bomb gets dropped, but there's a player right behind him. Nonetheless, that one gets dealt with easily. Isurus running forward, but Sparrow on that secondary AWP does not take any prisoners. It's all onto Gafolo, completely alone, no armor to speak of. The bomb is out of his control, and that is just Isurus walking right into the Wisla Krakow game plan that is on point at the moment. CT sides seem to be these two teams' definite preference.
A minute on the clock, and as you said, this round does feel like a chapter closing. The book continues to be opened up here by Wisla Krakow, telling their story on the CT side and what could be a terrific comeback. As you can see, Gafolo running towards the B site. He knows the bomb's out towards long. The opportunity and the chances of Wisla Krakow being on this B site is next to nothing. So he's just going to have a little look, see if he can find any entries into this round. But of course, Wisla Krakow themselves playing a very passive game. More than happy to give up the majority of the map. As you said, they have the C4 in their control. And so it will just be round 23 to a closure. And Wisla Krakow up to 9. I don't quite believe this here, DK Truman. This is very much on.
They're actually going for an aggressive hunt in the process, seeing if they can spot out Gafolo somewhere. But he is miles away from any engagement whatsoever. Will be saving the AWP. The downside is, of course, that he will be saving $250 with it and no armor. And yeah, he should be staying alive. Unless I was thinking maybe Sparapix said, "Oh no!"
That is...
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, why don't you hide? Why are you there? Stop it!
Yeah.
There's no reason to stand in that window so long. Especially after the timer is over.
Yeah, I feel like that was a massive misplay. You can see Gafolo's money only allows him to pick up a flashbang in this round. DK Truman and a Molotov at their feet will not be the greatest of starts. You're going to hear all the noise, the rustle towards long. Nicely done, Jedka. He's going to find a lineup. Easy two-piece for him. Gafolo and Noxy hit the deck. 3-on-4 scenario. And Isurus looking a little bit worse for wear here. Double digits on the line for Wisla Krakow. The polls aren't done just yet.
I know they're closing that gap in a pretty solid fashion. Of course, this round was, in all senses, close to already lost. I mean, Tech9s can still make something magic happen. The problem is Dust 2 is a map that is very long range for the executes, so the pistols tend to have some issues crawling in towards the sights in that regard. Though Deco is still alive with the Tech9 in hand, can possibly go for the bomb plant attempt. Problem is, can he get the full stick going? The flash comes out, running around the corner. He's down to 4 HP. Nice headshot. Does make it hurt for the CT side at the very least. But they will save the double op setup. But nonetheless, the economy of the CT side is still plentiful. As even if, like, that's the thing with the CT side. Even if they lose one more round, their backs are against the wall anyway. Like, they have enough money for the rest of the game in that sense.
Round 25. 14-10. Isurus with another fall by, another opportunity to strike Snatchy. Jiggle peeking in towards middle. He seems to have a sneaking suspicion. That's an Xbox smoke thrown. Counter smoke thrown in. He's looking towards lower. Destiny having a little peek over, seeing if anyone's gone aggressive. It's the short play taken by the T side, and they will be met by the AWP of Sparrow. Takes the shot but misses, falls back towards CT, and counter molly's thrown in. Wisla Krakow do not want to be the first team to make a mistake.
They can't afford any mistakes on the Wisla side. Looks like a slightly delayed take from Isurus. So you've got Sparrow with the AWP, who has honestly been looking really good with that secondary AWP in the last couple of rounds. I think that's a very big factor in the team, that you have two players that can pick up the AWP. Ali peeking throughout A long, but not checking the angles completely, because from behind, Jetker was just blinded, and he gets a freebie. And Sparrow, of course, he gets 2 kills in the meantime towards short. Never mind, they're getting absolutely wrecked by Wisla Krakow. It's all onto Noxy, Sobol, lower tunnels, the bomb gets recovered, but shut down because Sparrow gets a triple kill. He is rocking them right now on that AWP. And Wisla Krakow 3 away from tying it up. What is going on? This is insane.
7 in a row, and Isurus starting to panic. They hit the big red button to call the tactical timeout as they themselves figure things out and wonder what's gone on. I don't believe what we're watching here, DK Truman. I'm sat here head in hands. How on earth has it got to this stage? How on earth are we here where we are? As you can see, we cycle through the players. A lot more composed than I would be in this position. I guess obviously that's why they're here and ranked where they are, because they are slightly better under pressure and overall at Counter-Strike than me. However, I know in the back of their minds, anyone at home watching will know in the back of their minds, they have lost 7 in a row and they cannot get anything done on this T side so far. They won the pistol and the third round as well, right? Which was the, it was the pistol, then the force buy, then the eco, and ever since that full buy, they have been looking sharp here, the Wisla Krakow side. Nice shot though to kick things off. Boost towards middle, something gimmicky, and it's worked out for the 5-on-4. The single AWP investment, and it has coughed up that man advantage. Something that they've been struggling with as well.
And especially taking down Sparrow first in the round. He's been feeling it a lot in the last couple of rounds. So the hot player taken care of quickly, and that might give them an opening. Noxy, another kill onto Sobel. A little bit of a whiff smoke in mid, but regardless, pushing forward. Snatchy missing his chance there to get a kill. Another missed shot. He's going for the re-peaks, but he gets the collat. Why? How is this? No! He misses 2 crucial shots, then hits a collat, going for the peak afterwards, gets a tag onto Noxy, keeping an eye on his backside, which is going to be the push coming forward, rushing forward. Goofy, no fear whatsoever. Destiny's got a deagle, and Ali from behind as well. Gets spotted by Goofy! Goofy! Holy potatoes! What is happening? Destiny running forward, deagle in hand, gets shut down. Go motherfucking free! That's a god round coming out from just no fear Goofy.
I'm tired out. Oh man, what a round. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to end. I don't know. Are we living? Is this life? Am I dreaming?
It starts off as well. The 5 versus 3, Snatchy misses 2 very crucial shots, then hits a collat. Okay, I don't know anymore. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Goofy, the 180 just read into the flank, and all of a sudden it comes crashing and burning down. Ale gonna get mollied out, and it's Goofy, the man of last round, kicking things off in the present. A 5-on-4. The AWP did so much, but it's made up so little. As Isurus now 4-on-5. And it could be 13 for Wisla Krakow. 11 in a row could be on the line. I don't quite believe it. Oh, not 11 in a row, excuse me. It'll be 9 in a row, I think. But still, I don't believe it, man. I really don't believe it. I think we're both in awe at how much this comeback is now made possible.
I'm baffled at what I'm seeing here. Oh, this is just beautiful from Wisla. Like everything going wrong, and still something hits right, and that is Goofy going nuts in the prime time part of the round. Especially that 180 kill that he got to save his teammate Snatchy behind him as well. That was just marvelous. Though it is going to be an A bomb site take. Slowly crossing in. Snatchy's got the AWP trained at that position. Can he hit the shot, though? They're crossing underneath his vision gain. And that is where the problem does come through, because he can get peeked from multiple angles right now. Jumps across, he spots him, knows that they are already on that A-bomb site.
I don't believe it. That's such an intense, like a smart play. Snatchy, he knows that both players are there. AK of Deco looking to kick things off, and it does so. Noxy and Deco both with kills.
But Goofy, he's still alive.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Bomb set down. It's a 3-on-3. Destiny's head caught off as well.
Time.
There's no time left. And another round goes in the way of Wisla Krakow. And it's Gafolo trying to fight. Nice no scope out of the round. This game is crazy. I don't get it. What are we watching? Oh my good God. Oh my word. I don't believe it, man. What are we watching, DK? What are we watching?
Oh, they run out of time, gets the shot, the head pops up just a little bit, he hits the shot, and all of a sudden, they're 1 round apart. Deco, no armor, Deagle in hand, Gafolo, no armor, gone, immediately dealt by Sparrow. Oh! They're closing it out, they're tying it up, this is ridiculous, what a comeback.
And Wisla just on a roll. This is a force buy from Isurus. Losing this will put Wisla at 14. Not only that, the money reset for the T side. This is such a crucial round. And my word, could this go all upside down? It's a nice shot from Noxy. But will they expect Sobol? They've got to clear the corner. They're going to be running out. And Ole's going to sweep it. And a nice shot from Destiny. And Isurus, when they're beaten down to the ground, they're not just out just yet. As Snatchy and Goofy have to make things work. Nice spot, shoulder giving up the man up high as Ale sets in close. Isurus, this is a big round for them to lose, but an even bigger one should they win. As the here and now dictates a save may be, it's a 2-on-4. Goofy's looking elsewhere. Snatchy's posted up passive, and Isurus might have just breathed life back into their game, but a cracking shot from Snatchy surely isn't the end. As Goofy going to be sweeping out towards long. It's going to be a 15th on the board here for Isurus. They break the curse. They revitalise the streak. But Wisla Krakow, They've got plenty of cash. They can make the reinvestment in the next round. This is far but done here. And Goofy, no way, no way! A knife in round 28. Wisla Krakow, they lose the round, but getting in the heads of Isurus. It's a knife, it's the karambit to the spine.
Just for good measure, even though it's getting down to the wire. 2 rounds left in regulation. Can they take it to OT? Or is Isurus actually gonna win map 2 and make it an incredibly uncomfortable map for them the entire run through? Because what a close affair. Both these teams are on edge. And I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Can't wait to see what they can bring in these closing couple of rounds. Will it be Wisla Krakow in OT, or will Isurus be able to close it out in regulation? Sparrow, a different angle than he's had so far. And he's just hoping that the T's walk right into him to give him a freebie.
And the game continues, 15-13. There are a couple of chances here for Isurus to close, but for Wisla Krakow, they're now fighting for overtime and fighting for a chance to end this series in 2. What a bonkers second map this has been. A huge choke from Isurus that Wisla Krakow have managed to wind back, but the most important 2 rounds yet to come. Short control obtained, Snatchy thinking about chucking the molly, but wants to keep the util. It's a very stacked CT side in terms of the utility that they have, and I do believe Sparrow would have picked up the shoulder out towards B. Smoke, nade, molly towards middle. It's all tossed in. Isurus looking for a play towards B, but a great shot from Jed to kick things off. Sobol close. It's a double no-scope for the T side. Sparrow on the back of the site. He's going to have to find a couple more. Dancing back and forth between the pillar, but Arle's got him covered. Not see his shot, but the second one doesn't. It's a goofy 1 on 3, and it is not meant to be. Isurus, it's a hard slog. They made it hard, but they made it work. 16-13, and we do go to a third map. We do get to see a decider, because Isurus have clawed their way back to Ancient. Will they win this series? We find out after a break. Do not go anywhere.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
What is up, my homies? We are back with the third and final map. Isurus taking on Wisla Krakow for a spot, not only in the playoff stage, but to go 3-1 overall. The loser of this game will have to play again tomorrow, Mr. Truman, to see who goes through, who is eliminated here in the main Swiss stage. Of course, I'm Moto, joined by DK Truman. We run you up for the third and final map. For the third and final best of 3, it is Isurus to win the knife, so they get to choose what side they start. And being ancient, there are absolutely no surprises to see that HUD switches around very, very quickly, and Isurus will start on the CT side.
Yep, that is definitely going to be a a pretty reasonable advantage for Isurus. If Dust2 is a foreboding on the team's T side performances.
Yeah, we saw a very interesting CT side, didn't we, for both teams? Both teams did insanely well. I think it was a 9-round win streak for the Wisla Krakow side, and Isurus got 11 out of 15 rounds on their CT side of Dust2, which isn't as CT side as what it is here. So you're dead right, mate. We could be in for quadruple overtime, or we could be in for a 16-0. I could not tell you how this third and final is going to go. The Pinnacle odds, however, is going to be leaning ever so slightly in favour of Wisla Krakow.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was at the start as well, so it doesn't surprise me too much. Deco gets killed, but does he expect players cross through? Oh my lord, that's a great double kill. Doesn't he back up? He's playing ring around the rosy like a pro. 3 kills secured. The rotations do have some time to get themselves in position. And even a nasty nade on top. Look at that damage coming in. These two teams are completely held back. And we'll at least find a kill nonetheless. I mean, you only need to find 2 headshots and you win, 3 headshots and you win the round. But it's going to be hard to cross in because there's another player behind the box. And Cafolo does shine brightly.
Oh,
that
what
was
a
filthy.
shot. Sparrow just lining up Arley. Now a 1-on-2. Problem is, he's low HP, as you said. That is going to be the main problem. Another kill. Oh, Sparrow! What on earth has just happened? After the break, and he whips out a 1v3 like no other. And Sparrow, the king of Poland, seems to reign supreme as the ancient T-side gets off to one of the best starts it could in a round that they had no business in winning. All 3 players face 1 by 1, and all 3 players they shall fall.
Okay, sure, that, you know, continue map 3 where you left off in map 2 by doing weird stuff and making the entire game very interesting. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they can bring going further. Wisla Krakow, of course, with the buy, but the Isurus have a buy of their own. Noxy on an M4 immediately in the round. And a quick bounce out towards that mid position, but Noxy has already fallen and back completely, and Wisla will at least be able to gain some map control. Ooh. Magdan versus the CZ. Honestly, I don't know who I'd prefer in that position. So close angles, and yeah, another smoke comes in. Takes some time. The damage being dealt, though. Deco gets a kill. Sparrow is down to 11. Starting off very heavily for the Wisla Krakow side.
A little bit of a problem here. I don't know how this Wisla Krakow side can start so poorly. They have the SMGs, they had AKs, they had everything.
So they do have Jedger on the Mac Daddy running forward. The smoke delays the push. 40 seconds left on the clock. And they're kind of being boxed in from multiple angles. Destiny misses his opportunity right there. And this is starting to get a little bit dangerous. That smoke, once it dissipates, Ali's going to be put in a rough spot. He gets pushed in. And the kills will favor the T side so far. But there's still 1 man left. And the Deagle from that range is definitely dead. The Act, okay, sure, Deco, sure. Why not, my friend? Why not?
A 1-on-1. It's doable. Goofy. 1-shot headshot for the Deagle. That's all Deco needs. But the AK, the better fire rate and the better DPM, meaning he's got problems. And he's going to have to take the right face at the right time. Turning away. Eyes off the angle. Deco coming from cave. But Goofy's played the passive angle. Deco's got eyes on. But the peak, he changes the angle at the worst possible time. And Isurus will concede the second. 4 kills, though, onto the force buy. That was not a bad response here. Isurus, a solid start. But as you can see, the odds over at Pinnacle, I feel like they're very static here. I would say that It's about right. It looks to be the start of the second map, the exact same, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe those Pinnacle odds, realizing especially how close that third map was, or rather the second map was, they still believe Wisla Krakow have it covered. But if you believe Isurus can win, then head over to pinnacle.com/ODDS. That is odds. And you can check out all the latest there.
Isurus coming out with an aggressive A-long push. And so, Bolt, back up, don't block me, please! Because they're all coming around the corner, and it is cleanup time. Noxy will find a kill in mid, but that's only the singular one that they can achieve this time on Isurus. It's 3-0, but now the big guns will be coming out. I expect an AWP as well. Deco, no, did he drop one? I think he did drop one to Gafolo. So there should be one on the floor. I mean, I'm expecting, yeah, Gafolo on the AWP is definitely a big plus for the CT side. And right now, this is where the real test comes in. Can Wisla Krakow keep Isurus at bay and maybe go for their own 10-0 lead?
Oh my good god, another sick shot from someone. It's Deco this time whipping it out with the M4 through the smoke. Double think, Jedka had no chance, but neither does Deco stand a chance. Goofy, he's got all bases covered. Sparrow running in towards Temple. He will be none the wiser to the AWP. Gafolo, no. Don't bring out the knife, surely not here. He is just going to gun him down to the back of the head. A cruel, painful death, but a quick one actually. For Noxy, he's sent out of the round. Goofy and Snatchy both with kills, and Arle left in a 1-on-3. And Wisla Krakow take 4, a solid start against the buy Isurus. It results in absolutely nothing. That CT side left stranded financially.
Yeah, that's a rough one to lose. That was also very interesting. Like, Wisla were all over, both teams, honestly, were all over the map, just pushing every possible angle. I do like the player holding back in mid as well, just waiting for the smoke to dissipate, get the backstab flank coming in. And Wisla Krakow started off swinging. I mean, T-side of Ancient 4 rounds already is definitely a great way to start off the final deciding map to see who of these two teams is going to make it towards the playoffs first, because of course the other team can make it towards that position tomorrow. But we'll have to wait and see, because their opponents are not going to be easy targets either. I think it's Finest and AGO that are the... Finest, AGO are definitely waiting, and there are 3 other teams that I do not know out of the top of my head. But after the game, we're going to be checking which other teams are waiting for the matches tomorrow.
Yes, as you said, there's 3 matchups tomorrow. All 3 games, of course, will give 1 slots to the playoff stage, and should they lose out, it will sting. This round is a good start. It's a great start, but an even better one for Wisla Krakow. Jedka lining up all the headshots in the world. With a nice shot with the CZ, Destiny will pick out 1. 3-on-3 and Jedka low. This is doable here for the CT side, especially with that AK in the hands of the CTs. Destiny last outing with an AK in his hands. It didn't end well, but this time he's looking to change that. Jumping up, Goofy, that bomb drop. Sobol faces in, will trade. Gafolo nails the shot. It's a Jedka 1-on-2, and it's an eco success for Isurus to put their name on the board. And I'll give you a rundown on who else is 2-2 here, Mr. Truman. It is ECSTATIC, MASONIC, AGO, Finest, and SKADE at the 2-2 stage.
Okay.
It's a pretty stacked one, I must admit. Probably one of the better
3 of
2-2s.
those teams have already played against Isurus. Like, they beat SKADE, they lost against
Finest. Beat MASONIC, right?
And they beat MASONIC.
2-1. Yeah, there you go.
That's actually pretty, well, they're all pretty much middle of the pack, but it's surprising that SKADE is middle of the pack, to be fair. Would expect them to be more of a 3-1 kind of team. Maybe 3-0. But regardless, that is for tomorrow, and actually for after the stream to check out exactly, you know, have the full overview of all the teams nonetheless. It's just they've managed to win their first round, which was a nice eco. And that, of course, is problematic for Wisla's economy, but it's not like either of the side have a perfect economy going in towards the next round.
Well,
Ali getting aggressive. Sparrow needs to still recover the palm.
That's what I'm thinking. T-side of Wisla Krakow getting a little bit antsy when it comes to these plays. Back turned Arle, right into it. Really nicely done. Destiny will find a follow-up. 3-on-5. Wisla Krakow, their odds do not get any better than this. Isurus just in the driver's seat, 5-on-3, and unfortunately, I don't think this round is going to be going in the way of the T side. 4 rounds so far is good on Ancient here, DK Trim, and I think 1 more would be respectable. Just have to wait to see if they can hold up any resistance. Destiny finding the 3rd kill of the round, looking for a triple as he continues to push forward, switches out, and that will be his life gone, giving the M4 into the hands of Sobol. Tries a flashbang out, Gafolo while blind on the angle. It's a 1-on-4 for Jedka.
Yeah, there's just not much to do. 12 seconds left. Guess just gonna stand there, wait. Doesn't want to die after time, so moving right now would probably cost you dearly. And that is going to be the round secured here for the side of Isurus. Quick peek. Op does not spot anyone around the corner. Regardless, it is going to be Isurus looking to try and crawl their way back to a tied score line sooner rather than later. We do, however, have a giveaway for the fine people at home. There is $100 worth of skins being given away by, of course, CS.money, which is one of the largest and most trusted skin marketplaces in the world. They have both a store and a trading platform on their website and a mobile app. To join the giveaway, press the banner below the stream, or when it pops up in chat, it is a gleam.io link, so join to get some skins, because skins equals wins. And one of these 2 teams will try and get the secure right now. Ali, 3 kills, trying to clean it up nicely, cleanly for Isurus. And yeah, the first couple of rounds were rough, but 2 of those were, of course, slightly weaker rounds on the CT's part.
Yeah, really nicely done. They're starting to gain that momentum, something they struggled so much with keeping on that CT side. Ale going for the pixel boost. Snatchy is going to get all banged down, and Ale with the 4th. On for the ace. It could be Sparrow on the other side of the smoke. Low ammunition in his gun. It's 4 bullets. It is enough. Gafolo to pinch it away, but that is nice. Very nicely done for Isurus to dismiss that one, but this is the full buy for Wisla Krakow. As, well, speaking of, they might just be able to get in the driver's seat here in this 3rd and final map.
Yeah, they are looking to take back control here. Of course, there is still the chance with the slightly weaker buy on the T side. As you can witness, Tech 9 and a Mac 10 for the T's, but on a very reasonably fast-paced map like Ancient. Tech 9 / Mac 10 can be doing wonders. Ali again getting close, but gets flashed immediately. But the flank from Noxy coming in right at the perfect time. Ali's completely blinded. Spray and pray is the name of the game. And it is just a war zone right there.
Able to get one at least. Sobol, another towards middle, a 3-on-2, and they know the position of this M4. They know that Gafolo was the AWP on B as well. Wisla Krakow taking a bit of a gamble, sticking around. They're going to be looking for a way back into this one here. The CT side calling their gamble. Gafolo making his way towards A. Molotov at his feet, surely. Oh, saw Sobol, but couldn't stick around in the flames much longer. He will chuck a flashbang in to try and keep the player lingering. But at the end of the day, Wisla Krakow are looking to get out towards the A site. Already Gafolo's pulled off of the A site completely. A more passive angle towards CT. And I think this is the round just about done here, unless this AWP can line up a 2-for-1.
Yeah, gotta have a little bit of luck added on top of that skill. Misses this shot, 10 HP. That's a save territory kind of play. Unless Destiny gets a freebie, but I don't think that Wisla are going to give away that site at all. Indeed, Isurus fall back. Wisla extend the lead back to a 2-round advantage. And Isurus, well, they'll have to lick their wounds, but they have plenty of cash to, you know, cover up those wounds with some nice fancy weaponry into the next round. It's been a couple of very clean rounds for the CT side.
Absolutely. Bomb will continue to tick away. And that will be the end of that. It is, as you said, that 2-round lead now retained by the T side. 3 guns saved as well. Admittedly, no warp, so slightly worse for wear in terms of the valuable weaponry. But they have got the quality over quantity. The Isurus side. So keeping that big green. I'm wondering if Gafolo can make anything work heading into round 9. If they don't, that money will start to dwindle down very, very quickly. They do have another AWP behind Gafolo should he lose it. Wisla Krakow, they're going to get a move on and try and make this as one-sided as they can. The T side of Ancient already granted 5 is a pretty big start. Snatchy caught blind, making his way over Notsy. That could have been a freebie, and Snatchy to pick Destiny up. That is a very terrible start. Flashbanged, forced into the corner. Sparrow underneath. Notsy will get the kill. Snatchy caught in the corner as well. If that nade goes off, that's it. He's dead. What a double kill for Notsy, and he even escapes with his life.
Yeah, he's just perfectly healthy as well. Standing on top of the smoke the entire time through that ordeal. Pushing towards the B bomb site where 3 CTs are lying in wait is going to look like a very deadly approach. Jiggle peek. Gafolo gets slightly tagged, but there's Ali coming in, gets the lineup. 2 kills secured. Gafolo peeks in right thereafter, and that is going to be Isurus on to 4. Wisla Krakow's economy themselves not looking great either. But they already managed to get themselves 5 rounds on the T side of Ancient, so all in all, not too shabby.
So, round 10. Isurus up to 4, and a real chance to play chase with the Wisla Krakow side. They do have themselves eco, and so, well, that molly will do an awful lot. Destiny, he'll find one. Nice trade from Sparrow, who does pick up the M4 as well. Wondering, is he going to line up? This back corner, you can do a little lineup spot to pre-fire anything, but Sparrow, deleted. I thought he was going to have that now to a T, but not meant to be. Gafolo, that is some unfortunate timing. Slipping through his own smoke as well. Snatchy, he's gone aggressive towards CT spawn, and I don't think this will be quite detected here by the CT side. Sobol dinked up and taken down though.
Yeah, nice easy kill secured. Snatchy with the AK needs to go nuts. I mean, he is coming from a big flank play and will be able to get a kill. Oh my god, that got dicey for a second there. Ali, however, spots out Goofy. 2v2 from completely different angles, spamming through, dropping Ali down to 50 HP, but he's trying to get rid of the bomb carrier in the process. The problem is they're coming from different angles. Goofy with the Glock up against an AWP. He's thinking, I am completely screwed from my position. But if Gafolo misses, he could rush it towards the site, but he needs to have them sprinting boots on in that case. He's just hoping that Gafolo repositions and fades away.
Well, 25 seconds. That's the problem here, Mr. Truman. Goofy has picked up an M4. He's against the Orpa Gafolo, but it has going to be the sidearm drawn. That Deagle in his hands. Going to see the Util drop out. Does hit the first. Nade going to be dropped in. Surely that's the end of the round. And there you have it. Even pings up at the end. The cheek of it. Rolling around the walls, the floor, whatever. But it pings up. It does the damage. And it does give Isurus their 5th. No extra $800 per player, meaning no big green for the T side heading into number 11. But still got to respect the fact that you have 5 rounds here on the T side for Wisla Krakow. Even if this is a 5-10 half and they lose the rest, I think you've got to give them a chance here on the CT side, especially after what we saw in map 2.
Definitely not looking too shabby here, nonetheless. They definitely are looking for more, especially considering they were 4-1 ahead previously. So if they can win the T half, that would be marvelous for Wisla, and that is exactly what they're looking to gain. But Isurus are playing a pretty nice CT side. A little bit aggressive at times, but that is pretty much their game style.
Well, having a cheeky little look towards ramp. He will be taking the approach towards cave to double up with Destiny. And a third rotate coming in from Gafolo. They put the AWP towards B, but not C. They won't know that it is him towards mid, but definitely will know that there's an AWP lingering around. Deco doesn't want to stick around much longer towards A. He's picked up the info that Sobol is there. This is a very passive default being played by Wisla Krakow. Into the minute mark we head, and towards Donut these players go. Shot will connect. That's the bomb dropped into the jaws of Noxy. Will he expect that player up close? Doesn't matter. Destiny's got Goofy covered off. Bomb shot missed. Jedka up close. Doesn't matter. Noxy's hit the quick scope. Sobol and Sparrow left. And they've got a lot to do and not a lot of time left.
Yeah, that is going to be a nice round from Isurus. The time is pretty much gone. Bomb control is gone. In the meantime, towards the B bomb site, you have Sparrow lurking about, just taking a stroll down enemy territory, but nonetheless should not be able to get much more done than try and keep has gotten alive. So Bull might not be so lucky. Destiny is, well, in enemy territory as well. And that is an angle you never expect. Also, I could not see him through the leaves without the x-ray. So man's got himself some eagle eyes going through. Sparrow at least makes it a little bit hurtful, but no Hunt will be able to be successful, so he keeps the AK alive into the next round. But Isurus take the lead for the first time in this third map. And that is not a moment too soon, Retro.
Absolutely not. And Isurus wasting no time to pick out the problems that they have maybe. Okay, sure, they are in front, but it's only by a little bit, and even then, they know that T side is going to be a slog, so optimizing their CT side to get the maximum out of it is exactly what they are looking to do. So far, so good. You can see conversation taken here by the Isurus side. One map away from getting a place in the playoff stage, and I think we all know how much it would mean to them. And if Isurus can get a 10-5, then they'd be in a pretty okay spot to do so, to lock it in and to guarantee themselves a place in the top 12. This shot from Noxy, though. Missed first shot. Jedka thought he had the jump. Look at this for a shot. That's beautiful. Second one, just rattling the headpiece of Jedka. And in turn, getting in the heads of the Wisla Krakow players as they use this one to get a hero AK, Restaurant and Eco.
Well, will they be able to make it work on the T side? A lot of wallbang and early damage already onto the terrorists, though. That is a little bit of an issue going forward. Ali says really love playing aggressive towards that B bomb site. Just close personal angles every single time. Waits for the flash to come through. Gets himself a double kill. The bomb also spotted out. That's good information. Falls back. Flash over. Jumps through the smoke back. Taking control over the area, and Destiny with a double means it's all on Sparrow, who is constantly lurking in random parts of the map.
I respect it, though. It can work out, and as you can see, he picks one up, but it does feel too little too late. Deck will get the trade. That is that. Round 13 in the books now, or rather round 12 in the books now, onto round 13 as Isurus secure a 2-round lead.
No, they have taken that lead nicely. But can they at least make it a 10-5? Because anything more weaker would be a problem for Isurus. But the big plus is that they are looking comfortable on their CG side at the very least. The problem is, the amount of faith I have in their CT sides on both these teams heavily outweighs the disappointment I have in their T sides. But still, there's a big issue when it comes to the T-sided rounds. I think Isurus a bit more than Wisla, but in both ends, they do struggle in that aspect. There's a push with that A-bomb site. Jacko lines him almost up, but only gets the one, though. All of a sudden, Isurus, they're a man down, need to retake that A-bomb site. The bomb actually gets dropped by Noxy, and he is going nutty. He'll get caught out. Noga follow with the save. The bomb in their control, and Snatchy is miles away of recovering anything for the side of Wisla. They had this one on a silver platter, and they just didn't check their angles.
I don't get it, man. A 1-on-2, 8 HP, these lurks never, ever work out for them. And I mean, sure, it can work. You know, if you get the site, if you can get the bomb down, then it is entirely doable that these lurks can cough up a couple of kills, and that'll be the round in your name. Because they've still got a lot to do. Noxy, even when he is low HP, he's got the angle. Tighten it on the corner. Very nicely done. That is going to be a 8th round locked in. The half guaranteed. I'm wondering if this is going to be the 10-5 we spoke about not too long ago, DK Truman, or if they can find themselves maybe a closer half. But,
yeah, it's definitely, especially that round, that one should have been secured by Wisla, but just too freeform, walking in towards the site, not checking all the angles, covering for each other. It's a little bit messy, I would say, is the word I'm looking for here on the Wisla side. They just started losing focus in these last couple of rounds. And also the flanks, really, as you said, they just haven't done anything.
Crazy. Crazy stuff to see. Isurus trying to make this as competitive as possible and put up a big number on their CT side. Miss more towards ramp means Wisla in this 4-on-5 aren't exactly out of the count just yet. Wondering if they can make anything work here. The triple boost. They're going to go 3-2-1, jump, and then Sparrow's going to crouch. And then Snatchy will go, okay, I'll use you as a table. Let me have a look around. 3-2-1.
No.
Okay, never mind. Didn't see it. Noxie's ran it across. He's going to come back, though. Oh, my God.
He's
you know, like, the game as a kid where, like, the ducks go across the screen and you got to, like, shoot them? Or not the screen, but, like, you know, across, like,
You
a
mean
rail.
Duck Hunt?
Yeah, that's the one. Duck Hunt, right? That
Oh,
felt
no,
like
wait.
that.
You're talking about, like, at the
like
carnival?
a carnival game. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm with you now. Yeah, that
I
one.
thought you were talking about, like, the old Nintendo Duck Hunt game.
Nah. Duck Hunted, it seems. Noxie will eventually fall to Snatchy's AK, but it hasn't been. Oh, okay. 2 kills for Sparrow, 1 to his teammate. A nice shot from Sobol. How on earth has he found that? Sparrow does get a bit of damage out. Deco low HP, but both remaining players are low. The nade goes shallow. Sobol stays alive. Snatchy on the corner if you can find the high HP player. This is a lot more manageable here for Wisla Krakow as Deco, the last man standing, but barely standing at that. 2 points of health the difference. Snatchy reallocates himself and he will find himself the hat trick, and it is Wisla Krakow up to a 6th. It is a very close first half.
That's a very strange round that they managed to win. They spent so long trying to make that stack boost happen. But they were all together. That's one big plus when they took the B-bomb side. So they always had a player there to go for the refrag. And it finally does work in their favor after quite some time. 6 rounds on the T side. Yeah, you're definitely signed for that one at the start of the map. Especially considering you're swapping soon enough. One last round to be played. But that is... Isurus not really around such a crucial timing in this series. Look at Snatchy, 16 and 11 right now. Absolute head over everyone else in his team. Even on the server, like just going nuts. That's before he has the AWP in his hands as well.
Big chances, a huge opportunity. Wisla Krakow to make this 7, and then the pistol seems the utmost important thing for that T side that Isurus will be on. You can hear all this utility, the flashbangs just being sent all over the board, just taking their sweet time. A passive default, but the majority of these players sitting towards A early on.
Yeah, Isurus, they have at least a decent amount of map control. They have that mid presence in their favor. Wisla are completely spread out across the map though. Like they have a full-on default setup. And it's interesting to see how this will transpire. Gafolo is keeping the angle on Noxie's right side in his favor. Noxie keeping left side in control. The flash comes out. B comes through. Snatchy taken care of, but Sobel finds the trade. And there's the Gafolo AWP, but he gets spotted. They know where he is, and they should be able to flash him off, try and get close. Jedka drops Ali in the meantime. That's the B-bomb side defender in trouble. Gafolo is still alive. He has some backup coming through, and that is Deco going nutty with a double kill. 2-on-2. The B-bomb site is lost, and a retake is necessary for Isurus to at least make it a 3-round gap. But look at Sparrow's position right behind the smoke, lying in wait. Beautiful stuff coming out. Can Deco get the clutch happen?
Low HP, but of course.
It's a long run.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
Is there a kit there?
Wondering if that's why he did it. Towards Cave, maybe. There you go. DK Truman, the biggest brain of them all. But the problem is he's wasted so much time in doing this. He's got about 15 seconds left to get on the bomb and defuse it. He has got a smoke, but the low HP, as we touched on earlier.
Hi.
And there you have it. Jacob will find it. 8-7 at the half. Isurus are looking pretty darn strong.
Yep, that's not too bad whatsoever, and you all know it's also not too bad indeed. AstroPay, one of the partners that make this entire tournament possible. AstroPay is an online payment service which was founded in 2009. The app uses more than 200 payment methods, including Banco do Brasil, Caixa, Bradesco, Boleto, PhonePe, Airtel, Google Pay, Visa, and MasterCard. And I honestly love all these payment methods because there's one thing that I do not have, and that's of course a credit card, because we are European.
Yes, agreed. I don't even have one, so agreed. Well, round 16, the second pistol, Isurus. 4 players towards K. Wisla Krakow going to be tested, and well, Sparrow plucks Deco out of the sky. More of that required, though. There are a couple of players blind. It's Goofy! Oh my good God, Goofy! It's 4 kills, 4 bullets, it seems, as Wisla Krakow tear through the Isurus offense. What a round, what a start, and what a jump shot there. I don't believe the first kill comes in that way, but then the other 4 from Goofy. Look at this from Sparrow. That's the jump shot I was talking about. Deco through the sky, and Goofy 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th. It is so crisp. All headshots. Jedka's flash is wonderful. And that's it. What a round. Wisla Krakow tie the game, and Isurus stunned in their tracks.
Yeah, that's looking dire for Isurus. They need this pistol. They need to keep that CT economy in check as much as possible. Because this is dangerous, especially if Goofy starts popping off like that. I mean, we saw what he could do, of course, on Dust 2 with that one godly round, but this was so filthy clean. What can you do if someone just pops your head off with 1 bullet a person?
Yeah. Wisla Krakow taking a timeout. Talking things through, probably setting the nerves a little bit there because that was an unbelievable pistol. One you're going to be watching for a fair while. As Wisla Krakow tie the game, winning the pistol on the CT side of Ancient. DK Truman, I am incredibly worried here for the Isurus side. And for a side that we've watched once before, we know they don't have bad D sides. They made a couple of crucial mistakes their last outing on Mirage against Finest. Of course, this is a different map and a different day. After Dust 2's performance, we know these CT sides can go one way or the other. Let's hope for Isurus this is going to be a pretty bad one here for the Wisla Krakow side.
Yeah, definitely going to be a little bit problematic, but if these Tech-9s can get close and personal, the A-bomb site seems to be a nice place to try and take. They do have Sobol there, but he does not have a single piece of utility. So the moment they go for the peak on the terrorist side, there is nothing he can do. Luckily enough, the rotations are very quickly from the CT end to already rejoin him, considering they found themselves the back alley peak. There's Jedka flashed off as well. The utility is on point from Isurus. They do get around the corner very quickly, but Jedka is still alive and kicking, keeps him occupied. The bomb is going to get tapped, but not planted just yet, and Goofy gets 2 quick kills. Deco jumping through the smoke and gets denied. 1 singular kills all Isurus managed to get. They get on site, but the problem is planting is actually really tough on this map as well. Like the boxes, even though they got increased, they are minuscule.
Yeah, agreed. The semicircle increase towards B was a little bit of an addition, right, that we were happy to see just because that box has only got the pillar on it. I'm surprised that more cover hasn't been added to the B site, but then again, I feel like it would be a little bit too OP, so got to respect that one as well. But hey, here we go, T side. We always talk about it being an uphill battle for Sparrow. This could be a paradise or hell, and well, actually somehow finding a bit of a middle ground. Only the single kill. Goofy's MP9 will mop up the rest by the looks of things. Switches out to the sidearm, will eventually fall to Noxy, but I think that's all the damage that will be done in this one, as the nade will finish the job. Not bad, bomb plant, couple of kills. We respect those. Let's see if they can continue to perform here. Isurus heading into their full buy.
They did manage to get themselves 2 kills. The bomb plant, it's a-okay on their part. They should... I'm actually curious if he is going to be picking up the AWP again onto Gaffolo. Would not be too surprising. Loves to wield it in every case. And indeed, they drop it towards him. A lot of faith in their opper. And to be fair, he has repaid them significantly in this team so far. Can he keep it going, though? Because Isurus 2 rounds behind Wisla Krakow, and I am fearing for the worst for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Triple towards middle to start things off. Wisla Krakow looking for that control. It's fast a play here for Destiny, and the Orb of Snatchy will pick up on all of this information. Flashbangs tossed in, looking for the opportunity, but Goofy will fight first. Notsay just running right through the smoke in middle. Not the greatest of starts, and Destiny can't even mop up the first kill towards Temple either, so Isurus left a bit stranded.
They're on B. They're planting. Hello, Wisla?
I mean, the bait and switch works nicely. I think
But this was, like, still a bit too much. This was...
Agreed.
What?
They committed too much. You're right. They did very much over-rotate, and they paid the price for it ultimately. The bait and switch from Isurus. Counter volley tossed in to try and delay the retake. Goofy will not get blinded by the flashbang. But look at this. Already half the bomb's been wasted down. Destiny, he is good for one. Goofy's trade. The bomb's still ticking. They know they've got to get a move on here. There's about 10 seconds left. They've got to find a way in, and it's just not happening. Deco and Destiny crossfire set. Snatchy and Sparrow left to run, and that will be a Knights on the board here. A nice couple of kills on the exit, but nothing coughed up by Sparrow. So it's only the Orb of Snatchy to save.
I mean, a very good round, very convincing as well with the early utility and a rush towards the B, a bomb site, because we haven't really seen many fakes whatsoever in the series, to be fair, but what a play coming out. I do think that, of course, a big fat juicy mistake comes out from the Wisla defense, because you should never leave a complete site empty. In a 5-on-5 situation, they get a kill, and then even when the bomb got planted, they're like, we're standing next to the bomb, should we move? Maybe. And the retaking on the B bomb site is not as easy as you'd like it to be for the CT side. So regardless, a very nice round from Isurus, but a massive mistake on Wisla's side.
Absolutely. Well, smokes, mollies, everything kept in the back pockets of the Isurus side, ready for an execute. Wondering when on earth they're going to pull it out and try and make the right play. So far, silent, incredibly silent for the T side as they ponder what they want to do. And by the looks of things, it's going to be an execute towards B. No commitments from Wisla Krakow towards A. In this round, Goofy going to be standing in an unconventional one right in front of the pillar. First kill found.
Goofy!
A second kill. Goofy nearly a triple. It's big damage to the Cafolo. 50 seconds left. They're going to hear the bomb set down. No nade to deny, which would have been huge. So now it's just spamming through the smokes and trying to muster up the numbers, ready for the retake. Arm spotted. Sparrow's got it covered. 4 on 2. Isurus surely can't hold on. First kill found and a second follow-up as well. Jedko with a trade. Deco to respond. And Sparrow, the man that started the round, cannot close the round. And it's Deco's 3k. And Isurus double digits.
They actually tied up again. The money on the CT side is busted. Is it actually gonna happen? Isurus on the T side starting to finally wake up. They lose 2 at the start of the round. Third one gets heavily wounded by Goofy. But the rest of the team just backing it up immediately, taking the site control. And it takes such a long time for Wisla to really be able to respond to that aggression from Isurus, really making that previous round where they faked it, makes the Wisla Krakow defense second guess themselves completely. Sobel though, 5-7, still a pretty strong weapon in that regard, gets a kill plus an assist. Snatchy tanks that smoke for the time being. He's at the back of the bomb site. A very nice little angle. Can he find the headshot is the big question. Looks pretty rough though. Sparrow chimes in as well to make it at least costly for these T's. Nonetheless, the site will be secured for Isurus, or will it? Oh my god. 2 players at a bullet away from dropping.
Well, Sparrow, this is doable. Probably the most doable 1v3.
Oh, he sees his corpse from his teammate.
Yeah, shot his teammate's dead body. Thought it was a player, and that gives up his position. Very nicely done. And well, here we go, right? One step closer to victory here for Isurus. For Wisla Krakow, it's a full buy. This round feels like it's gonna be, I feel like a little closer than expected. I'd say that this is probably the one that means the most to both sides as well. If Isurus win, then that's a CT side reset. If Wisla Krakow can pull this round off, then they themselves still have a chance in this game, DK Truman. Let's see what they can muster up. Round 22. Not see early towards middle, but a smoke towards top mid. Wisla Krakow give it all up.
Ooh!
Wow.
That was pretty nutty. Like, so fast on the peak from Gafolo, getting that man advantage. And Isurus is starting to really get in their groove here. Wisla need to find a way to stop it. They're not playing the same CT side as Isurus was either. Isurus was in your face CT. Wisla has been playing a very passive CT setup most of, not all of these rounds. They haven't even gone to the back alley or played mid control whatsoever.
Well, having a little look. See what they can get done. Ale will pick the first and the second through the smoke. I thought he'd only get away with a single, but he's done it anyway. A 2-on-5 scenario. Wisla Krakow to the bare bones. And Isurus on for 12. They could be winning this entire map from the T side of Ancient. After what we saw on Dust 2, who would have thought that a T side would be the side to win the game?
Yeah, but this is the first time in ever that I see them feeling so confident in their approach. Do have to say, Wisla definitely do also, like, Goofy had some pretty nutty rounds, but for the most part, I don't really see Wisla's CT side doing much. Like, they're just waiting every single time, and yeah, that is not necessarily the greatest approach on a map like Ancient, where you have so many good peak angles to get that early aggression going. Especially mid control is such a crucial aspect for most teams. They're just like playing a same default set of 2-1-2 every single time.
He's coming in. Oh yeah, I respect the attempt, but with the molly behind him, there is no escaping. And well, that is that done and dusted. 5-on-4, Jedka at least to trade, but a 4-on-3. It's all picking up back and forth. And this really isn't looking good for the CT side of Wisla Krakow, who, bear in mind, have to take an eco here. Looking like a 13-10 for Isurus.
Looking not too shabby, and they're closing it out, and of course that means that your prediction is getting closer to winning as well. Fun. But it's not done yet. No, it's not done yet. I still have a chance, a fighting chance for the CT side to come back.
Okay. You think?
Not in this round, of course. Like
I was going to say.
This round is pretty much, unless
yeah.
they make a fat mistake, but honestly, Isurus, they just send in one lurker towards the A side, goes for a scouting mission, relays the information to the rest of his team, and they get the free plant.
Yeah. No need to...
They're clearing every angle nicely, though. That is something I do really appreciate.
No need to panic. That's what I was going to say for the Isurus side. They've got plenty of seconds to get that bomb down. They want to make sure that this site is thoroughly clear. No opportunities for sneaky CTs to jump out at. And well, already spotting one of the retake here, Deco. They are in pretty good positions, this Isurus side. Destiny will pick up Jedka. Sparrow won't off up anything, so it's Sobol in a 1-on-4. And he is short-lived for this world as well. Isurus taking their peg up to 13. They are 3 away from winning this game and the series, and in turn qualifying for the playoffs. That's how big this game is here, Mr. Truman. A decider had to be played, but Isurus only 3 small steps from winning, and the fall by here for Wisla Krakow does feel like the do or die.
Well, it's definitely feeling very much like the do or die, because they need to win this one. Snatchy on the AWP. They do send 2 CT, actually 1 CT towards mid. The molly actually forces Sobol all the way back immediately. But Wisla, okay, they will go for an frontal assault towards that B-bomb site. Can they find anything? It's Goofy, very aggressively positioned. He lost his teammate in the process. Sparrow is on the site at the same time as well, but it's a 2-for-2 trade, and that definitely does favor the T's with a completely spread out defense from Wisla Krakow. This is getting incredibly intense for the CT side.
Minute and 8 remaining. As you said, probably the most competitive round so far that the CT side of Wisla Krakow have put up. And well...
Oh, look at the position though, Sobol.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering right now. The whole of A is clear. The only place they can come from is Donut. And they've got a double stack towards B. As soon as they clear Noxy towards middle, that's it. Round done, I feel like. It's a 2-on-3. Gafolo and Deco. The AWPA, a very, very humbling half for him. Deco, a pretty explosive one. Snatchy looking for a way in, but there we go. That's the Gafolo we wanted to see. Runs through the smoke, not the greatest of plans. Deco now left alone in a 1-2. Back turn to the M4 of Sobol. And Wisla Krakow have some chances, and they've taken them well. 13-11.
Yeah, they're picking up that secondary AWP as well. Hopefully we get to see Sparrow op it out, because we saw him pretty nutty as well on Dust 2 on that secondary AWP. And Isurus' money, okay, they have plenty of cash. They pretty much have enough cash for the rest of the second half. Look at that money still left. Cafolo on the AWP as well. Noxy still needs to buy an AK, but regardless, it's getting absolute, like, OT is not out of the realm of possibilities with how both these teams are playing. I think OT is actually more likely than not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's very likely. Dust 2 could have been overtime. Thankfully it wasn't. It gives us a very interesting best of 3 here, where both sides have stronger T's than CTs on the third map. The complete antithesis, as you said. A left hollow, but apparently Noxy thinking that the donut position was going to be hollow. Sobol beefing it out. Goofy, he's got a nade in as well to take down another Isurus player. And a 13-12 scoreline seems to be looming. Bomb set down, so there is a chance this retake goes in the way of the T side. And a missed shot from Snatchy will cause problems in the retake. And a missed no-scope will cause even more trouble. Sparrow picking up the AWP. Goofy as well. Was this a triple AWP for Wisla Krakow? I don't quite believe it, because Destiny's got another. Spam the box. It will just save his life down low, but not out. Destiny!
Oh my
a
lord!
Double! And it's a Goofy 1-on-3. Surely not like this, as he does find one, but trying to flip around. LA's got him covered. And Isurus up to 14. Money for the CT side gone. And Isurus might have just booked themselves a one-way ticket to the playoffs. It's 2 more to the finishing line. And it really is a short jump, because the money for the CTs, my God, is it bad.
Yeah, it's atrocious. What a round. They completely, like, they finally go for an aggressive round in towards mid, but they completely forget about the fact that they've gotten a bomb site. And Isurus, they walk out willy-nilly, no fear in the world. Of course, it was a 3-on-5. Wisla did get the opening 2 picks, but they had to play the retake, walk into the T angles. That is where Isurus came out clutch with some big, fat, juicy kills coming through as well. Destiny opens it up. Jedker taken care of. And this is looking very dicey, because that's the only rifle they had on the CT side, and immediately taken out of the game.
And another 2 kills come in. Isurus looking to line them up and shut them down. A deep investment made by the CT side. And unless if Snatchy can pull off 4, it's not looking good. Sparrow now left alone in a 1-on-4 scenario. He's nodding, acknowledging that LA will be up close. There's still 3 to go. Now made it 2, so a competitive round. The Polo side I'm drawn, and that will be enough to end it. 15-11. Map point, series point, qualification point. Isurus here in the Pinnacle Cup 4, round 4.
Yeah, that is it. Series point to play. They need to win the next 4 to take us towards OT. But their T side is, for the first time, actually phenomenal in their approach. I do have to say, you know, Wisla definitely not looking at the same pace as they did on Dust 2, but still, Isurus, you can see why they're playing with such a high win rate on this map. 75% win rate, even though they've only played it a grand total of 4 times. They did take down Masonic and FTW previously as well. And yeah, they definitely are a team that you might want to ban this map on, because it's one of the only T side maps where they seem to be stronger on the T side than on the CT side.
Does feel that way. Spam from Goofy coming in. And you can see these last ditch efforts. Desperate here for the CT side. And well, looking interesting. A couple of nades dropped in. No damage done by the CT side though. Something that they're going to struggle with, because that MP9 and limited utility, a massive hindrance the longer this round goes on.
Nuke gets as well, so gotta be quick on the retakes. And it is a pretty long sprint from the A to the B bomb site. So can they even get them on site with that Isurus bomb? They are playing 2 players towards the A site to go for a bit of a peek. Cafolo getting boosted up, does drop down. But Goofy, he's been pretty much the king of Wisla in this series. Can he go ham again? He does hear them running past him, so he has the information at the very least, because it's going to be an A play. And Sobel at the back. Oh no, Donut gets cleared up. Sobel goes for the peak. He needs help quickly, but the backup is not there. Destiny, done. He opens it up. The flank from Goofy. It is slightly slow. Will he even expect Ali in that angle is the big question. Lining up. Sparrow gets himself 2 kills, but it's going to get shut down, and they take home the win. Isurus win, and Retro is always right. DK Truman is always wrong. Again, a prediction going in the UK favor.
Woohoo! What a round though, what a game, what a series. Isurus, you can see the relief on their faces. Dust 2 should never have been a question. That should be the 2-0 mop-up, or rather the 1-all mop-up. They didn't get it done, but it took them an awfully long time. You can see the celebrations aren't of joy, it's more of a sigh of relief than anything. As well as it comes back to us, DK Truman, there is one thing to talk about here. And what an exhilarating series this has been. But it's not done just yet, right? We still have 3 more games tomorrow for the people at home that maybe are interested to watch the Wisla Krakow side. They play in tomorrow's matchups. All the teams in the 2-2 tomorrow will play an elimination match. If you win, you're through. If you lose, you're out. So SKADE, Finest, AGO, MASONIC, ECSTATIC, Wisla Krakow. Those are your 6 teams. And while only 3 of them will make it through to tomorrow, rather, all 6 make it through tomorrow with a win to their name.
Yeah, definitely big props, Isurus. They came back. I doubted them. I mean, they even qualified further. Look at that, -3.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the last time I've seen a team have a negative round difference.
That is actually, that is pretty impressive. That they managed to win 3 series, lose 1 series, and still have a negative round difference going forward. But yeah, I mean, they have some pretty tough opponents in the playoffs, but that is for after the entire major. First, of course, there will be 3 matches to be witnessed tomorrow, as you mentioned, and, well, I think we also are going to be back for that last match tomorrow as well.
Yes, yeah, we're here tomorrow, Mr. DK Truman, so join us early on in the day, I think 9 BST, so 10 CEST if you want to catch the action. If not, of course, you can watch it on Twitch. I think the VODs are uploaded to YouTube as well on the Pinnacle channel, so there's plenty of opportunity to watch. But catch us tomorrow for some more Counter-Strike actions. Do or die for the 6 remaining teams in the main Swiss stage. 3 go through, 3 go out. Find out who goes through to the playoff stage tomorrow. Until then, good night, everyone, and have a good evening.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.